Best air guitar I could do.
Didn't want it to go twice. Man, Rick is fucking amazing, isn't he?
Yeah.
He did. One of these days, I'll play the song off camera that I asked him to try to emulate, and he knocked it out of the park. Hey, Hungar, how you doing, man? I've been thinking about you all freaking day. I hope you're doing okay.
Yeah.
We were all worried about you after we heard last night, and I know you'll be bouncing back right away. Yes, Felix, Justin is on.
Yeah.
Hey, thanks for dropping by. Coffee for you, sir. Thank you. I don't have that set up, but you don't need to be sending me any money. And nerds, I don't see you. Again, they're doing that thing that they do. Oh, there you are. Okay, maybe I'm just having a senior moment or a flashback from all the drugs I did in the '60s. How's everybody doing?
Okay, I guess.
Glad to hear it. Like I said, I had a really busy day, and Justin and I have a couple of announcements as well as stuff for my show. Let's start with you, Justin. What do you got going on?
Well, I'm working on another short story for over on Bone Spears and Starships. Hopefully that'll be out in the next week. We should be on tomorrow afternoon. We are doing for the foreseeable future Wednesdays and Fridays. Maybe adding another day. We were talking about that the other day, but no guarantees on that. My channel, the one listed right here, at noon Eastern Standard Time. Right, Shadow?
You betcha.
And
looking forward to it. I mean, I want Hungar to do his thing, but he's kind of got other stuff going on. So
yep, Hungar is the man. He's always welcome on, even from his hospital bed or eating fried chicken.
Yep.
But I mean, not watermelon. He's not allowed on during eating watermelon, according to Shadow.
Sorry, I didn't want to cut you off, so I was responding to Cal. We're also going to be doing every other Thursday starting in May, which will be like around May 13th. I remember it's 67.
Yes, we absolutely kicked Hungar out. It's a coup, just like that time on YTV back in the 90s.
Yeah, right.
You wouldn't know that. It's a Canadian channel, but
right. Here on this particular night in this show, every other Thursday, we're going to be doing a book club. I am stealing the idea from GM Fritz because he was procrastinating too long. He invited me to his book club. I said, "Hells yeah, let's do that." And then I haven't heard from him in about a month. So maybe this will get him to light a fire under his ass. So every 2 weeks, we're going to pick a book from the appendix. Let me get that up so I get it just right. Because again, I'm old. Just had a birthday, and so I'm feeling my age. Hold on, where the frick is it? I think it's Appendix N from the Dungeon Master's Guide.
We're doing it every 2 weeks.
Yep, that way everybody.
Okay, every 2 weeks is good.
That way everybody has time to read the book. We're going to pick a book from Appendix N, and I think it's N. Gosh, I can't even find it now.
Yeah, I do believe it's N. The novels one.
Yes.
Mostly short stories, though. Because I know, like, all of Conan's in there, right?
Well, here, let me just. It's inspirational reading. All the books that help make D&D a thing. Now it includes things like, the Hobbit and the Tolkien trilogy. We're not doing that. Everybody's done it. It's been done to death. We're gonna randomly go through the list. Although we are starting with Roger Zelazny's Nine Princes in Amber, because we're actually starting this particular segment on or around his birthday, and he passed away way before his time. He was a good friend of mine personally in the real
Mhm.
world, and every May I try to do something, and I figured, you know what, I miss the guy every day. He wrote my favorite books of all time, and then we're going to go on to
See you
something
later.
else. Probably Justin will pick. Anybody who wants to join in, all you got to do is
Oh man,
look.
just pick random stuff from Appendix N. Don't worry about asking me. Um, until we're done, are bored of what's on the list, and then
Okay, yeah, because there's some stuff that may not be, like there's some things like Stanley Weinbaum. I don't know who he is. Never read a single book by him. I'll look him up and see if
Mhm.
something sounds interesting. But there's some of the obvious, Lovecraft and Robert E. Howard, Edgar Rice Burroughs, stuff like that. Um, and all you got to do is just read the book. And if you want to come into the live stream, hopefully by then I'll have my subscription up. They still won't take my credit card, so I can only have 6 people in. But we'll just.
Cycle people in and
Okay,
out.
take care, Cal.
Yeah, yeah,
Um,
yeah.
uh, oh, sorry to hear that, Mac. Um, and we'll just talk about it during the regular, paint and chill chats, stream, whatever you want to call this, because we're, most guys like me, we got to have something to do with our hands, but this way we can actually have a topic at least for like, the first hour or so until we talk the novel to death. Then we'll, continue on doing wherever our conversations go. It's usually fine with most folks here. Yes, Hungar, it is a great novel, and
Yeah.
I'll regale you with the my origin story with it once again during the show, because it really meant a lot to me. It's that 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 series of books that made me who I am in a lot of ways, inspired me throughout my whole life, and uh, I'm sure everybody has one of those, and I'd love to actually cover those kind of novels as well. If there was that one book or trilogy, or God forbid decology, uh, that you want to talk about, and let us know a little bit more about you by reading that. And hopefully another thing I'm going to do on every other Thursday kind of thing, if James is up to it, that's DM James. I want to do a music thing where someone picks an album and we listen to it and then come and talk about it. And I mean, one of those albums that you listened to while you were playing D&D back as a kid, when you were a teenager, when you were getting high and playing D&D, and you had music going because you didn't know any better. Maybe you weren't getting high, but that's what we did
I was
as
never a stoner.
teens.
You
Good for
loser.
you. I'm not going to say I regret any of it, but I regret what it did to a lot of my friends. That a lot of people, it just took over their lives, and especially when it was legal here, and they made it so much stronger. They, you know, had a
Hmm.
hard time functioning in the real world afterwards. And I'm glad I quit when I did, because it was just a big old waste of, I'm not going to say waste of time, but it was definitely a waste of money. It should have been free. But anywho, that's one of the things we're going to be doing. Also, sorry guys, I didn't get a chance to finish this review, "Wretched Country" by Red Room. Miguel, I'm going to butcher his name until I hear him pronounce it tomorrow, because I'm going to have him and maybe Sylvia on a one-on-one show where we're going to talk about the Wretched role-playing game, because I was really impressed with everything, but more so this book. And as you can see, I'm a little over halfway through it, and I don't want to rush it. I haven't enjoyed a book this much in so long. I've been, reviewing games and stuff like that, and having to push myself. But this one, I'm like, no pushing, just enjoying it. And we're going to talk about that and their game system. And you guys know how I do the one-on-ones, where
Hmm.
I try to get to know these people. And I've been on their show before, but part of this is because I feel guilty because I haven't been on their show to watch them in a long time, and just getting busy. You know how it is when you've got 5,000 channels you're subscribed to, and people just sort of if they're not putting out regular stuff, or even if they are, they just get pushed to the bottom, and you just kind of
Yeah.
forget. I mean, I'm on their Discord server, and I'm seeing their Discord server is just popping mad with
Hmm.
crap tons of stuff, and I found out that two of our other friends, Beelzebub. He's a big good friend of theirs, and he writes for them, and runs their games, plays their games, and of course OGGM, same thing. So of course I'm gonna have to buy all those books at some point and check them out, especially since OG did the Wretched Vigilantes. Um, that sounds like right up my alley. Even though it's low powered superheroes, I've been reading Batman longer than some of you guys have been alive. So uh,
Yeah. Uh, like I was saying before the show, I kind of prefer low power um over high, but I don't mind the on high power. It's just you know
yeah, if it's not too um self-aggrandizing, and so much that power trip where people are not really being the heroes, unless you do it right, which I have to put in there because I'm running a 25-year long evil superheroes campaign. Well, it's half and half the group is evil superheroes, and then the same people, and
well,
another group
I
are the
don't think they're
pretending.
superheroes. They're
Yeah, villains. But
villains.
the cool thing about it is, uh, over time, they've actually decided to go and be good guys, or at least not wretched bastards. Which I had nothing to do with. It was not like I didn't try to force them into it, or
Mm,
tease them into it. No, no, seriously, it blew me away. I swear to God, when especially this one player who I don't really get along with anymore, but he's still a bro from all the way back. He said one day, he's like, you know what, guys, I think we need to be good, and I was just like, serious? Coming, I mean, if you knew this guy, they were just evil, bloodthirsty bastards, and because they were in the domain play kind of thing where they had people they had to take care of and that sort of thing. And it dawned on him that, hey, slavery isn't the way to go, and
whoa,
things
whoa,
like,
whoa, whoa! What's this you're talking?
and they all kind of like, yeah, you know what, you're right. Let's work toward that, so that our kingdom, our empire will not get freaking attacked from all sides and destroyed, and then we could actually make something that will last a good long time. And I was really proud of them. They've been through some difficult shit, which is the way it should be. I find that if you are constantly just, I mean, mind you, there's people that can't handle it, but if you're just constantly hitting them with setback and hardship and things like that, they're actually more engaged and more interested. And uh, I guess it's human nature to fight back. So
Hmm.
awesome, but
Yeah,
know your group, because if they start whining and shit, then you know get a new group.
rule one is always get a new group.
Kind of.
Rule two is don't fudge your dice.
I freaking hate that, dude. You have no idea. I
Yeah.
trust everybody in my current groups, um, but I've seen it, especially playing online. I'm not mentioning any names, and uh, it sucks. You're just cheating yourself and everybody else at the table. We've all said it before. Sometimes the shitty rolls are what make the game.
Yeah, yeah. It's the consequences that are more fun than the successes most of the time. Like the I'm on a knife's edge. Will this be the time my character actually dies? You know,
And without
and if
that,
it does, you step away for a half hour, mourn the character, write a new one up, and when it's convenient for the party to hire a new hand, well, there you are.
mhm, mhm,
You know.
yep. Just as long as you don't like fall spread eagle on that knife blade edge, because
Yeah.
That's not the way I want to go out.
Our fall asleep less than 30 minutes into the session. This guy. This guy.
That's one of the things I like about you. I've yet to bring that up, but you've brought that up numerous times because you
This
get it.
guy.
You get it. It's funny. It wasn't,
Man, you could bring. I told you I didn't want to ever hear you stop ripping on me, but you still have
I,
started.
I would, but
Yeah.
you keep
I
beating me to the
Bok,
punch.
bok. You're too
No, you just
chicken
keep
to
beating me to
rip.
the punch, man. I'll bring it up. I just, I want it to be a little classier than just constantly ripping on you.
Whoa. This
I
is
know.
me we're talking about. You think I deserve to not be constantly ripped on?
See, guys, that's why we're friends. If you can't have that kind of attitude about your own dumb self, um, seriously, everybody I hang out with, uh, they're solid people, but at the very least, they know when they're getting a little bit uppity, a little bit too full of themselves. Uh,
This guy never. Oh, yeah. Okay. So,
so, you working on anything?
um, I'm working on a thing I'm gonna put on Amazon.
Awesome, awesome.
Yeah, yeah. Do you like mazes?
Mazes,
Yeah,
like the puzzle kind where we used
yeah,
to just draw with a pen.
yeah,
Uh,
yeah.
you know, uh, when I was young, a little, we would get the thing in the Sunday paper, and there'd be one, and we'd do it, um, and then I got to a point where like, this is kind of, just a, not necessarily a
Childish.
waste of time, but just yeah. But then I started playing D&D, and I'm like, oh, hey, I love this. I'm going to use this for this or that, and I'm playing this goofy little tablet game right now. Uh,
Okay, so there's a program, Don John. Do you know Don John, the website?
no,
No, I'll send you a link to it later. Actually, I'll put it in the chat. I gotta open up the thing. Mazes, Don John, right there. I got it saved on my thing because I got it saved in the folder marked mazes. Uh, okay, so I just put the link in chat for anyone that wants. Um, Don John has maps that are like for role playing, like mazes for role playing games.
okay,
So like if you want to add stairs in it, and it's like randomly generated, so you just generate it, then print it off or copy it to your
okay,
desktop or whatever, right? It's a little twitchy. You can't really make it bigger or smaller. It doesn't really work properly there. But if you want to have like multiple levels, like you just generate one, I'll put the stairs in and out, and then
mhm,
generate another one, obviously with more stairs. Our entrances and exits and like all that. I think there's like different shapes too.
okay.
So if you ever need a maze for an RPG game that I'm not in, so I
Because
fucking
all.
well, no, it's randomly generated, so you can't know them all. But I fucking hate games with mazes in them. I'll fall asleep again.
Yeah, I learned a long time ago. Even
Oh
though I'm getting ready to go into a mega dungeon with Bloodworth, just you know that's where it's going. So whatever, we'll see how that
yeah,
works out. You know, I've spent so much time as a DM, that I never got to do that as a player. And I'm like, you know what? Let's just see how somebody else does it. If if it sucks, I can always bow out. Although I was in a game with OG, and he had to bow out because he was just not happy with the situation, and I totally get it. But I never quit a group. I've been kicked out of plenty of groups, but I don't quit. Yeah, oh yeah. You guys,
oh
you would kick my ass out too. Um,
nah.
But
I'd probably hit you with a hammer first.
that's fair. I probably deserve it. I'm not, I'm not above, power gaming or metagaming and shit like that. It's hard,
Yeah.
I, it's been literally like 30, 40 years since I've been in somebody else's game prior to meeting all you folks and playing, online. It was just like, I'm the eternal GM. There's nobody in my group who I would want to be in a game they ran anyways. No offense, guys, but once you've gotten past a certain point, going back to training wheels and stuff is just doesn't seem.
Well, the trick is to not have training wheels. It's to like stop caring about the new flashy bizwang sword or mace or whatever. Like
Uh-huh.
just sit back and embrace being the farm boy on the adventure of his lifetime. Like
Mhm.
go don't go wide into the experience with all the trinkets and things you can get right away. Go deep into the essence of the character. Explore it that way. Like you play you DM me. You know I haven't like
Yeah.
asked for trinkets or gizmos. Like I kind of get annoyed when the other players at the table do.
Yeah. Well,
I roll my eyes if you've ever caught that. Like
yeah, and the group is got a lot of what I'm
like
going to even if they don't say or believe it. There's a lot of newbies and
yeah. Well,
um
I consider myself a newbie with this type of game. I've never played First E, and
yeah.
uh,
No,
it's
but how
been
many
more than
hundreds of
20
games have
years
you
since
been
I
in?
played 30.
I'll
Not
bring you
that
in
many.
just a second,
I'm
Owen.
not like a deep like I haven't played that many games.
Really?
Like I've told you that before. I've played
Oh, I could have.
a smattering like a smattering of third edition games. And one cyberpunk game and one very short-lived Rifts game and a bunch of BattleTech and like a few other like ad hoc games that I just sat at the table with some friends, didn't even care what the game was called, so I couldn't tell you what they were. But once again, all more than 20 years ago. All right, like I fell into this community just because I like some of the guys hanging around, and like I've constantly wanted to get back into role playing games, but just never found a group of people that I didn't want to hit with a hammer.
Speaking of guys, we want to hit with a hammer.
Hey,
Holy kid, what's up, Owen?
Hey, just
So did James go off to Publix, or what was the deal there?
yeah. As soon as it was about 7 o'clock, he's like, "Yep, go Publix." Yep,
Yeah.
that's the way I look at it. And I was
So
just
how you been,
cooking
man?
up. I just have my ground beef with provolone cheese that I'm finished cooking. So
I had microwave burritos for dinner. So did the boys, and I'm proud of it.
I had a euro on a pita.
I like shawarmas better than gyros. So
I've never had either of whatever it is you guys are talking about.
you never had a shawarma?
Nope. Don't even know what it looks like.
Whoa. What rock do you live under, bro?
California, it's just food has never been I live.
So it's basically the rotisserie where they put a bunch of different meats and then they just shave it off and then they put it into a pita. That's all it is.
Okay. Doesn't sound bad.
And
You gotta understand that with my folks, being awful cooks because of polio, I grew up eating like a lot of stuff out of cans as dinner. You know what I mean? It was just easy
okay.
for them. And once I finally started learning, there were other things. It was still hard to get past, buying things in boxes and cans and.
Oh no,
frozen.
you do not make this at home. Oh, this is
Oh,
restaurant
yeah.
food.
Right.
It's
Well,
greasy
I mean,
spoon corner of the
it was fast food that was good when I was in Germany because I'd be
Yeah.
like, why are people going to McDonald's when you can go get the shawarma with like fresh fruit and they had
Because
fresh
they probably
vegetables
like me
it?
didn't know any better, and growing up poor and having to survive off substandard stuff, but not knowing it and making it as far as I did, it was just yeah, this is fine.
It's cheaper than McDonald's.
Yeah. Euro on a pita is $5 at my local greasy spoon. And I love this place because they still use the knife instead of the razor.
Mm.
So you get that nice triangular chunk of meat instead of that thin. That's always overly crispy when they use the razor. Oh, we lost
They
Owen
went
now.
there. I guess they cut it enough that it, you didn't.
We
it
lost
wasn't
the
crispy
first
at
half
the
of that set.
end. I'm just saying that when I went to those, the crispy part had already been cut off, and so now you had the nice juicy inside. But don't get me wrong.
No, I think the razors, I find they cut it too thin that it's just like it dries faster. Like it doesn't retain the juice.
You know what it is they're not using the fatty meats. A lot of times they'll put the fatty meats and then that fat's dripping down on it.
Yeah, well, the guys at this place they use the knife still, so you get that depth. That's nice. Which the only real difference between a shawarma and gyro is gyros sometimes have ham, like pork products. Obviously, the Turks are Muslims, so they don't like that. And the toppings, right? Right, like instead of the pickled things that the Turks would use, you get like just raw onion, raw tomato, and tzatziki. Obviously, you get tzatziki on.
What is that?
It's a yogurt sauce.
Yeah, that feels like it should be a cheese.
So what? I didn't really like the tzatziki sauce myself, but
you got to get it thick, man. If you've
no, I don't like the tzatziki sauce myself. Period.
Okay,
it's not a texture thing; it's a flavor thing. I say this is something that grew up with Greek family all around. But now when we were in Germany, and like I said, is they would get the the electric knife and go and fall off, and they put it in the pita, and they'd add their vegetables or whatever else are there, and like boom, here you go.
Yeah,
fresh street food. Why in the world they don't have more of it around here? I don't know.
The electric razor, the knife they use looks like a like a giant Bic razor with a motor attached.
No, this was the actual, like you said, knife.
No, the ones they have now look like. But no, the guy at our place, it's not electric. It's just a knife.
Well, yeah, but I'm saying, but the one I had was just a normal, electric knife, and there's
like they used to have for turkeys and stuff. Yeah. But that was what, the 80s, the 90s.
Yeah, we had a place called Mad Greek. It was a chain, I guess.
Yeah,
and
so
it was pretty popular.
They would have had gyros on a pita.
And we just never went there. I mean, they also had a White Castle, if you know what that is. Why would you go there instead? Because my old man was from Chicago, and
the steamed burger is good.
Yeah, they're okay. I got, as a matter of fact, a frozen version of those was available. I don't know if it still is. And that was Jackie's first hamburger. And it was like a big day for me. I had to take pictures because, he was like a year old. And I'm like, yes, he's eating burgers. Yes, my boy,
Oh.
My
son makes hamburgers this thick. And
yeah, the boys here, they don't Jackie and Alex, they like a double burger, but they don't like the thicker ones. I get like the 3rd pound patties of, like really good hamburger, and they're like, nah, just make me a double. I'm like, technically it's more meat, but they want cheese and stuff in between, and I'm like,
yeah.
Well, no. So for my son, they're usually 1/2 pound burgers each, and what he does is, because until recently when I just got the share of a cow, which is what I'm going through now, is they come in a tube, where they just put all the ground beef and they do it, and
it's stapled on the other end.
Yep, and then all he does is he cuts off a slice that's about this thick, and then he just puts it in there, and then sometimes I'll like, son, you can put cheese on it, you can put the egg on top of it. And then we'll get him like a nice bread, and he'll squish it in there, and he'll take that over to like camp. Like, oh, okay, have whatever you want. You know, a lot of
So
times.
how's your boy doing?
Well, my son, well, apparently his mom keeps complaining about him because he just doesn't put me as like number one. Personally, he's fine. He's a good boy.
He
You know.
he doesn't put her as number one. Oh, that's some obsessive behavior right there.
Oh, I know. Yeah, by her, you know.
Well, any
Yeah,
woman. Let's be honest.
I've
offense,
I've
but
known a few that aren't like that.
right, same here.
Or,
But they're the exception, not the rule. And lately, I mean, back, once upon a time, that wasn't always the case.
yeah.
But lately, it just seems like, I don't know. Maybe that's just me.
well,
Arrested
Stopping at the Mad
development.
Creek on the way to
some of it is.
Baker, on the way to.
Let's be honest. Is he's a boy. He has no problems working with me out in the fields for 6 hours. What he doesn't do is he doesn't operate independently. Hey, son, go do this. If I leave him alone, it won't get done. But if I'm next to him, it will. You know, it's that kind of thing.
Mhm.
Yeah, Jackie and Alex are pretty good about that stuff. But I kind of meant, like school's ending soon, and any plans for summer vacation, stuff like that.
Well, remember my son's homeschooled, so
Oh,
Mm.
yeah.
my plan is oh, no,
So he doesn't get summer vacation. That fucker has an extra 3 months of school.
no, he gets it every day. I don't care what it is. It's like, oh, okay, I'll give you Christmas
Hey Raymond,
off.
I sent you the link. You want to pop in? And
No, I was being like a hard ass, man.
No. I mean, I'll do it, but honestly, it only takes like 3 or 4 hours a day to do homeschool.
I know.
It just amazed me. It's like I could send my kid off to school for a huge number of hours. I could do it anyway. No, the plan with him is at some point probably send him off to his grandparents for a couple of weeks. Her father, my father. So
I was reading this autobiography by this guy I'm not going to name. You can guess. And he was talking about when he was in school, like the actual school system. When they were done their assigned work for the day, they could leave immediately. So if they got like the entire list of stuff written on the chalkboard at the morning done within the first half hour, well, guess what? They get to go do whatever now. So I think that's when your school is a place of education and not indoctrination or a daycare.
Well, you know what I thought was funny is I was
You can guess who I'm talking about.
when I went to Cambodia, the kids would walk 2 miles to school, no problems, with their parents. And then when school was out, they would just play for an hour or two outside the school, which is the way I used to grow up, which was, hey, you play outside. But now they want to have everything organized and super stratified. And who the hell cares? We used to have more fun. We were healthier. And, that's when we played D&D. Oh, we'll play it during lunch. We'll play it during recess.
Yeah.
We'll play
hey, Brian, you want the link?
Right.
I didn't want to, make you feel guilty for not being able to show up, but you want the link? I'll toss it in there. Here's a question for you, Justin.
What? Hey, Justin. Are you? I'm fine, Felix. I do not have either console. I haven't played a console game in 15 years. I think that's the last time I hooked up
He
my
wasn't even born yet.
my
Here's the-
PlayStation 2.
No. Here's the answer. Whichever one my friend has.
I've got a PlayStation. I've got 3 PlayStation 2s, a PlayStation 4, on Xbox original, a 360, and I think something else. A couple of old handhelds. I used to love the PSP. That was my favorite handheld, even though I went through all the Game Boys and stuff like that. Because I used to do a lot of traveling by bus and things and train and stuff. So I had lots of time to do nothing. And this was before cell phones and stuff like that, or before I had I had a cell phone, but before it were smartphones. And so I would, have lots of time to just, there we go. That's kind of
before
4 times.
Before events took me out of doing van work, I used to have the paperback. Just
Okay,
coming through.
Brian, I let you in. There we go. Okay.
Yeah.
Infamous
You
tech-
Just Brian, keep it PG.
PG today?
We got people under the age of 20 in the audience.
There you go.
Oh, he's out.
Did you remember when PG used to mean that it actually
Hell
required
yeah,
parental
PG.
guidance?
Oh, is that
Yeah.
me? Do I not? Hold on.
You know, when PG films had nudity in them.
Yeah.
Shit, PG-13 was Red Dawn, man.
Well, yeah, but that was after they figured out that we need to have.
Bye, now.
Hey, what was Barbarella rated as?
I think the first PG-13 movie was Red Dawn.
No, but I'm saying, but what was Barbarella? What was its rating when it came out?
Now there were two versions of it, right? So there was the PG one that had all the fun stuff edited out of it.
I think originally when it
No, it was edited. A lot of people are argue on that, but yeah, the edited one was the PG one, but that was the one that played in theaters.
right, yeah.
Which movie?
Barbarella.
Oh God! You know, I cannot watch that movie. It's so shit. It's just, excuse me, it's shoot.
Shoot.
It's just
Now
poopy.
there is a remake of it available.
What? A remake?
There's a remake, and it was done properly with the rating system you like that has 3 consecutive symbols.
Dude, her and don't get me wrong, Fonda's hot as hell, dude. She could not save that fucking turkey.
Yeah.
It was just crap.
It was the art direction and
Hey, it set the
was
groundwork
similar.
for Flash Gordon.
Oh man, Flash Gordon is so much better in every way.
I know, but it's also 12 years later. If you actually look at the backgrounds and stuff, they used all the special effects that they used in Barbarella for that one.
No.
Sorry to hear that, Felix. That sucks.
There was that one. Then there was what was the other one that was out there? There was and then Sheena was another one. Clash of the Titans was another one. You know, they
I'm actually looking forward to seeing Sheena with Tanya Roberts.
Oh God, why?
Really? Why?
Oh, that sucks, Felix.
Just to see, I saw some clips from it, and I'd like to see, what she was like in her heyday. And
You mean
Who?
Beastmaster?
Tanya Roberts?
She was also in that '70s show as the wife next door.
Yeah, but that was like 20 years later.
Oh, I know. But
Yeah,
it was
it's
weird
here.
because I was watching the '70s show and I recognize her, but from what? And then
Yeah, she was in a bunch of stuff.
But I have a thing for those kind of stories like Tarzan and Kazar, and Sheena, of course, falls into that category. It's just I've always had a
I'll shoot you a couple links to some interesting Tarzan movies that you can watch by yourself.
yeah. God, of course,
Pretty good.
Yeah. Definitely, if you watch that remake of Barbarella, watch that by yourself too.
Well, I was reading Kazar just a couple of months ago, and I'm like, holy crap, this guy's a bastard. He's sleeping around with everything,
Dude,
including
he's a
like
caveman.
non-humans.
That's okay.
Well, he wasn't really a caveman. He was like a New York socialite. He decided to go slumming in, Africa and ended up in the savage land.
Well, it's like if you go to Bangkok and you're from New York City, you don't act like a New Yorker in Bangkok.
I wouldn't know, but I'll take your word.
No, but if you go to Bangkok for that reason, I think you should probably get shot when you come back.
I saw somewhere where when I went over to Cambodia, which is very similar to Thailand, I think they said 15%.
Yeah, Cambodia is another one of those places you should probably get shot when you come back.
It was like 15% of all women had AIDS, is what they estimated it to be. It was like, holy hell!
Wow,
Yeah,
that is terrifying. That's crazy.
That's a pretty high number.
Oh, I know. That's my whole point. Is you start going over. It's like, well,
Hey, Felix, just remember, they're your parents, but they're also people with their own flaws and you know
Yeah. You know what? Is
remember,
you can be traumatized. Get over it. Just improve yourself. And don't think that all relationships are like that. That's all
Man,
I can say.
we've all been through that, dude. You just gotta learn to roll the punches and keep moving forward, dude. Because if you live in the past, you'll never get out of it.
Bye, Felix. This guy's creeping
I've been
me
cheated
out.
on.
I,
Just
I
like,
hope this isn't
alright,
the guy that showed up to my door
whatever.
when he was 8.
See ya.
take
You know
care,
what?
guys, or take care, Felix. Good luck.
Yeah, bye.
Stay in school. Don't do drugs.
Don't do drugs.
Also, don't do Pokemon. That's probably a drug too.
It's
Don't
like,
play
oh
Games
shit, I
Workshop.
almost got out scot
Uh,
free. No
Don't,
Pokemon.
don't do porn. So you want to end up like Shadow or
Hey,
Brian.
screw you.
I'm so proud of myself on that
Of
one.
all the things I'm guilty of, trust me.
It's the last.
I'm probably
Way
more
down
guilty
on the
of that
list,
than
guys.
you.
Trust me. Coming from the guys who are telling me, which porn are the ones I should check out.
I'd say you should check out any porn.
That's a good
I
one
did.
right there.
I
The
most
other
certainly did, referring to that Barbarella
it's
remake.
perfectly lined up. Owen and I are on this side, and the freaking weirdos are on this side.
Your
We're not
camera's
weird. It's just
mirrored, bro.
we're libertine in certain things.
You're not weird. You taking? Are you?
Oh, I'm definitely weird, but
Okay,
I mean,
see,
yeah,
Hey,
totally.
hey, Brian! I free radically found your website the other this morning on
Oh, yeah?
Pinterest.
Which one? Oh, the Pinterest site.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, well, not the Pinterest site, but I was on Pinterest and it led me to your website.
Very cool. My weirdworldwar2.com.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's lots of fun
Awesome.
stuff on that one.
So you got some what's it, SEO or whatever going on there for you? The social media reach.
Oh yeah, man. I'm all over the net, dude.
Hey,
I try,
Yeah.
hey,
You
Brian,
think it?
when are they supposed to be having the Wargamer convention down here?
November.
Okay, I just haven't seen it anywhere. That's what gets me. So
Yeah.
that's why.
It's the first weekend of November. Like it's Veterans Day or whatever that is.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Now I have a serious question for Shadow. We all love our friend Raven out there, right? But do you think it was really smart giving her a wrench? She
Yeah.
might
what can she do with it?
well, she might accidentally delete your computer from existence. You know, she's gonna hit like the right combination of buttons, and your computer's just gonna
Oh,
suck
you know
into
what?
a
I'm more worried
vortex.
that cats will do that.
Yeah,
So,
well,
we
yeah,
take-
probably. I'm just saying.
Nah, Raven's cool. Raven's cool.
I'm just thinking of the old thing is, if you have an infinite number of monkeys at a typewriter typing an infinite number of
welcome
words,
to
you
the
might get
show. I like
Shakespeare.
your peanuts. That's just weird.
Hell yeah!
You are
I like the
definitely
penis
not
song,
getting the
man.
link, sir. Or
Yeah,
madam.
yeah. That's too.
But
That's
you can
awesome.
send me your picture if you're female and over 18.
So Brian, what's new, man? We haven't seen you in a minute, and
Working, man.
yeah,
That's all I do.
Have
I'm
you
actually off.
you making good money?
Yeah, I am actually.
Have you stolen
awesome to
anyone's
hear.
French fries yet?
Fuck, man. I've had a couple canceled orders, but what I usually do is I just drive down to downtown and give it to the homeless guys.
That's nice of you.
Hey, what's up, Bill? This one's for you.
Yeah.
Could you please tell me whether there are tentacles going into the gun barrel?
The gun barrel.
You guys are
Anything
hysterical.
goes in Weird World War II, folks. Anything.
Especially boobs.
And boobs is a bonus.
Then you will. I don't know. Do you know the folks over at Red Room, Brian?
Red Room. No, I don't think so.
The Wretched RPG.
No, I don't think so.
No, you should check them out. I think you will get along with them famously. Um,
They're definitely pushing. Well, what gets me about it was the whole we don't like AI art. And I'm like, the only reason you guys don't like AI art is because it prevents other people from getting into the space.
What's AIR?
Art,
Oh,
artificial intelligence. The
oh,
stuff
oh,
like vision,
AI.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
who said they don't like AI art?
Like
drive-through
everyone?
RPG.
Oh yeah, drive-through RPG can suck it.
Well, drive-through
Yeah.
I don't
RPG
know.
is the one that
I mean,
removed that they
that
removed them from their site. That was
That
that's bullshit.
that wasn't why they removed them though.
well, I know it
No.
was because of man.
It was
was
because of
man.
man. It was
Yeah,
because of man.
I'm getting a copy of that from Lulu.
We should play that. We should play
Yes,
that.
absolutely. We should. What do you call it?
It's a
I am
satire
from-
if you even go through it. I'm like,
Doesn't
why?
matter. We need to play it. We need to play it on YouTube.
No. My point being is that these I don't want to call them these
You can be
these
the female
prudes,
woman now.
these prudes.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Justin. Your character just won't measure up. Anyway,
Hey,
They call me
It's not the
tripod.
size. It's how you use
They call me tripod, mister.
it.
You know, I've gone.
And
on
I've got
drive-through.
2 short legs.
I've gone on drive-through, and I kid you not, more than 100 books I have looked for on drive-through, PDF only.
well, yeah.
I then hold on. Then I would just go over to Google, free PDF of the same thing, and there it is. Why am I going to pay for a PDF when people are just throwing them out there, even if it's a temporary thing, or
because that's called piracy. To be fair on that, I mean it's
Yes.
an intellectual stuff. I mean, to be fair on that, but I agree with you. Is why don't they just allow any print on demand? It seems like it would be much more effective. But you know what? You'd have to talk to Bear. There's something going on in the background to get a print on demand that you have to authorize and a few other things. So I don't know.
And you know what? I haven't had any problem with
Well,
Lulu.
I do print on demand, and Amazon just wants you to follow their fucking checklist, right? You just follow the
What's up,
checklist,
nerdy?
and it's very easy. The hardest
Love you,
thing,
Brian.
the hardest thing I did with Amazon was hooking my damn credit card up to my bank card up to the thing, so they could send me money. And the first time I got a sale on that, they sent me a penny to make sure it was set up properly, so they could yell at me if it wasn't.
Hey,
Yeah.
the link is up there, Bill and Nerdy, if you want to join in. Just leave a spot for Raven. I don't know where she is. She should have been here hours ago.
Yeah,
but yeah,
hours ago, like 3 hours ago.
I want the print option. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I've bought from drive-through and been really happy with their books. I've heard there's better. Okay, well, cool. But
I'm saying this, but you're going to have to look at the creators or whoever does it if they allow it, because they're all over the place. But the other point being is it depends on how thick the book is, to be fair.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys. We're all
Hey,
full
you're back
now.
from Publix?
We didn't go. She needed me for something else.
Oh, okay.
Oh, nice.
James, man, I tell you, James, every time I turn on the computer, you're there. Every freaking day, every time.
That's how you
Well,
do
I
it.
think I would consider myself lucky if I were you.
I'm just saying, man.
Wait,
You're not imprisoned or anything. Do we need to make an intervention and get you out of there?
Make several blinking eyes. You can make a couple of hand signs.
Give us a code.
You Central Florida area, and are you willing to come pick me up? We can go out to dinner or something, hang out.
Okay, let's see, guys. You okay? Once for
There he
yes,
is.
twice for no.
I'm 100% okay. She just needed some help with something.
That's cool.
Yeah, I like the way you put that. I like the way that we put that.
That's all there is to it.
I know. No, we're
Nothing
I mean,
like the old
imagine what
afternoon
you want.
delight. Gotcha. Say no more.
no. What are you drinking there? Is that a type of lemonade or?
No, it's a 0 sugar Monster energy drink.
Oh, okay.
I have never had any of those energy drinks ever.
Well,
I used to do a Red Bull every once in a while, and
Not interested in it.
it's like a requirement to live in Florida. You got to drink Monster energy drinks and randomly punch people.
Oh well, you know what? That was true of being overseas too.
And smoke
that sounds
bath
like my kind of
salts.
town.
Smoke bats.
Nerdy,
Give LSD to
normally
alligators.
nerdy, there isn't a topic. It's this. This is what you get. We're painting minis. We're brushing our mustache. We're shooting the shit. But like I said, and I'm glad you showed up, James, because we're going to be doing the book club every other Thursday. But James, I do hereby challenge you to a music challenge, whatever you want to call it. Pick a CD, an album, listen to it, and then talk about it on your show, my show, whatever you want to do.
Well, you know what I'm going to pick right off the bat, right?
That's fine. I want to
The
know.
Chipmunks. That's what
No,
you
Stilly
know.
Dan.
It's going to be
again. Or maybe Stilly Dan, My Old School. Badasatsa. You know who I'm talking about? Yeah, it'll be Stilly.
That's Can't Buy a Thrill or
it's Can't Buy a Thrill.
Okay.
KMFDM's World War III is a good album. Solid album all across the board.
I want to know what you guys listened to when you were playing D&D, when you were kids, and
Dio, fucking Dio, all the time.
I had Number of the Beast on cassette. I played that shit until the cassette broke.
Yep.
I mean,
Dio and Dio's Sabbath, man. That was.
Oh, there's Raven.
Had to be.
Yeah.
Oh, holy crap! She took that. No, that's I Like Your Peanuts. I Like Your Peanuts. Sorry, clever name, but until I know you better, it's not going to happen. If you've got a YouTube channel or something like that, throw the link in the chat. But we've had too much trouble with folks who we don't know coming in and saying we got to vet our folks out there.
You're way too apologetic.
Let's just say
you've had people come into your chat and jerk off.
Exactly.
Let's just say there's a reason why we call Shadow a porn producer. Of gay porn only.
He just wouldn't listen.
I suppose you could call it that. I didn't produce it.
Shush! It's the joke.
But yeah.
Oh, he says, "Oh no, I don't do that anymore. I'm good." Well, I love the fact that he can take a joke. That goes a long way.
Yeah.
Okay, see, that's how you do it. Keep coming back to the show. Show us some stuff where we can get to know you, that kind of thing, and you'll probably fit in as well as anybody. But that being said,
I stream like 6 hours a day every day. So
I know. How do you not get that? And I do. I mean, 3 weeks in a row, I had people.
Nah, this is not true. We only ever saw it once. So I only believe the first.
Because Shadow, you're doing this in the evening, whereas James does it normally in the middle of the day most of the time.
Oh, so the jerk offs are all tired out.
Better looking.
They're saying they're still sleeping. They don't wake up till now.
Shadow, look at me, and then look at you. If you were the kind of guy that wanted to jerk off to a guy, who would you pick? I mean, obviously you. You're way more handsome.
Yeah, I could see. I could see Shadow being a little more refined, a little more,
Yeah, this guy looks like
soft,
some kind of cowboy or something, And I look like some rough, grognardy bastard just hanging out in a room. I mean, there's nothing sexy going on over here.
I just can't picture me jerking off in front of a mirror. That's all I'm saying.
We didn't say that you did. We're just saying that they found you sexy.
No, I'm saying the weirdos who do that are much likely to be attracted to you than me.
Yeah, I've been even on.
Oh no, James. James, you got the attitude. You're confident and you're opinionated, and you can get the juices rolling that way.
The whole back of the wall is religious icons. I think that might.
It's all right.
Lightning stream come down and strike them, and what if they on James' channel? That's what's going to happen.
Shadow's in California, so just the fact that he lives in California means there is a chance. Like that's a roll of the die.
There's no chance.
Hey, wasn't that true of Central Florida also around Orlando?
I lived in the Keys for like 3 months, dude, and it's crazy down there. Crazy. I lived in Shark Key on the beach.
Oh yeah, you see some wild ass shit there, but it's fun. It's fun.
There's I saw so many like concept cars down there. I guess there's super rich people down there with their car collections and shit. They're going down. What is it, Highway 1 right there?
Yeah.
On the coast.
A1A Beachfront Avenue.
Yep. That was
I
fun.
do give off daddy vibes. Well, I did raise 2 young ladies. So, and now I help occasionally raise a granddaughter. So, and the one daughter I haven't seen in a while sent me her address and said if I want to come over, I can come over and see all my other grandchildren, which is like 4 of them.
That's got to be awesome, dude. I can't wait till that day.
I'm excited. I've got a 10-year-old grandson, and he looks just like I did when I was that age. So I'm excited.
You mean starving and emaciated? No,
Jack is a Catholic. No. He's gonna have like 50 fucking kids, dude.
Well, somebody needs to.
Yeah, exactly. You know what? Here's the problem. Everyone's marrying too late. If I could have had 12 kids, I would have loved it.
Yeah,
yeah, but not for the reasons why normal people like large families. You just want the labor force.
Why do you think people had 12 kids?
Large families, Justin. When you lived on a farm, you wanted 10 kids because you needed somebody to slop the hogs, help you pick the frickin' string beans, shuck the corn, milk the cow.
Both my grandparents had like at least a half dozen kids each.
Yeah, same.
Okay, so my great grandparents had 17 children together.
Holy shit!
That beats me.
Whoa,
dude, Mel's mom.
That's not a woman. That's a factory.
Mel's mom comes from a family of 17.
Damn,
I bet
Mel's grandma.
I'll kick out Nerdy in a little while. What's up, Nerdy?
Well,
they live down in they live down in the valley, doing cotton. And that they did. The kids went out to the fields and worked cotton.
Well, you know what? My great grandparents, that was on the plantation in Hawaii. So, it was that's why I go up like, oh, okay. But yeah, it was that's why I have to laugh when people talking about this. My grandmother used to go beat up other kids for sugar. And so she always like, you will have some candy because I don't want you beating up other children. And she was a big Samoan woman.
That's true, Nerdy.
Hawaiian woman.
You have enough kids. So
she was a big Hawaiian woman. It was, even when she had her stroke, she was still picking up full, like 12-inch cast iron skillets in one hand, with food in them.
I remember one time.
The chat.
This is the story.
Shadow.
Oh yeah.
You wanted to have 10 kids. One of them was bound to make it. Well, yeah. That happened with the grandma I'm getting ready to tell the story about. She lost a couple. But anyway. The Kentucky State Health Department sent someone to my grandma to try and teach her about child or
birth control,
condoms and shit like that. And my grandma told that woman, and I know this from my mother, that she loves every single one of her kids and to get the F off my phone.
Exactly.
And that was just how she was. And you know what? She died a happy woman surrounded by 150 people.
Exactly.
All potato-headed mix, just like she was. That's the mix side of the family. She had 11 kids, but 2 died because her and her husband's blood types were So
that's kind of like I got fixed because I have the Friedrich's ataxia mutation. I have the dormant. And that's what my son has, is Friedrich's ataxia. Me and my ex-wife, no known genetic cursors in the past and family, but we just, when you get 2 with that gene, it can go off to the offspring. My son was afflicted with it, and I'm like, I'm not going to pass that anymore, so I got fixed. 2. So
that makes sense. I mean, I've got an autistic nephew and love him to death, but it's weird when it happens because you're just like, where'd that come from?
I mean, the genetic testing is the last thing they do. If there's anything wrong with first it's like failure to thrive as a kid, and then they go through all, maybe you got this, maybe you got that, and then the last thing, because it's so expensive, is genetic testing.
Well, it's gotten cheaper. Genetic testing's gotten a lot cheaper too.
Well, yeah, but this was back in.
Oh, I know. That was 15, what was that, 16, 17 years ago? Yeah, absolutely. I'm not saying, but I mean, just nowadays, it's just.
I wanted to have Nerdy Ogre. I I always tell my current wife, if I'd met her when I was young, we'd have at least 6 kids. I would have kept her pregnant like most of her life.
Just get a surrogate and have some
Like
kids.
it or not, I would have just been knocking them out. There would have been a bunch of little half Danes running around, building long ships, raiding other towns. I mean, it'd been crazy, man. But unfortunately, that just wasn't. I mean, not for lack of trying, not trying to be too open, but it's not like I ever used protection or anything. It's just sometimes shit works, sometimes it don't, you know?
Yeah, sometimes maybe it's the universe saying, you know.
Well,
you
you know
gotta be
how much
responsible,
time
man,
used
you
to
know?
cost back in the 80s?
Well, you know what? The whole thing is everyone, if you listen to modern day, but look at all things you could have had if you had money. And all I'm thinking about is, okay, fine, I have money. It doesn't make me any happier at a certain point. Yeah, I'd much rather have kids.
Well, you guys missed the joke when I asked how much condoms cost in the 80s.
Oh,
I don't know. I never used them.
Yeah, I don't think
I'm
I
making
wouldn't have
shadows
a sex in
seem
the
very
80s.
sexy.
I was a little young in the 80s. I was a late
Were you?
bloomer.
I
Surprisingly.
too was a little young in the 80s.
I was in the Army in 89.
I graduated high school in 91.
Oh, geez, bro.
I'm only 50. I turned 51 this year.
I was
yeah.
6.
See,
in
Brian and I are
91.
almost the exact same age.
Yeah, you guys are
And you
not
live like
young,
minutes
men, but
apart.
you're still in your prime.
Mm.
Justin's a baby.
Yeah, Justin is.
Justin.
Oh, thanks.
Yes,
Peanut.
I am.
I mean, if you look at like most of us, we're all within about 6 years of each other. You know, with
Peanut
Scott
like
being the older.
WW2.
Yeah.
I mean,
That's
even
my-
if you look at Legion of Myth is
One of my favorite
month younger than I
adult
am.
movies.
Mark is a month older than I think.
What
he's
is it?
months older than I am.
Love Bites. Tracy
By
Morgan.
Death Leopard?
No, that's Judas Priest.
No, it's not.
No, he's saying that poster. I
poster.
can
Oh.
just barely see a
Because
chick
Priest
in a
Priest
white
has a song
coat or something.
Defenders
Yeah,
of the
that's
Faith.
Tracy Lords.
Oh,
Actually,
whole
met
Yeah.
You
her.
know what? When you guys are talking
As a
about
kid.
what
Tracy
music did you
Lords,
used to listen to?
Was she
while
15
you're
in
playing
that poster?
games?
No.
that's why they
Actually,
call her
you
the
know what I
Holy
used to
Grail,
listen to?
because you
I
can't
used to
find
listen to
anything with
classical
her in it.
music.
I did too.
Because she was
I
like,
didn't know when to
I
listen
listen
to
to
classical
during
here
games.
and there.
This heavy metal crap that doesn't fit in with swords and stuff.
you have obviously never heard of a band called Iron Maiden.
Actually, if you actually look at my playlist and the stuff, I have a lot of heavy metal stuff.
Because
But-
like half of Iron Maiden shit is about swords and dragons and Alexander the Great and freaking
yes,
all kinds
but
of
it's not
history
period.
stuff.
I've
Yeah.
been in a rat fix lately.
Oh, round and round, man.
Fucking
Yeah,
love
I
rat, dude.
saw a rat open for ACDC. They weren't bad.
You know
Yeah.
what though? I like
Cool.
Danheim.
George
Dio
says
is
Dio. Yep, Dio is a must.
Yep.
Holy diver.
I like Rainbow in the Dark. I mean,
I like
I like
Man
Last
on
in
the
Line.
Mountain.
That's a good one.
Hey, you know what I do is I need to go through, but every couple years I go through all of the top 100s and try picking out what I like. I'm like, all right, for the different like alternative and heavy metal stuff. But yeah, Gregorian chants. There's another one. Oh, come on. Do you remember Bard's?
Oh yeah, I remember when that hit in the 90s, dude. The
You talking
ladies.
about Enigma?
Oh,
You talking about Enigma when they
Yeah.
did that?
Yeah.
Yeah, Enigma. That's it.
Yeah.
But my
And it's
go-to for the ladies was Duncan Sheik. Oh my God, the
Oh my
women
goodness,
just
I am
couldn't handle.
barely breathing, but
Duncan
I can't
Sheik.
feel the air. And all
Okay.
that shit.
Okay, for sci-fi week, I go for Flash Gordon.
Well,
By
I mean, Queen.
Flash.
Ah.
Savior of the universe. Down, down.
Stand for every one of us.
Yeah.
Every man, every woman, every child, every life. I can't get that high.
That's
No,
not really a
no one
score
can
there.
do Freddie Mercury.
Dude,
Well,
Well,
actually, there was
first
like
you need to
one
do
dude
is put
who
an
was
elastic
really
around your
close.
testicles.
But that dude's range was
dude, he
Well,
was a
it was that one.
It was a real soprano.
and Highlander. Those were the two that were.
Oh,
oh yeah.
Highlander.
I never liked the show, so I never.
Well,
the
the,
movie
movie
Highlander
like, but
with,
everybody loved.
was
Now, Shadow just told us why he makes the types of movies he makes. He doesn't like Highlander.
Well, I don't know though, Justin. I don't mean to be meaner to you than usual, but Bear told me you had a new nickname,
Oh,
Nap time.
Do tell.
and
Do
I don't
tell.
want to. I don't want to say it, but it has something to do with a dinosaur.
I don't know what the fuck you're talking
You're
about.
talking about Brady?
Brad knows.
You mean Pega?
Oh,
Yeah, the
Pegasaurus.
Pegasaurus.
Pegasaur ass.
I
Hey,
don't
you
know.
know.
I invited Bear onto the show, but he's hanging out with Table Breakers, running a superhero game. So
Well, good for
you-
him.
Yeah,
when
especially.
when you're done here, go check it out, or maybe that's where you went.
He's
Hey,
got
Okay.
a
when does his
guy
Kickstarter
in
end? Does it end in another month or so? Or his back?
Yeah,
Yeah,
it does.
like 40 days or something like that.
Okay, so we're talking about Bear, right? Bear's a cool motherfucker, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I need to know what fucking movies and TV shit that he's been in.
Battlefield Earth.
He was
Yeah.
in Battlefield Earth.
Yeah.
He was in The Punisher.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
was fat.
Which
alien.
one?
The middle one. The one.
Wait,
the one with-
which
the
year
one
is what
with
they're asking
Jane.
for?
See,
Apparently
I don't
he was
know his real
Lundgren
name.
or-
I never
No,
asked
the one
James
after
real
that.
name, so I can't IMDb him.
Euphoria.
Man, I want to see him in action, dude.
Right. He said he was making good money. He just his heart, I guess, wasn't in it or something. So that's why he
Yeah.
left.
Well, he's much heavier too.
Yeah, a lot heavier.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I have a feeling that was more of a
So they
side
kept
thing rather than
casting
being.
him as like the fat white guy.
Yeah.
So he
Could be,
felt
you know,
limited by that.
Like so many, like Will
Uh,
Sasso. When he lost all his weight, people didn't want him around anymore, which is like,
No, he lost his weight after leaving the.
Who?
things.
Shadow, I have something to show you, and I'm willing to hook you up. Actually, if you want, we can talk about out after show.
hold on, let me blow this
Is
up.
that like a
Blow it up
brain
and look at the
holding a
head.
baby? Oh, an eagle.
Okay,
The
I
double
need to-
eagles. Yeah.
No,
Do you recognize the head?
it's
yes.
Trump.
Is that Trump?
That's Trump.
I've seen Trump and I've seen Obama. I've seen
you've seen fire,
Biden.
you've seen rain. Yeah, we've heard it
I've seen-
before.
Oh, man, that's pretty funny.
Well, I've got my what's his name? My Ryan Gosling Marine.
I found me a decent bust of Taylor Swift, so
Oh,
eventually I'll get
God.
around to.
Well, you know,
You
I
mean
found
the Sisters
you-
of Silence?
I'm
So
glad you,
we don't
I'm
have to
glad
listen
you
to her.
said that differently and not plus something else with
I
Taylor Swift.
saw a STL just the other day about the new custodio ladies, and yes, I'm all for the custodio ladies when they wear this kind of shit. Like, yeah, bring on the babes.
Well, you might as well print them because Games Workshop will never make the miniatures.
Yeah, they'll
They've already
be
said
out.
they're not going to.
Oh,
It was just a decision they made for frickin'
Amazon.
Amazon.
For black,
Well,
was that
but you know what?
Blackwater money?
Black
Yeah,
Rock.
they ain't gonna
BlackRock.
they ain't gonna spend thousands of dollars to
Amazon.
recut molds.
Well, you know what? I'm
Why-
going to say this much.
just tell
The whole thing that really comes down to is I don't care. They don't make the good games I used to enjoy as a child.
Right.
You
They
know,
don't
that's-
make Man of War.
They don't
Right.
make Battlefield Gothic.
They don't
Well,
make Battlefield Gothic.
I
They
want to
don't make
support-
Epic in a reasonable fashion. They don't make Space Hulk anymore.
Well, it's different.
They don't make
because now
40K
Epic
anymore.
supports Epic.
It's all
They
30K
still make
now.
Blood Bowl,
those
though,
bastards.
and let me
No,
tell
I
you,
mean,
Blood Bowl is still good.
you know, for
Oh,
me,
yeah.
I love Space Hulk. But I'm like, why aren't you putting out any expansions for Space Hulk? You know, that's what gets me.
I don't know. I think I do.
Your Discord?
Yeah, I've got Discord, which is better. It's just like it says, you know, Shadow and Sun. You can find us there.
Yeah, but Felix, just remember that you're gonna have to be vetted by his son to get on because you're underage.
Yep.
Yeah,
And here I
and his
am
son
hanging
is an
out with some of the inner
authoritarian
circle.
tyrant that
Yeah.
puts me to shame.
He's
Just in
I
case
watched-
you're wondering, in that eBay video I made where I was talking about, you guys are part of the inner circle.
I appreciate that. And
So
you know what?
before I
You don't
eBay
need to
anything,
send
I'll
us
let you
anything,
guys
but
know so that if you want it, you get first crack.
I appreciate that. I'll take a look.
Well, the
You know,
first thing I took pictures of was that unit of modern U.S. Marines.
Yep.
from Empress Miniatures. They're
Empress
beautiful.
Miniatures is fantastic.
They're beautiful miniatures. I'm never going to use them. I'm going to sell them for less than $1 a piece.
Oh wow!
Dude, I need some Spanish Civil War stuff. If you guys,
some Toseros. Oh no, Spanish Civil War. Yeah, Carlos.
Hey, Brian.
Republicans and freaking
Republicans and nationalists or whatever they are.
Our friend Grim,
I'm 100% a
and these are
Francisco
metal.
Franco guy.
Are they metal?
Oh wow!
What scale are they?
28, I believe.
You know what? I still miss the 172s.
If it's
Yeah.
War
Yeah.
Games Atlantic,
Our friend
it's
Grim
gonna be
sent these to
28.
Jackie for his birthday, I think, last year.
Oh, that's nice.
And
I drew a
he's always
picture,
sending us
Justin.
cool
It's
stuff.
really good.
Grim to see,
Right.
not the other Grim. I
As
said the
a
other Grim.
child, I used to get so many of those. I can't remember what they were, but they were the
Air
little
Fix?
25. No, they were the 25. They were basically the 1 in 72 soldiers.
Yeah,
that
I
they
mean,
had everywhere.
Ertl made them, Testers made them,
Larry.
And they were pretty detailed. It
I don't
was
know,
really
bro.
cool watching them have I forgot
It
which
was
brand
nice
was.
because it was like $11 for a box, and you got like 70 figures in it.
I remember the Airfix were like $1.70 a box.
Yeah,
And you got,
that's what I'm thinking. There were 50 soldiers in there, and I love the fact that they'd have the mortar crews and the bazookas and
But they
whatever
were
they
that
would have. in
crappy
them.
rubbery plastic that I hated.
Yeah, it was a rubbery glass.
Yeah,
Oh,
If you
just
primer
make
it,
that paint right
it'll be
off.
okay.
Yep,
Yeah.
you just look at them and the paint curls off.
Yeah, but you know what? As a child, we would put our whole armies out there and tear up the yard. I was like, all right, let's go, let's
Yep.
go.
I had
Even,
Marines on Iwo Jima. I had the Robin Hood set.
I had all the Mark stuff. I had like the Navarone playset.
Oh, those were
the
great. I
Battle-
had that
the
too.
Cowboy,
What was
the
it? Fort,
Viking, and
what was the fort? Was it Fort Apache?
Fort Apache. I had that.
Yeah, that was great.
even the newer Airfix stuff, they use like a white plastic, and it's like super soft. Man.
Yeah, it's kind of like the
probably the
Reaper
same,
white
Reaper
miniatures.
Crap.
no,
you know,
no,
Reaper Post.
it's like super soft. It's got no density to it whatsoever.
Well, when the history teachers at the local middle school tucked me under their wing and taught me to war game when I was younger, we used Italy for our Civil War game. We played
when the
by
history
Time
teachers
Web.
brought you under their wing and groomed you,
No,
that did
these
not
guys
sound
were
right,
We
man.
learned the Bautech Club and all that shit. Then I went away to the
Discord,
army,
brother,
and I came
Discord.
back, and we, started hanging out again. Now they're all dead, but
Do you guys remember when BattleTech first came out? Then they were going to cancel it, and there was like this big like drive, like all these people, like all the sign in to, like I think it was a Sci-Fi Channel or whatever, whoever was distributing it to bring it back to the States, and then they brought back the Macross.
I don't know what it is
happened
because the
Purple
original.
Pineapple or some shit threw a big fit about who owned the actual rights of certain mechs. And in the end, the judge cast just threw it out with prejudice because it turned out that no one actually really owned the rights to the mechs that they had been fighting over for like 15 years.
Harvest
Which one was
Gold. Harvest Gold.
Army
Harvest
Gold.
Gold was the one.
Army
yeah.
Gold.
And even after it was ruled in favor of
Army
FASA.
Gold.
Top now.
Well, Tops owns part of the production for like
Right.
the comics and media and stuff. They tried suing again, like because originally it was you could have those mechs, but you can't use those images for FASA. They had to change the artwork, so they did. That's why they were like the unseen, and then they changed the art to bring them back, and then they tried to sue on the new art, which like was totally original. It was like, and that's when the judge said what you said. There's like a whole like breakdown of it on SarnaNet.
Yeah, I read it. Yeah,
I'll be
you're
honest.
pretty much right, and it was a bunch of bullshit.
Oh, absolute bullshit! It was
harming
just a money
adults
grab.
pursuing to be a bunch of assholes.
Well,
they were
remember
just-
that the whole point of lawsuits is to generally bankrupt you before you even get to court. So that's a lot of times what they're trying to do. Because no one will actually. I heard something that got going through law school. He says no one actually wants to go to court.
Yeah,
So-
in the case of Harmony Gold, it's they needed something to put money on the books because they weren't producing anything. Because they've never really produced anything original. All they've ever done is bought other properties and edited it into.
Right. Well, they did that, and then they did buy the rights for that. The other one that they did do is they had the lawsuit for their the what we call what was the Sentinels, where they only made one, but they were complaining that the studio was taking the money that they were giving them. I was like, look, this is why at a certain point I just hate big corporations,
Yeah, well, it's like why it's impossible to get like Macross, the original series of Macross, and one of the other ones. I think the one about the Space Cowboys. In North America is because Harmony Gold sued the anime studio to prevent distribution, even though they were told they could do the distribution, they just refused to. They thought it would compete with what was that stupid show that they made called you got Robotech Robotech, and it's like it's a different story, bro.
Yeah, but if I remember correctly, it was, and this is what, again, I could be off on this, is Harmony Gold got the distribution rights to do it outside of Japan. And then Robotech did very well, and so then they were paying the studio that did it originally in Japan to make them their own series. And what they were doing is they were taking some of that money to make instead of doing their own stuff for Harmony Gold, they were doing it so they could do the side projects as well for the same animation. So they were double dipping, and that's where Harmony Gold got mad. They said, "Hey, we're giving you money to do our work, not just your own work." But
Well, the thing is, though, all the mechs that are considered unseen came from Dungrum Fang of the Sun anime.
Yeah,
They didn't come from Robotech or any of
that
that
was
shit.
the one.
But again,
and then no one actually knew who owned the rights to any of the freaking art from Dungrum.
No, it's not that they didn't know who owned. Well, yes, they didn't know who owned them, but that's because the artist had died and the company folded. The production company folded,
Right?
And they were sub licensing it to a bunch of different people. But you have the right to use is not the same thing as you own or nobody else can use.
Right.
And they were Harmony Gold was like fiddling with that when they.
Well, see,
the bad guy in this is always Harmony Gold.
Oh, well,
that's
see,
rule one. The bad guy is always Harmony Gold.
Well, here's what gets me is we should have never increased the length of the copyright. It should have been 14 or 20 years, and that's what it should have remained. This 95 years after death.
This work would have still been in copyright. It was literally the company folded.
No, I understand that, but I'm saying, but overall, the fact they have extended 95 years is ridiculous. If you actually look at what is it now they have what Blood and Honey with a poo, because the Disney lost the that, and then they have the other one, which is I forgot what it's called, but now they're doing the equivalent version with the Steamboat Willie, because that copyright's out as well.
Now I'm actually shorter on it than you are. I'm of the opinion that as long as the original property isn't in commercially available, right? Like, so for me, like Disney puts their movies in the vault. Yeah, it's my opinion that the second you put that movie in the vault, it's public domain.
Look, because I'm not originally. If you look at how Disney used to do it, would release each of their movies. The movie would only have a cycle of 7 years. So every 7 years they bring out the movie, and the reason is that the demographic they were aiming for aged out, and then they had a new demographic, and so they didn't want to do that. And then of course, with the video and stuff, but some of it. This is what for my copyright versions. Let's talk about the Conan stuff by Modipius or the Mutant Chronicles. They lost the license, so they can't even print it. At this point, and to be fair to them, is what are they going to do? You're going to sue on something that you can't make any money off of, so you can't even claim damages. And, that's about it. And I said, that to me is when it should become open domain. It's like, look, you lost a license, but, same thing with Merck. that all those old books.
I
by
was
Iron
getting
Crown.
ready to mention that shit. I was going when you start talking about copyrights and shit like that. I'm going to start talking about the Middle Earth role playing source books. That were some of the best role playing books ever made, and you can't get them. Or you
What is
can.
it?
They're on eBay, but they cost a couple $100 each.
Which
Yeah.
ones?
Middle Earth role
Role-playing
playing
by Iron Crown.
Oh yeah, you know what?
The
it was
original
one of
Iron
those-
Crown books, like the
I
Troll
had 'em all,
Claws and
and
all that.
I had no one who was interested in gaming with it, and I'm like, you know what? Off they go on eBay, and I regret it, like Cyberpunk and a few other things. Wish I would have never gotten rid of, but
You know what though is I look this way. I'm going to be a little bit different because I know you like having originals. I'm happy having the PDFs if I can print them out, and I don't care after that because at the end of the day, I care more about the information than whatever quality. It's like, oh, okay, if you let me, that's the only thing I look at.
Well, that's your opinion,
Well, it of course it's my
Yeah.
opinion, but I said that's why I said
and it's right for you.
I'm happy to have the information, but I don't have to have the original copies. And in some cases, I prefer the PDFs and the fact I don't have to destroy the original copies of whatever book it is. I'd rather keep that all sealed up in the corner, and then I can go flip through a PDF
But
if I
the
really want
problem
to look
is
at
they're
it.
not even allowed to sell freaking PDFs
Oh, I know.
of these things.
Mhm.
You can go on the high seas and find them, but the scans are always horrible.
Well,
Yeah.
some of them are getting pretty good, but I'll admit that. But I agree with you on that. Is at the end of the day, I don't feel any guilt for
Hex to
finding
hex,
anything
love
that
my
can
Nigerian
no longer be
nightmare jersey. Right on, bro. Right on.
if they can't be
Very rare
printed.
that
Hex is a
somebody
good guy.
recognizes that number 35 Christian Okoye Kansas City Chief jersey from '89. Because before Taylor Swift fucked up the Chiefs, I was a fan.
Taylor Swift did not fuck up
How
the
she
Chiefs.
fuck up the Chiefs?
She started going to their games and being involved in any way.
When baseball struck in the '90s, I was done. I was done with all professional sports players. I was like, fuck it. And I lived in Arlington, where the Rangers were, man. Where we just built this massive stadium, fucking all for these fucks. The poor lost all the affordable housing areas, were crushed for this damn stadium, and there was no rebates. There were no special days for the fucking citizens. And then they go on strike. I'm like, fuck you.
Don't you love it when they take tax money to build a stadium so that a few people who own a team can make billions of dollars?
Okay.
Exactly.
I'm going to say this much. I'm going to
That's
say this much
wonderful.
because I was talking to the mayor of Fort Worth in 2010, and we were discussing about
He's old too. Right on, brother.
about the about the Cowboy Stadium, and they were talking about Arlington. I said I would have never voted for that because it went to a vote for the bonds.
Yeah.
And they said specifically that they were ahead of paying the taxpayers back on those bonds. I was like, wow. And the other part that came into it is, I gotta give great credit.
Somebody's got a train running.
That's Brian.
Oh, that's mine. Yeah, that's me.
So but Jerry Jones kept that stadium going like 3 to 5 days a week. It didn't matter if there was music, concerts and all sorts of stuff. They had the AC/DC come in there. They had all sorts of things. So that stadium wasn't just used for one thing. They used it for all sorts of venues. And the same thing with the Minute Maid Stadium in Houston. It's used by the rodeos and by the Houston. What do they call them now? I can't remember.
The Steelers?
No, the Houston Texans.
I hear that train a coming.
I kept on hearing.
Now, I will tell you, I've been listening to Taylor Swift's new album that launched last week, and it is pretty good.
Hey, Justin, your Canadianism is showing, dude. Come on, who the fuck listens to Taylor Swift?
Hey. He also was listening to Celine Dion before this.
No, I never fucking listened to Celine Dion. Celine Dion is from Satan. You take that back, or you need to be exercised. Exercise. You need to exercise as well.
I hear that train, and I just start thinking Folsom Prison Blues.
Hey, Justin, we know what you did during Titanic. You just kept rewatching over and over, and so you could cry. It's like, oh, I got to watch Titanic again for the 45th time.
Oh, I remember being so pissed off because one of the very few times I watched the Grammys or whatever it was the music part, and it was Celine Dion.
It's pronounced
versus
Dijon.
Elliott Smith. and it was Elliott Smith singing Miss Misery with an acoustic guitar by himself on the stage. Amazing. And then Celine Dion, and it's all an opera and shit. And she starts singing "I Will Go On" or whatever. And then she won, and I was just like, "Yeah, f this." Never watched it again.
Why would I
Yeah.
ever watch the Academy Awards? It's like watching a bunch of stuck up high,
Always get
actors
the
just
answer
jerking
wrong.
each other off for movies that are crap in many cases.
They
But if you
always
don't know
pick
who
the
Elliott
worst
Smith is,
fucking
guys
film.
in the chat, look up Elliott Smith. Listen to his songs, "Miss Misery," "Angeles." I mean, they're all amazing. It's unfortunate that he killed himself, but
Yeah, I would kill myself too if I lost to Celine Dion.
I think it had more to do with he was a hardcore alcoholic and
That sounds
Well,
like excuses
That's
to
why he
me.
was drinking. He lost to Celine Dion. You know,
What
Again,
was
it's pronounced
the
Dijon.
what was the guy that redone that Leonard Cohen song?
Oh, probably wasn't a good song.
Hallelujah was the name of the song.
Oh, yeah, like I said, it wasn't a good song.
Well, this guy redid it really well, and then he killed himself. It was on an album called "My Girlfriend the Alcoholic."
Sounds like an album you'd buy.
Yeah, well, it was kind of gothy and whatever,
I don't buy
depressing.
things without bats on the cover.
That's right.
Or Taylor Swift.
Oh my God, there's probably bats in that belfry. Did you see that clip of her dancing in the White House? Looked like she was demonically possessed.
I could believe that.
she's
She
what,
looked
35,
like some kind of pale spider, like just
20?
jerking around in a hall.
Yeah,
He's like, this is not good.
that's my kind of freaky right there.
She probably don't even put out.
Probably why she's got so many boyfriends.
That's why Jake
I was about to say,
Gyllenhaal-
that's why she goes through boyfriends so quick. They ain't
Oh,
getting
well,
it.
well, no. She needs the material for her songs. Why she goes through boyfriends so fast.
That's right. She
Yeah.
tried to date Jake Gyllenhaal, and after they were dating a little bit, when he realized she didn't put out, he was like, "I'm out. Catch you later."
Mhm.
Come on, he needed that. He needed the beard with him for Jake Gyllenhaal.
Yep. I can believe that.
I am so offended right now. Oh my God.
What?
Why you gotta talk about Jake Gyllenhaal like that?
I don't know.
He
people
was
have to
only ever good in Donnie Darko. And that's
wait,
like,
wait a minute. I mean, everyone just knows him from Brokeback Mountain, and after that, I'm like, why the hell? No, I'm just.
Yeah. My wife, for the first time ever, watched Donnie Darko last night and then asked me a million questions, and I was just like, I don't understand it either.
I like Donnie Darko, but
It's
you know,
like I kind of do, but I'm not
don't
sure
watch
that I
the
do.
sequels.
I've
Okay.
heard, why did they even make a sequel? Certain things should never have sequels. you know?
Money.
How could there be a sequel?
Exactly.
I
It's
actually
about his sister.
wait a minute.
The
Here's
sequel's
my
his
question.
sister.
Why do you make a Donnie Darko 2, but you have never made a Spaceballs 2? That's all I want to know.
Well, at the end of the history of the world, they promised they were going to make Jews in
They
space,
made
but
one.
They never did.
They made a second one.
Yeah,
But
they did
they
because
haven't
Netflix.
shit.
They didn't make Jews in space. But I
Right.
do like their
Flying around protecting the
spaceships.
Hebrew race with their Star David shaped spaceships.
Yeah.
No, I haven't seen it. I've seen like the previews and all that shit, but it looks like shit.
Well, I heard Netflix offered him enough money. Says, okay, I'll make a part 2. You know, it's okay. This is you know,
When they have to cross the river and Moses parts the water and they think and then it turns out there's a dude with a knife up against his back. Give me your money.
You know what? I saw the. I liked watching a lot of that old stuff, and it amazes me on how offended people get. And I'm like, yes, well, it was just like Blazing Saddles. They said that was too offensive to make at the time, and it was the #1 movie I think of that year or something like that.
That was so fucking funny.
I never liked Blazing
Some now.
Saddles.
I didn't
Younger
like Blazing
generation
Saddles that
would be-
much, but to me, Spaceballs. I enjoyed the producers a lot more.
The producer.
Producers was good. But this new generation, this last one that's reached basically adulthood, kind of, they are basically worthless and weak human beings. They don't know what in the hell they're doing. They never fell off a bike and had their parent tell them to rub dirt on it and go frickin' keep playing, or they'll get something to cry about. You know, they don't know about shit. They're just not tough. They're not mentally or physically tough or able to deal with the world.
1 second, Bear. I see that you're in the back room, but Shadow's not here to let you in right now. So you're gonna have to
Just
hang
be
out.
patient, bro. We'll get
Oh
you
man,
in.
did
Hey,
he
there's GM
did he
Cody.
finish up his heroic
GM
game?
Yeah,
That's cool.
And
Sorry, guys. I'm
GM
on my
Cody.
way.
Yeah.
Finished
I know.
already, Shadow?
I know you got to get another scene in.
This guy
for
guilt skinned
the
is
deadline.
stopping my own live stream to come be on his live stream, and then he leaves the live stream.
Hey,
All right.
Hey.
Hey, how you doing there, Bear?
What's up, Bear? That was a short game.
Shadow.
well, they wrapped it up really well. Like I suggest you go watch it. And you also get to see Kai have a meltdown, freak out, and quit. So that's fun.
Oh,
too.
Really?
wait a minute.
Yeah,
Which
but that's
game
not
is
human
this?
spare.
Because he's done it a couple times.
Oh, is this a pattern? I don't know. He just started yelling
Yeah,
at me at one
yeah,
point,
that's-
and I
that's not
made it
human.
clear that I don't cotton to being yelled at, and that's not why I'm here. And so he went, well, I'm not
Yeah, he rage quit one of my sci-fi shadow chats
Who
because
is this?
a guy named Chimerian.
Siberian.
Because the discussion was about magic in space, and I used Marvel Comics as a reference point, and he's like, just blew up and gone.
Kai's very temperamental. I mean,
I
he's
won't take
very-
it personally then.
No,
Yeah, the funnest time
Yeah,
I've seen
no,
Rage
it's
quit
fun when
was
you think
when
it's-
Max joined a chat, and right off the bat, Max said, "Orcs are evil. They're always evil. I don't want to hear you bullshit." And Kai rage quit right then. Boom. He's just
All right.
Wait,
Pattern behavior.
Kai is
Why do you guys even
hilarious
play with that fucking guy then? He's gonna
He's-
bitch
Yeah.
out.
having a
Oh,
bad
now
Boom.
take
Oh, I
that.
didn't have it. Listen, this was something I was doing with Table Breakers. It was something that was arranged. Originally, it was supposed to be Kai, Bruce, Jade,
Connell.
and Connell.
Yeah.
Connell, Jade, Bruce, all.
well, I
can't
know
be there
Connell's
anymore.
been going through some shit.
Yeah,
Now
Connell's been going
what?
through some shit. Bruce's work schedule changed. Jade's work schedule changed. So it wound up being Kai, Baron G Rock, and TCG, and I convinced Cody to join in so we could have the fourth. And yeah, listen, despite a little bit of drama at the start, it went really fucking well, and they did something to resolve the situation that I didn't see coming, and I was blown away by how they did it. It was fucking awesome.
Awesome.
That's the way it should
I've
be.
got to watch it though, because why the fuck would Kai join a game about superheroes if he doesn't like them?
He's all over the place. He likes certain things, but a lot of his complaints are what he's looking.
Okay,
Well,
let's not turn this into a Kai bashing session.
no.
please.
Yeah,
I'm not. I'm just saying that he
Bear
works
as
something
usual,
like
trying to
70
be the
hours a
voice
week.
of reason.
He works 70 hours a week, and he's really stressed out. And
There you
so
go.
some.
That'll
And
do
then
it.
some.
Look, let's
And-
stop talking about Kai. We can always bash Canada.
Oh,
There you go. There you go. You can go ahead and bash us, and we'll hockey shirt the fuck out of you.
Hey,
Yeah.
well,
keep your sticks on the ice there, buddy boy.
Oh,
So Bear, you don't have to do this, but Brian was asking
Carve the
what
fucking
movies you
eye.
were in, and I'd like to say,
No,
what,
dude. Because I asked you once what movies were you in, but you're all like, well, I'm not going to tell you my
No, it's
name.
not
You have
that.
to
Okay,
figure it out
you know what?
myself.
You know what? Smart ass. I'm going to explain it to you, Brian. Right? Because your real name is Brian, right?
It is
Yeah.
Brian
Okay,
Cottrell,
Brian.
Texas.
whatever.
That's what my
Whatever.
real name is, guys.
Okay, I'll explain it real fucking simple. When I first started as an actor, I was in a comic book store here in Montreal with a friend of mine. Ran into me. We started talking to me about the show, and I said, "Oh, yeah, blah, blah, blah," and I answered his questions. And that was that. One of the girls who worked there was dating a friend of mine, and she said I had gone into the store and was bragging about this TV show I was on. So I learned right away in that moment. I learned the lesson, which is do not talk about it.
oh, okay.
Just don't. Right? Just don't. With the YouTube channel, I've tried my hardest to keep all my role-playing writing and all my YouTube stuff separate from my film career, because I do not want people to like what I'm doing here because they like some acting I did. I want them to like this for its own merits. So that's why I don't talk about it.
Fair.
2,000 subscribers, we're at a point where we can talk about it now. So like I've established myself. People know who I am. I'm okay to talk about it now. So if you want to know what movies I've been in a bunch, but the most famous one you will ever find me in for big name is Battlefield Earth. I'm in Battlefield Earth.
So
I'm
what
also
is
in Punisher Warzone.
what was your what
Warzone.
do you think is your best role? I mean, just
My best role was on a Canadian 2014, I think we shot it. A Canadian police procedural called Real Detective, which is where they take actual police detective stories and then reenact them. And the one I was in was about a serial killer, and I played the serial killer, Jonah Bar Joseph. And it's probably the best work I've ever done in my career, and I'm super proud of it.
Okay.
The most fun I've ever had was the 3 guest star episodes I did of Eureka. Those are the ones where I most had fun.
Eureka, the
I love that
sci-fi
show.
show.
Yeah.
I'm in 3 episodes of that. Yeah.
Felix, Shadow scatterbrain, so he can't send you his Discord link right now.
it's already in there. The Discord link is already.
It's
In
in
the
the channel description.
Well, you put it. Oh, okay. Yeah,
No,
but I-
that was my Discord, not
Yeah,
his.
oh, okay. Oh, okay. I thought you put shadows.
I can't give out his Discord. I don't have the ability to do that.
Bear, even though you're a super famous movie star,
Not at all.
you'll always be Bear to me.
And I always want to be Bear to you, baby.
Yeah.
That's it. You always just be one of the
You always gonna be
in
my
a circle.
you always gonna be my holler crawler, so we're good.
There we go.
Bear,
Felix, I can't do anything about that right now. If you want to share it over with Justin, his link that he sent, he can then maybe send it to me and I can do something about it. But right at the moment, my tech doesn't let me do that while I'm on a show because I'm old and I'll probably
It's
turn
because
the show
he's
off on
ancient.
accident.
His brain is calcified. He don't understand technology that was created after the year
in the computer.
1252.
BC, not AD. BC.
Yeah. It's not actually his son. It's just
Listen.
a young man he's embraced so that the young man can
Kindred
help
the
him out
embrace.
with
There
technology
was this-
and stuff.
There's this great movie. I don't remember what it was called, but it was like a group of friends were getting together. One of their friends was like retiring and moving off. And they find out that he's been alive for like thousands of years. He's like, he saw Christ, in person. He's lived hundreds of different lives over these thousands of years. And they're all trying to come to terms to this reality that
Are you
he's
sure this is
been
a movie
alive.
and not just like one of Shadow's birthday parties?
That's what I'm saying with Shadow. Shadow's like, he's like, it's time for me to move on now because I can't let everybody age too far and I don't. So I got to go, pretend to die or go start off
It's
somewhere
rough,
else.
man. It's rough.
This
I wanna
is
miss-
why
I
you
wanna
didn't like
miss you guys.
Highlander. Highlander exposed him.
Yeah.
I will miss you guys. But if you get a postcard from Mount Shasta, like a couple years from now, just saying.
Well, I was just making a reference to Vampire the Masquerade. One of the flaws you could take if you were of a certain generation was
Anachronistic.
anachronistic, and it basically meant that you couldn't use modern technology because your brain just basically couldn't conceive of it.
Yeah.
So if you were a vampire who had been a Roman soldier, yeah, you could fight with a gladius all day long, but if they threw you behind the wheel of a car, you'd just be like staring at it like,
Well,
I don't
ever
even know
since
what
Shadow
this
lost
is.
his Antikythera device, he can't actually work computers anymore because he can't align the planets in the
Nice.
sun and get his astro lab out. Okay, I want to send an email.
Well, I mean, he already fits that. He can't drive now, so
Yeah.
I can't either.
We teach you how to fucking drive down here in Texas.
Really, should Shadow even be allowed out? I mean, have the stars aligned into the right configuration that they're no longer venomous to him?
Wow, Jay.
Well, at the least, he can go out at night.
Like
He
the
remember-
great
he still
old
remembers
ones
when-
and shit.
He still remembers when the stars were out that he could count all of them on one hand.
There's
That's pretty old.
star
Bring it on out.
one, star
That's
number
fucking
2.
brutal,
Wait. Who said you can name that one? We're counting the numbers.
Yeah, he was the guy wandering around going, "Don't those stars look like a swan?" And everybody's like, "What the fuck are you talking about? They don't look like." No, there's a swan. We're calling it a swan from now on. Shut the fuck up. I make the rules.
Oh,
You guys are fucking
My
on
one
fire
question
tonight.
I want to ask Shadow, I'm going to ask a lot more, but Shadow, when you decided to teach the Slavs to have a written language, why didn't you use the Latin alphabet? Why did you have to invent a Cyrillic alphabet?
you
I thought the
forgot.
Cyrillic alphabet came before the Latin.
No,
I gotta mix
Absolutely
things up
not.
or I get bored.
No,
You know,
Cyrillic is later development. I have a question for you, Shadow. When you watch or read DC Comics and about Vandal Savage and how he touched the meteorite and became immortal, do you often think, who the fuck do I have to sue for stealing my origin story?
nah, it's way weirder.
Civilized
than
caveman.
no, his origin story is every couple thousand years he goes to a cave in Tibet and like dips himself into a pool.
No, that's Raza.
No. I figured it out. He molts.
He molts.
And he looks completely different after he molts. So he
Yeah, I got that
ages
Dr. Who
normally
thing going
on
on.
each version, but then when he reaches the end, he molts into a new
So like
form.
Doctor
And
Who.
then,
I got it.
Like a spider Doctor Who snake guy. Yeah.
I got it. I know why Shadow hates David Icke now.
I don't hate David Icke.
David Icke's talking about Shadow.
No, I don't hate him.
Oh, lizard people. I get it. Ha ha, Justin, I get it.
Who the fuck's David Icke?
He's
He
the
was
guy
an
who-
ex-soccer announcer who then went on to write a book about how all of humanity was being dominated and ruled over by lizard people.
Wrote more than one.
Lord.
Lizard people.
You know what?
The
I
weird
was
part
trying to
is,
watch-
you listen to David Icke and you go, well,
He's a good speaker.
everything he says makes perfect sense until you get to, and the Queen's a lizard alien from the 8th dimension. What?
You're like, what? What the fuck?
Because
I-
everything else
I-
is spot on.
I was watching the Joe Rogan
Yeah,
with
the whole
the guy
royal
that's talking
family,
about the
right?
fake talking about the moon landing. And I was, God, yeah, it was very frustrating because even if you're right, you have to bring up better stuff than anecdotal evidence. That's the problem I have with it.
I'm just saying,
NASA
2001.
faking shit has been proven in the past. NASA covering up shit has been proven in the past. So I have a hard time taking NASA at face value ever.
Right. No, I agree with you on that aspect. I absolutely agree. But the problem that I have with it is you can't just say, "Well, it's this." He did not come off well. In it.
There was a girl. She's now well, she's an old lady now, but she's a part of the. She shows up a lot on these talking head things, and she's actually she used to work for NASA back in the day with Werner von Braun in the '60s, and she said one of the things Werner said to her was, "No, we do the communism, but the next one is going to be the comet." And then she goes, "Well, what comes after comets?" She goes, "He went, they come after the comets," and he was implying that they will invent these paranoias to put into people's heads so that NASA and the military-industrial complex can generate more stuff. Now, remember in the 90s, in the early 2000s, how many fucking comet movies we had and how much we were talking about comets all the fucking time?
Oh, yeah.
And now what are we talking about all the time with the Air Force and stuff? UAPs.
Yeah.
Right? So maybe that's where we've gone. Maybe we're at that point, that stage in NASA's bullshit program. You know what I mean?
I don't know, but
the biggest thing for me is why we haven't gone back.
They pushed.
Are we going back here soon? Are we?
Yeah, they've been saying that for 40 years.
They haven't been to the moon in our
happen,
lifetime,
Justin.
Brian. In our lifetime, they haven't been to the moon.
They pushed out Werner von Braun and all of the Operation Paperclip guys. Yeah, and they replaced them with a certain. We'll end that conversation there, and they haven't done shit since then. It all became theory, and basic welfare program.
Justin, 17 in 1972.
Yeah, Justin. The whole point of it is that it was used as an excuse to improve our ICBM missiles. That's what. Really
but there were practical developments for other things besides that.
Do you guys know who Jim Parsons is?
The name sounds familiar.
So there's a spot on the dark side of the moon named for Jim Parsons. He was the jet propulsion NASA guy who created the solid fuel booster. He was a member of the Church of Anton LaVey there, the Church of Satan, and he was able to solve the fuel problem by freezing it in the shape of a 5-pointed star. That's not bullshit. That's legitimate science. And it allows the solid fuel boosters to work because of this 5-pointed star thing they use.
But
it's kind of fucked up. I'm just saying.
Well, that's probably also because the distribution metric is in a
Doesn't
five
matter.
layer. If they,
Motherfuckers
they
are
had
part
a
of the Church
quad
of
system,
Satan, dude.
yeah.
Well, I mean, hold on though. Before the 5-pointed star was ever affiliated with Satan, it represented the 5 wounds on the body.
That's
of
beautiful.
Christ.
We're talking about NASA in the 60s when it was fully associated with Satan, and this guy's a member of the Church of Satan. So we can
Yeah,
argue
I
the
know, but I'm
ancient
just
origins.
pointing out that
Sorry,
Yeah.
this
originally
guy.
the pentagram was the 5 wounds of Christ.
Yes, but the Pentagon contains a
But that was
pentagram.
a long, long time ago.
Pentagram.
No, the Pentagon, the building,
Right,
is the shape of the containment of a pentagram.
right. Absolutely. It's all
What
out.
did they try? Hang on. You want to get really fucked up? How many lives were sacrificed on 9/11?
Sacrifice.
That's right. How many people died on 9/11?
Yeah, no. I'm gonna go with the
Hang on,
sacrifice. That's
hang on.
better.
But they weren't able to breach the barrier wall all the way through on the Pentagon. So, was it an ancient order a right to breach the fucking seal holding whatever darkness the Pentagon contains with eldritch symbology by sacrificing a mass amount of lives? And if they could have broken the fucking seal, released their dark master upon us or Cthulhu, whatever the fuck you want. Shit you can use for your games, bitches.
I don't believe in
Yeah,
any-
but do any of us play? What's it? Blue.
Conspiracy theory? Oh, come on. There's all sorts of them.
What's the popular one?
Cthulhu,
Delta Green.
It's called
Conspiracy
conspiracy
X,
theories anymore.
the
Dark
military
Conspiracy,
one.
Conspiracy
X-Files.
facts.
Conspiracy X.
Conspiracy facts, I said.
Oh,
I-
dark
They're not theories
Conspiracy was
anymore.
another
Most
one.
of them are
Dark
just
TV
straight up
from
conspiracy
30 years
facts.
ago.
Fuck! I just saw a thing on
Nostradamus?
the other day.
Okay, are you talking?
Shit
I
keeps
mean,
getting proven true.
the role playing game?
are you talking about Delta Green? Are you talking
Delta
about Dark
Green.
Conspiracy?
Delta Green?
There's a bunch of different ones that are all in that same.
Call of
vein.
Cthulhu can be set in the modern age or the whatever,
But I
or
was thinking
now
of
in the
Delta
Roman
Green.
age if you want to get crazy with it.
Anyway,
Cthulhu.
they're a lot of fun to talk about, and the problem that we
Well,
have.
since the pilots of the things were Islamic, could they have been trying to do the thing so that the beast that's supposed to rise out of the well would?
No,
and
no,
then the
they're
beast
trying
that
to
rises out of
contain
the
it.
well in the Middle East pre
Or had they been misled by a
end
false
of the world
prophet?
or something.
Had they been misled by a false prophet to do this ritual?
Well,
Eric,
you know,
you're a weird dude, but I love you.
but you know what? Here's what gets me is
Well, I'm just gonna
why-
say, Google search dancing blank.
you know
Oh,
what?
George
I
Egarog
All right.
the late,
the Denver
late
airport.
90s.
That place is scary to even look at.
I missed the late 90s when they blamed everything on Bert from Sesame Street.
Or Bert.
Do you remember that? They would show him like with Osama bin Laden, and they'd show him with all these other people in the early.
He was the Sam Hyde of his day.
Yeah, it's like Sam Hyde when Sam Hyde was the what was it? The ghost of Kiev.
Well,
Yeah, exactly.
Kiev has shot down 52 Russian fighter jets. It's Sam Hyde.
well, before that, like every time there was a mass shooting or something, Sam Hyde did it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Plus, he did threaten to skin.
You know,
what's his name?
one of these
That
days
wasn't
we
a
have to have
threat.
Andrew-
I
have
hope
to have
the one
Andrew
day that
on
will
the show. He
happen.
can Tell us, you know, between friends.
Well, I've done all the damage I need to do. Good night.
That stupid freaking Cloverfield movie would have been so much better if it had been Cthulhu that come out of the ocean, started wrecking shit.
I'll say this,
I don't know.
I did
It
enjoy
was still good.
Cloverfield 10 much better than Cloverfield.
Number 10, Cloverfield Lane was really good, except for
Yes.
one mistake. They made one mistake in the film, which is this. At the very end, she should have gotten out, looked around, looked off to the left. We can or we cannot see the alien ship off in the distance. You make the call there and just go, oh, fuck, like she does, and cut to black.
You know what? I agree with you. That would have been much
Fucking
better.
black right at that
Yeah.
moment. We didn't need the fight with the barn and her running around, all that bullshit action, goddamn shit that came at the end. It was like I was watching a different movie all of a sudden.
Yeah,
Yeah, it
Yeah,
was kind
you
of
know,
a
really
weird
good.
kind of jump.
you had a really good one-room drama that was
Yeah.
like.
Skipping a bottle.
Yeah, we've
Sure
all
you.
seen that evil veined blue horse outside of the Denver airport.
It killed its creator.
Huh?
It killed its creator. It fell on the sculptor who made it and killed him. That's fucking weird.
Yeah. Yep.
The Denver airport is like, and I've seen people try and debunk it, and I've seen people talk shit, and I'm all like, well, you work for one of the big three networks, or you work for some big corporation, so your debunking is for shit, and go fuck yourself, you secret society cocksucking lizard. Bye. You know, like that's
It's
just how I go.
pronounced lizard person.
Lizard people.
For a second, I had like
you
a
know what?
salty
I'm looking
cracker
forward to that tomorrow.
flashback,
I
but
enjoy
it was
watching
Bear.
the Y files.
No, yeah, it's Y files.
The only thing you
Fish.
forgot, Bear, is you have to add allegedly every time you accuse somebody.
No.
of being a lizard
It's
person
not
or
allegedly. It's the one they do on TikTok now. This, of course, is for entertainment purposes only.
I'm saying salty cracker. He'll say some shit and he'll be like, allegedly, of course. And he'll like call a bunch of people all kinds of shit.
Nice.
It's always allegedly, though.
Is he good to watch, Salty Cracker, or is he annoying?
I think he's
I
hilarious.
find them annoying, but these guys.
You know
like
what? Watch one of his morning, like 5-10 minute shows,
Yeah.
and you know, if you can get past that, then his live streams are freaking hysterical. He's a lunatic.
Yeah,
But
he's
he's funny as shit.
angry. He's very angry. And he lives in California with Shadow.
Shit.
All right. Well, I'm going to take off, you guys. You have a good night.
Bye,
Take
Omenel.
care,
Bye,
Omenel. See you
Omenel.
Sunday.
This time we're not kicking you out of the stream.
Kick me out if you don't like me. I don't care. I got the
Kick him. I'm sorry.
Fuck no.
No.
Wait.
We have the computer set on a timer.
Oh, wait. Omenel didn't see the picture. Hang on, Omenel. I'm doing my songs. I don't know if you know, I'm doing songs for my superhero campaign, right?
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I was trying to make some rockabilly shit, and this one tune came out, and it didn't come out right. It didn't come out the way I wanted. It wasn't rockabilly enough for me. But it did have kind of like a Southern rock Appalachian vibe to it. And so I turned it into a band called the Holler Crawlers.
Okay.
And I made the album cover. I'm going to present this, Shadow, if you can share this. So you'd really be my friend right now if you can share this.
Sure.
And I figured out when I saw the band image that it was Hungar, James, and Omenel sitting on the couch.
And the guy in the cowboy hat definitely has a Trans Am. Whether it works or not, he's
Exactly.
No,
There you
it
go.
does not work. It's up
So,
on fucking
Hungar,
blocks.
James, Omenel. Now you made
no
it.
lies
Good day,
detected.
sir.
Hey, you know what? If I had nice pecs like that, I'd be proud.
No
Sorry,
lies.
allegedly.
Oh,
Allegedly.
There
Allegedly.
you go.
No, I would own
Allegedly.
that, actually, if that were me, I'd own it. I'd be like, yeah, that's me.
Could
You
you
telling me you boys couldn't have pulled off some fucking Appalachian redneck rock man back in the day? Totally could have.
Yeah, but I
What-
was 16 and Kill 'Em All had just come out, and I was pretty much obsessed with that sort of stuff.
all right. Have a good night, guys. Bye.
party
Take
on,
care.
man?
See you later, buddy.
Keep it weird.
Felix, go to bed. You're too young to be watching this
Dun,
show.
dun, dun.
Also, you
So
gotta
who's this
creep me out.
Felix guy? Is he a new guy?
He's like a 14-year-old kid, he claims.
No.
It's kind of creeping me out, though. It's okay, Felix.
Aren't you like 14 or 15?
Yeah, Canadians age differently.
Yeah, I mean, he looks
A
like
different age
Look at that baby face.
category.
All right, let's test this theory then. How old am I as a Canadian? Since we
52.
age differently.
52.
I say 50. I don't know, dude. 54?
Shadow, you care to take a guess as an American?
Yeah, I'm gonna say 53.
Yeah, you know that because you know what my fucking age is, which is 53.
Yeah, that's why I didn't
See?
want to say anything. But
So we don't age differently at all. Justin just has the fat don't crack going on. You understand?
Well, he might lotion up too. We'd all look a lot younger if we lotioned up.
Nightly lotion.
I can't get the guy in the well to put it in the basket.
I'm just saying, people think white people don't get ashy, but if you run your nail down there, you look how ashy I am. I'm ashy as hell.
Let me see if I'm
Look at
actually.
that.
Oh wait, I
I
can't.
need to
tell.
lotion up, man.
My skin's the color of a fucking fish's belly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, Celtic blood. Ugh.
I I went camping in 2017, and
I went camping once in 2017.
in 17. No, let me finish the story, bro. I went camping in 2017. I got a tan on my leg, and it was still there in 2020.
What?
Yeah, but you're Italian, so that means there's probably some African.
Only a quarter Italian, and not.
Well,
there's
a
no
quarter of the Italian might have some Saracen in it.
There's no Saracen in my blood, bro.
Hey, you ever seen True Romance?
I got a free
You
joke
haven't,
for
you
you
need
guys.
to look up that Dennis Hopper speech with Christopher Walken.
I
got a free joke for you guys that you can use. You can use this anywhere you want in the world, and I'm going to explain the joke after. But I wanted to ask you the simplest question possible. Justin will use you as the scapegoat on this one. What separates man from beast?
Thumbs.
The Mediterranean. Now you can tell that joke in Greece. You can tell that joke in fucking Tunisia. You can tell that joke in Italy. You can tell that joke in Morocco, and they're always going to laugh. You understand?
Yeah.
That's how you do it, Justin.
All right, Bear. Why does the trans man only eat salads?
Trans man?
Yeah, why does the trans man only eat salads?
Oh, why?
Because he's a hearse. Because he's a hearse before.
Oh.
What?
Oh dear God, that's awful.
Oh, that is bad. That is
Hers what? Hers what?
Hers
before.
Like
Hers
herbivore? Come on, man.
Gotcha.
That's a dad joke.
Well, I'm a dad.
Yeah, I know. I'm just letting you know, folks.
And a
that-
grandpa like 5 times over.
And for the audience, I'm pushing 40. So,
And possibly more than that because I may
You're pushing
have
40?
another daughter out there.
Damn, dude.
yeah, I got a couple of
You hurry
years.
up and catch up.
Damn, pushing 40. Look at. See, when I was in my mid 30s, I was at my maximum physical potential. I was rolling out crazy goth chicks all the time, bar fighting. What are you doing with yourself, man?
I'm
Yeah,
a
when I
homebody.
turned, I was doing that in my late 20s, man. I was
Yeah,
roadieing. I
I
was,
was, 36.
I was
35. Whenever I met my
roadieing
wife,
some
I stopped all
band.
that bullshit.
But anyway, yeah, I was the same way. And then I turned 30. I got in a fight with the fucking Bandito biker gang, like 5 of them. It was just me protecting some dudes, some of my friends' girls from them. And I fucking got in a fight with like 5 or 6 of them, right? Not 2 of them out. I'm on the ground, fucking bleeding. Someone yells a gun, and luckily they fucking left because the cops started coming. And I look up and I'm like, all my friends are just fucking, except one. One friend tried to help. He got a bottle across the face. He was out.
Well,
all
that's
the
how
rest
you
of
know
them
who
just
your
fucking
friends
stood
are.
there.
Pussies.
That's why I changed my life when I turned 30. I'm like, fuck you. Fuck this life. The fuck am I doing here? I don't want to. This isn't me. So I fucking went to Key West. Or I went to the Keys. I lived down there for 3 months. Got my fucking shit straight. And I came home and I started a family. Story of Brian.
And we already mentioned that the Keys are pretty
Not
nice.
as good as the
I'd like to play the friend who gets the beer bottle in the face in the telling of that kind of film, please.
I'll tell you
Yes,
what.
but you'll still be
if I got
accredited
in a
as
fight
fat
when I
man.
was young and my friends didn't jump in, they were going to get their ass whipped later.
I mean, I cut everybody
That is a
loose.
good policy.
Everyone. I'm like, fuck you guys. I'm
30
going.
is when fighting makes you think about health insurance deductibles.
Oh, I fucking
I kept the bar towel, the bloody bar towel I had on. I knocked 2 of those fucks out, man. But there's 3
Well, I
of
mean,
them
5 on
characters
1.
there kicking my
Yeah,
ass.
5
but,
on 1. That's not a good odds.
And the kicker was it was like defending someone else's women.
You know that those people should feel like little bitches. Like that
No,
would
they
have
are.
to be
Little
totally
fucking bitches.
emasculating. To
I even
have
told the
another
fucking
bro jump
I told
in
the
and
bouncer, I
defend
go,
your
look,
girl.
dude, there's gonna be problems, man. You need to get these guys out of here. He's like, well, we can't, dude. They'll kick our ass. I'm like, all right.
And
then guess what happened? All hell broke loose.
Could beat up my dad.
Justin, your
Feel it.
fan is quite the storyteller.
Yeah, that's why he disturbs me.
Mhm.
Did I ever tell you
Shadow,
the
you
time?
ever finish that Dragon Turtle yet?
Long time ago. I ever
Well,
tell you
I'm
about the
just reading
time?
the chat.
Nice work, man.
Yeah, I ever
That's
tell you
awesome.
about the time when I was a Minecraft streamer and a kid showed up on my door?
What?
Yeah, that's why I
Like
stopped
your real door or your Minecraft door?
my real door. That's
Oh.
why I stopped doing Minecraft.
Why?
And why did the kid show up at your door?
How did he know?
I
how to
asked him
show up
that
at your
too, and
door?
then I called the cops.
Why does everyone in your city hate Tom McDonald despite the fact he's the best thing to ever come out of it?
What the fuck's that got to do with anything?
I'm just asking you questions,
I
man.
don't even know who the hell Tom
Yeah.
McDonald
Who the
is.
fuck is Tom
Don't
McDonald?
lie and say you don't know who Tom
I'm sorry.
McDonald
I'm gonna say it. Who the fuck is Tom McDonald?
He's
You mean
like
Norm
the number
Macdonald?
one rapper ever
Oh.
right now.
Name's
Well, if he's a
familiar,
rapper,
but
I hate him. I don't like the type of music.
Rap.
But he grew up in Toronto.
Good for him.
Well, I know you have feelings about Toronto, Bear.
Well, it's like a third
No,
of the
let me
people that
explain
live in
something
this
to you,
country
James.
live in this fucking city. man.
Everybody in Canada has feelings about Toronto. And the
Yeah,
people
we're-
in Toronto
yeah, about
have
New York.
feelings about Toronto, but because they pay so
Feelings.
fucking much to live there, they bury those feelings. They bury them deep down because they think, well, if we're paying this much, it must
Exactly.
be worth it. Even though it
Not
looks like
worth it.
shit all the time and it's not worth it, it must secretly be worth it, and we're just not seeing it. Like that's the Toronto trap.
No.
Yeah,
It's there.
Toronto is basically your version of New York City.
No,
New
it's
York,
Fucking man.
Philadelphia.
New York, and like California.
combined.
We got the.
Vancouver's Canada's California, Lotus Land.
When
Trust me.
people are paying
But
$5
they
grand for a
got
100 square
some
foot
film
lot
stuff.
and
But
acting like
we
they're
have
wealthy.
a film industry here too.
Yeah, but not like Vancouver, dude. Toronto has a great film industry. Vancouver has the film industry now. And it has since the 90s.
Well, I
Toronto
think
got
one of my
it.
favorite shows was filmed in Toronto, though.
Which show?
Forever Night.
Forever Night.
Yeah, we know. You always talk about it. It
I love Forever Night.
You
That's
look at
Forever
just
Night's
great.
good, man.
was a very good show. Friday the 13th, the series was shot.
Oh, I
there.
love that shit.
Oh,
That was
yeah.
awesome.
Good too.
La Femme Nikita was filmed here.
Yeah, don't brag that one up.
I like
What
that
about
show.
Northern
I
Lights?
like La Femme
all the time.
Nikita.
Not the movie, guys. The TV show Nikita, which was garbage compared to the original movie.
Did you guys
Went
like
X Files up in your neck of the woods?
Vancouver, X Files, and Millennium
Yeah.
are Vancouver, and I know because I was on Millennium.
What about
what
Third
else?
Wave?
Supernatural,
Eureka
I
was
think,
Vancouver.
in Canada
Third
somewhere.
Wave was either here. Or, what
Third
was the-
Wave, I don't know.
Honestly, I gotta go.
I'm pretty sure
Yeah.
Supernatural was somewhere in Canada.
Vancouver.
Vancouver.
Yeah.
What
The
the
Boys
boys?
is
Going back
Toronto.
to Forever Night.
We
Forever
had for
awesome, dude.
Earth Final Conflict.
Yeah. And you had Killjoys, which is still one of my favorite sci-fi shows
Killjoys
of the
was a
last
good
10
show.
years.
You had LaCroix doing his late night goth radio show. The
Now-
Night Creeper, whatever he called himself.
Now I wish I was. I started dating a girl shortly after I did.
Gay porn.
No, that's Shadow. I was dating a girl, and if I had been dating her like 2 weeks earlier, well, probably more than that,
She
I
would
would
have
have
been
I
legal.
would have gotten her the motorcycle outfit from La Femme Nikita because I had an opportunity to get that when they were closing down the studio it was filmed in.
Nice.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah, LaCroix was kind of one of my favorite characters, man. I loved him. I loved him as an actor. He was in Lex. I loved him in Lex. I don't know what it
Oh
was.
yeah,
about
he's
that,
great.
that crazy white-haired bastard, but I just really liked
Yeah.
watching him in anything he was in.
George,
You know what was
Toronto
a
was like
bummer?
Chicago in the 70s and the 80s. Toronto
Yeah.
was the second city for Canada, right? Because Montreal was always the first city, and then Toronto was second city, which is Chicago's name, second city. That's where the thing comes from.
Right.
But in the 90s, Toronto got it up their ass that they were New York, and they adopted their own nickname because this is how Toronto works. Toronto doesn't get nicknames from people.
The
Toronto
Big
makes
Smoke.
up its own nicknames for, so they started calling themselves the Big Smoke after the Big Apple. But
Well-
that wasn't good enough for them. Now they call themselves T-Dot.
No. Let me get this straight. There was a documentary about Toronto called The Big Smoke, and that's where we started calling ourselves that
Okay.
from.
I bet the
And-
asshole who made the documentary was from Toronto.
No, I think he was from Montreal, but it doesn't matter. He probably was. He was from fucking Scarberia.
Scarberia. Jesus.
Uh,
So the
I mean,
University of McGill in Montreal.
and the TO dot is like a newspaper.
Whatever. I've heard
It's
too
like
many
a
people refer
blog
to this
spot.
fucking city as T dot.
Yeah, it's
And
annoying.
it's very annoying. Or was it the 616? No, 618?
That's an area code.
Yeah, but that's the other one they use. Well, I'm from the 618. It's like, oh, fuck off.
Yeah.
I fucking wish you were Americans, all of you. And the
I
worst
don't.
Americans too. They wish they were the worst Americans. But
618 that's close to 606, which is Eastern Kentucky.
Yeah, well, there you go. So the University of McGill, the engineers used to have this thing every year in McGill called the I Hate Toronto Week, where they would just spend a week bashing on Toronto for a week solid. It was crazy. But the engineering department would build a scale replica of the CN Tower for the final day, and they'd burn it in effigy and have a big party on the fucking quad. And that got kiboshed in the 90s.
Why would they build one? They could just go down to the local sex store and buy one.
Hey, Raven.
Hey, Raven.
Yeah, Raven's back.
By the way, notice, Justin, we started talking about Canada shit, and these three just tuned right the fuck out. So when they start talking about America shit, we're supposed to sit here like good little puppies and listen.
Yeah.
I was listening intently to everything you were saying.
Yeah, sure. Oh, sure.
Like the rapper Snow.
Oh, he's
from
legit.
Toronto.
And he's legit.
And he is legit. When he filmed that song Informer, he was in jail for stabbing a dude.
What does that even fucking mean? He's legit. What the fuck's that mean?
Go to Jamaica and bring up
He
Snow.
was really in a gang. That was not bullshit.
And Jamaicans love him. They legit.
He was living in
him.
a freaking housing block. He was the only white dude with one shoe, and all of his friends were Jamaicans.
I don't care what you say. He's not a Torontonian. He was from Scarborough.
Well, regardless.
Okay. There is a neighborhood in Toronto called Etobicoke. How do they spell Etobicoke? Justin, would you care to spell the word Etobicoke?
I have no idea how it's spelled, bro.
So it's Etobicoke. It's Etiboke. It ends in Ke. So it's Etobicoke, right? And that's what I do whenever I meet someone from there. They go, "Oh, we're in Etobicoke." I'm like, Etobicoke. And they go, "No, it's Etobicoke." And I'm like, "Well, then why is there a Ke on the end of it? It's Etobicoke. You're not French. The French are the ones who get lazy and stop pronouncing words towards the end. So, they just like Arkansas being a perfect example of that. It's spelled Arkansas, but it's pronounced Arkansas because the French couldn't be arsed to finish the word. You know what I'm saying?
And also Illinois.
Illinois.
Yeah, because there's an S and an I in there somewhere.
Yep.
Yeah, but like I understand why you'd shorten
actually,
that
if
one.
it's French, wouldn't it be Illinois?
Illinois, yeah, that would make sense. That would, yeah.
Like
Guy knows
Patrick
more French
Roy,
than I do.
but it's not Patrick Roy; it's Patrick Roy.
So when we were doing, I was working in news radio when the Olympics happened, and Patrick Roy was playing for the Canadian Olympic team. They handed it. We got this piece of paper. It was faxed to us from the Olympic Commission, and it was a pronunciation guide of foreign names for American journalists. And it was like the guy's name and then how to phonetically pronounce it for the air, right? And we got the Patrick Roy, and it said Patrick W.A. Patrick Roy. And we were just fucking crying, laughing in the newsroom. We saw that Patrick Roy.
Phonetically say it though.
No, it's exact, but it's just like, fuck. We had a laugh over that one, man.
Oh yeah, isn't it Le Roi de Mort, Viva le Roi?
Le Roi est mort, Viva le Roi.
Like the king is dead, Viva, long live the king, or some shit in French.
But Roi is, so when you say it in French, you say it.
Edgerog says SCTV, which was absolutely hilarious.
And means Second City Television, was shot in Toronto because
it was good. I just watched it all.
You watched all of it?
All of it. It's on YouTube.
That's
Dude,
brave.
My favorite sketch, other than Magnum PEI, which is fucking hilarious. Magnum PEI is so fucking funny.
The name.
It's the one where it's Eugene Levy is the game show host, and all the panelists are stupid as fuck.
Yeah.
That shit is hilarious.
And she keeps pushing the button on accident. She's like, "What? You know, I didn't push it. You fucking pushed it.
You totally pushed the button." No, I didn't.
No, I didn't. I really.
So when I was going to junior high,
Young Street, there's always jobs in Toronto. I think you're thinking of Bay Street, man. What's the Streetwalker Street now in Toronto?
Oh God,
Because Young got cleaned up.
back in the
Back
day.
in the 90s, Canada was like Disney World. I've said this before, and I'll say it again.
Yeah,
If
it's
you
good
lived in
night, Felix.
Michigan or you were visiting Michigan, Canada was like Disney World for a young man.
Well,
Yeah.
Montreal was like Disney World with lap dances in the night.
Like you could cross the bridge, no one gave a shit. If you're over 18, you could drink. They took American dollars, even though they would return change in Canadian loonies, and
Yeah,
all the nudie bars had great beer and full nudie with no masks or tapes or any of that shit. No, none of that bullshit. I mean, it's the best, man.
Yeah.
My sister
Peter
lived in
Felix.
Lincoln Park outside of Detroit. And it's like, what's the name of that bridge? Windsor Bridge or whatever?
Freedom Bridge?
You just cross over, you get
Ambassador
your
Bridge. Ambassador
passport.
Bridge.
Yeah.
I mean, the Mountie would like look in the car and be like, "You got any guns or anything like that?" Hey, and be like, "Nah, man," and he'd be like, "Come on in."
It wasn't Mounties. It was
So you could go
not-
look at
not
big
Mounties.
boobies, get hammered, and then go to Tim Hortons and eat donuts.
Ooh, I had a donut. This
It was
morning.
like
Donuts sound
freaking
good.
the
Right
best thing in the world.
I treated
So-
myself to a donut.
It
tonight
was
when
a
I was running
magical
errands.
place.
But before I was cut off, Jarvis
Nope.
was the last place.
Yeah, I remember when Jarvis was really bad. In the
Yeah.
80s, Jarvis was really
It was still going up until the early 2000s.
wow.
Hey, if you want to blame somebody for being cut off, blame your mom.
Play nice.
James is going for a 3 for on Rage Quit Justin, isn't he?
I'm making a circumcision thing because I know
Yeah.
how he feels about it.
It's wrong and
I
barbaric.
agree. Absolutely wrong. It is.
Hey,
child pornography.
how do you circumcise someone in the Appalachians?
You go to the hospital and they
You
ask
kick
your
their
mom
sister in the
7 freaking
jaw.
times.
You kicked their sister in the jaw.
Oh my goodness, that's good. That's good.
Master class.
That's
Okay, that was good. There, that was good.
That's fucked.
That was good.
Hey, I got to stand up for my Canadian brother, even if he does live in the wrong city. Okay.
Look,
Hey, I never said it wasn't the wrong
remember
city.
what I told you about the sister thing? She's
Yeah, I remember you said about the
she's
cousin
got a
thing.
blouse full of goodies, but it just ain't right.
I remember you defending second cousin love one night.
I'll defend second cousin love right now. Most of the people getting married in Iceland right now are marrying their second cousin.
Now,
And it's legal in America. In the state of Florida, you can marry
it's
your
legal
second
here
cousin.
too, but you still shouldn't do it.
How do you
Now-
know? It could be awesome. She don't have to change her license, driver's license name or anything.
I know because I can see you, bro.
Everybody already knows both sides of that marriage.
Just
I mean, you already know
stop
the whole
talking.
family.
Yeah, it's not going to be a Hatfields and McCoys type wedding, so I guess you're okay there.
Yeah, I mean, you guys already know each other. You grew up.
Ding, 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 ding,
Now,
ding.
I will tell you one thing about Toronto. Our city did not used to be so far up its ass until the block came around and ruined the capital,
So
and all those
Toronto-
businesses
Toronto
moved here.
is the
Welcome to the show,
cleanest-
folks.
Toronto is the cleanest city in Canada, without a joke. No shit. In
Used
the
to be.
80s, they were shooting a film, okay, and they needed to look like New York in this one alleyway, and it looked like clean. So they went and they brought garbage in from across in Buffalo. They threw all the garbage around in the fucking alleyway. And then the next day, when they took their fucking break for lunch and everybody left the set, and there was one guard over at one point, the city came and cleaned up the alleyway.
Hell yeah.
That's how fucking uptight Toronto is, just in case you were wondering.
Hey, I'd rather a clean
That's
city.
Orlando, man. If you're in like the touristy parts of Orlando, there's like cops everywhere, and if you step like an inch out of line, your ass is going to jail.
Sadly, Toronto is not that clean anymore.
That's America,
But if
dude.
you
All
go
the
down
fucking law
Paramore
enforcement
Avenue
here.
into the hood, you're probably going to die or be forced to buy some rock.
Yeah, cops don't go to the hood, dude. And if they do, it's in force. They
Right.
when they have to go, like someone's dead, they have to go.
Yeah.
And then they
when
all
somebody
go.
goes on a shooting
Yeah.
spree, then the cops might show up.
They don't patrol the fucking hood. Yeah.
Nope. You go down Paramore into the freaking government housing. Not a good not a good thing. You
And
don't
there
You
want
guys
to
notice
do
how
that.
we spent a good 30 minutes talking about Canada and we didn't mention one single gun?
Gun.
Yeah,
Just
but you guys
saying.
got as many as we do, don't you?
Yeah,
More.
we just don't shoot each other as much as you guys do.
Well, maybe because you, at the risk of being in politics, have less black people.
Oh, we have tons of black people. Where do you think
Well,
the end of
that's
the
interesting,
Underground
because
Railroad
down
was?
here. I'm afraid to report.
I'm
Yeah.
going to tell you something about the
Skip your in
Underground Railroad.
politic. We have every type of African American and Caribbean American and everything you can imagine here. Toronto's Carafat is one of the largest in North America every year.
And if you want someone shot in Canada, that's where you go.
That's where you do it. But the thing is I mean, don't forget the end of the Underground Railroad was in Halifax, Nova Scotia. And it was so bad. There was a part of town they were all regulated to that had no running water and no electricity called Africville. And now they've turned it into like a heritage thing. Like, trust me, plenty of black people in Canada, sir. Just not a lot of people in Canada. That's the difference.
Well, but also, like, how often do you hear about a shooting at a birthday party of Jamaicans
In Canada?
or in America?
Dude,
Like,
how do you hear
0%.
about a shooting in America? Let's put it that way.
0%. But if it's native born, 51%.
I don't understand what you're talking about.
I'm saying Jamaicans are much better behaved than native born black people in the United States.
Oh,
That's
I have a lot of Jamaican friends. They're great, amazing people. That means I'm not racist.
I like me some jerk chicken.
I
that's
think
not how it
most.
works.
I think
Man,
most
this is
immigrants
one
that
thing
make
I
it
am
to-
going. No, let me rant on this for a second, Brian. This is one thing I'm going to. Fuck this city. They closed down my favorite Jamaican restaurant.
Really?
Yeah,
You have
I got
Haitian
them.
restaurants in Toronto, Justin?
probably.
Look for find a good Haitian restaurant and get something called griot. Griot will blow your fucking mind. It's so good.
I did, but I was obviously being what's the name of the word when you're saying shit just for shock value?
Facetious.
Come on, nerd. Don't be that person.
Did you just say that? 51%
However,
of American workers have
51%
shootings?
of murders in the United States are absolutely committed by 6% of the population.
Yeah,
And the number one cause of death of young black men in the United States is other young black men.
it's just also a lot higher than
I'll
that
argue
now.
that.
So guys, lizard people are controlling the world, and that's all we have to remember. It doesn't matter what color skin you have; it's whether or not you're mammalian. That's all that counts.
You know, that's
No.
when you get behind that.
Mammal lives matter is all I'm saying.
I don't know. If
Mammal
you,
lives matter.
You know, living in an area where they're like we have like the largest U.S. Army base, right, in the Continental, Fort Hood. And what's cool is like all these people coming from around the world, you know, training here and all this stuff. You have every possible kind of restaurant here.
Yeah.
From
Where are you
across
at,
the
Texas?
planet.
Where you at?
Fort Hood.
Central
shit,
Texas.
yeah, that's.
So have
where
you ever
all-
had
what
griot?
is
Have
the
you ever had
armor?
griot?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Griot's amazing. So Justin, it's a pork. It's really good pork.
I've
And then
probably had it. I just don't
it's on a
remember.
base of red beans and rice.
Okay.
It is.
Yeah,
so
carnitas.
There-
It's
there
kind of like
is-
slow cooked pork shoulder, and it's spicy, and then it falls
Yeah,
apart.
and
Look at
this is
that
the
cow.
Haitian
Rice
version.
and beans.
There is a restaurant. What was the? It's called Blue Nolla.
Nerd. Yes, the number one cause of death, 25 and under, is U.S. gun violence. And who is doing the
Car
gun
wrecks?
violence?
No. Car wrecks?
No.
Guns?
What's the number one cause of death 2,500 in Canada? Drunk driving?
Moose
Prostitutes.
killings. Killings
Pretty sure
by
it's drunk
moose.
driving.
Probably.
Because
it's either
the people
that
who do
or,
the
like,
stats
something-
and talk about all the children that get killed by gun violence every year.
Heart
they count
attacks.
17
Heart
and
attacks,
18-year-old hood
American.
rat.
The number
That's
one
still-
death, the number one cause of death for Canadians 25 and under is Americans.
George says the number one cause of death in Canada is diabetes.
Diabetes.
Diabetes. It is the final solution. You can buy the shirt at my depot.
I want to see those, Cal. Send me
Yeah, I'd
some
like to
pics.
see those too, man. I'd like to
Diabetes.
see anything other than this
Paint a
conversation.
nice
continue.
hovercraft for his mutant babes to ride on.
Oh,
Oh, is that
Yeah,
menu
maybe
for
baby.
riffs?
Babies. It's different.
Oh, I thought I was thinking riffs. You know, the slug art or whatever hover thing that's got all the blind chicks on it.
No, I keep checking for you, buddy.
Anyway, never mind. You guys
I've
know
never-
riffs.
I played
Twelve
Riffs once.
years
I
Hey,
don't
everybody.
remember
on
that.
World War II thing.
Oh, Jackie.
Hello.
Can you bring some morality to this stream?
Shit.
I mean, isn't that? I'd say that's James's job. I'm doing a lot of homework.
No, he's the agent of immorality.
He's
Oh,
I'm not
being
the Pegasaurus,
responsible.
brother.
what?
he's being a real responsible young
No, I
man.
didn't hear what James said.
I said I'm not the Pegasaurus, brother. And
No.
brother knows who I'm talking about.
I am called Nap Time.
That would be a cool superhero. Like if your power was you could just put people to sleep.
That'd work.
Like make a mental attack, and if they fell, they just fall asleep. And you're like, nap time.
And you call yourself Timeout? That's the name of your superhero?
I want to say
I
that
think someone needs a timeout.
What are you painting World War II?
some mechs. This is
Ooh.
like a hold on. This is like a heavy laser anti-tank mech. I'm doing the German ambush camo.
Looks like the German Panzer.
Yeah, it is. It's a German. It's the German ambush camo.
Yeah. I painted plenty of that in my life.
Sorry, Cal. But you ain't the only one. Oh man, it's chilly out there.
Disgusting babies that have been Borgified. Hey. Be nice to Ernest Borgnine. He was a good actor back in the day.
Hell yeah, he would. No, he said Blofeld.
Oh,
Oh, no,
yeah.
he said Borg. Oh, no, not you're right. Borgified, like Star Trek Borg.
Yeah, it's like,
Yeah.
why you gotta make fun of Ernest Borgnine? That guy was
I
cool.
love Ernest Borgnine, dude. That guy was great.
Yeah, wasn't he the guy from Plan 9 from Outer Space?
No.
No.
He was in Basketball, though. He's the one that convinced him to take the game.
Of all the fucking movies, you
Professional.
quote Ernest Borgnine, Basketball.
Well, because when he's trying to talk to him, and he's like, kids today got with their hula hoops and their whatever, they got the attention span that can only be measured in nanoseconds. And you look over and the one dude's just staring at a bird. You know,
Yeah.
Orgasmos was a better film.
Orgasmo was a good film.
Jesus and I love you.
What was that? What was the old lady? What was her specialty? It was like the
DPDA.
And here's another fact for you: the name of the band that Matt Stone and Trey Parker are in is called DVDA.
Oh, DVDA.
That was great.
No, it's
you a man?
DPDA. Double
Mighty
P,
man.
double A.
Right?
So
When you're
nasty.
sitting there complaining, you know, when you get a certain age, you gotta do this, blah blah blah. And
I'm just saying,
You've aged down. You gotta have a specialty.
you need 4 guys for that scene, and there's nothing going in the mouth.
Yeah, like she said, if you think that doesn't have me spread open like a Christmas turkey, then you know.
I don't think it's physically possible, but the closest experts we have are these 2 guys. So,
Right.
Oh, why is there a finger pointing in my direction there, Pinky Boy?
because you used to work in a fucking porn
Go
distribution.
back to racism.
Yeah, I work in an adult video store. Doesn't mean I know
Can't believe
what
I'm saying this.
Go back to racism.
No, listen, nerd. We've heard some of the fucking stories. You and the fucking Marines taking the strippers home to the base. Don't pull this prudish bullshit. You've been
And also,
in
it's not racism if it's true, nerd. It can only be racism if it's
I
not
love
true.
this.
No,
I need to leave
it's
this
still
up for the
racism
rest
if
of the
it's true.
show, nerds.
I mean,
I
pointing
wanna
out that
frame
like,
it.
people in the Chicago hood are murdering each other in huge numbers every weekend. That's not racism.
Nasty
That's
you
just
shall
observation
receive.
of
Stop
reality.
it.
Wow.
I'm just saying, you got to put that on a shirt.
What? 651?
Oh, hey, I got your shirt.
No, the thing on the screen.
You read that?
Oh, all right. You wrote a
Don't
1.
worry, I have a plan. It's when you roll a fumble.
Fucking here. That's a shirt right there for a TSOL. You know
Yeah, my
that.
bro's got the badass
Look
leather
at them.
jacket that says Sons of Gygax on the back. I'm so jealous of it. 'Cause It
Oh,
looks like a biker jacket with the patch, but it's Sons of Gygax. It's like, damn, that's nerdy cool, man.
That is pretty nerdy cool.
Now Origins emanates from him, right? Didn't he start Origins? Is that the con that he
I
started?
think so.
I thought he
Gygax?
started Gen Con, but then
Was it? Oh, maybe it was Gen Con. It's the big one, the really big one.
Yeah,
in the
that's
States.
the big one.
yeah, but that now Gen Con pretty much hates him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's so sad. That was on my bucket list until the thing, a couple years ago, and I'm like,
Oh,
I don't know, man.
the panel. The
I went
panel
to Gen
list.
Con
The
back
paneling,
in the
whatever.
mid '90s, and
No,
it
the
was awesome.
coup.
Oh, the cube.
Yeah, it's like, what?
Oof.
Come on, guys. We're supposed to be tougher than that. You know what I mean?
Well, I know. Hey, look, I knew 2 people who died from it. So
From
I don't
what?
think it has anything to do with about you being tough. I think some people are susceptible to it and some weren't.
Mhm.
So
Yeah, that
coup.
was the year no one died of flu.
Yeah. The flu kills like a
Oh,
few-
yeah.
a few 100,000 people
Tens
every
of
year.
thousands of people every year.
sure, but I mean
Yeah.
that's
But that year it
Apples
didn't
and
get
oranges.
anybody.
Yeah. That year there were 0 deaths found.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good times.
Good
Let's
times.
keep believing the government. They've
So
never
I leave on bring back racism. I come back to the government. Jesus Christ, you are a fucking Michigan militia.
well, to a militia. You
know, I
can't
don't
have
think we
you
have
can't
a
have
militia in
militias anymore.
Kentucky.
Hey, Justin,
That's
guess what I'm
weird.
eating right now?
What?
Real Montreal smoked meat.
Oh, I got
Yeah, I
some
don't
militias.
think they have a militia up there where I'm from.
I would tell you what I have
Random.
downstairs in the kitchen by the freezer, but it'll upset James if I talk about my deli slicer.
I'll tell you what's in the kitchen waiting for me right now. Bacon.
Not a deli
And
slicer.
not that freaking Canadian ham you guys insist on calling bacon.
Yeah, I got about 10
Oh,
pounds
We
of
don't
bacon.
call it bacon,
Oh.
you fuckers. That's you who do it.
I'm talking real bacon, smoky, thick slice.
Now I got some Canadian bacon in the fridge downstairs, and it says Canadian bacon on it.
Raven's eating cake.
Yeah.
Raven is eating cake.
I had some pie
But-
earlier.
Let them
But
eat
you
bacon.
could pretty much pick a random point on a clock, and Raven's eating cake. Just
Oh,
saying.
she steals it from me. She's got a whole army of cats to come over here and steal my cake.
She's
There's
just trying to
fake
keep you
one.
from getting even more diabetic.
I don't have no diabetes. I was in the hospital. They did all blood work and shit.
Not
Didn't
yet.
It didn't
Not
come
yet.
back with diabetes, and since I was drinking 3 liters of pop a day, I'm surprised it didn't.
Well, to be fair, yeah, I gained 80 pounds and then all of a sudden I had diabetes.
Yeah.
It's amazing how that shit works.
I had
But
a
now I've
job.
lost 70 pounds, so
So I had a job that I had to walk to and from work every day. I was doing about 5K each direction and walking. I was fine. I lost the job. Didn't change any of my fucking habits from the job. Kept drinking fucking Rockstar energy drinks every day. And 3 months later, I had diabetes.
I've only ever had one Red Bull, and the lady in the fancy jacket gave it to me for free. She had a whole bucket of them and everything.
I remember,
well,
yeah, I
what
remember
you
when
should have done is put some vodka with it.
Well, since it was at the zoo, I don't think I was doing that.
I remember when
You
Red
don't know
Bull
how to go
hit,
to the zoo.
they sent out all the girls to all the bars here in where I was at in Texas, and they were like, "Pour this in your beer, mix this with alcohol." And I go, what the fuck are you guys doing? And everybody started drinking Red Bulls and beer or some shit. It was weird.
Yeah. So I ever tell you this? I was in this thing called Katimavik. You know Katimavik, Bear?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was in Katimavik. Driest time in my life. I lived with 7 fucking hot chicks and didn't get laid once.
Oh, you're doing it wrong.
Yeah.
So my
driest,
buddy,
driest time in my fucking life.
and theirs too, because you were the only man around. Anyway, so basically, my buddy had to go. He worked for census for the census
That's
bureau.
not necessarily
Canada.
true, Bear.
He went up
Women are
north.
very freaking
Okay,
invasive.
James, Jesus, James, let the joke sit. Fuck. Good God,
Yeah.
banana lad. Good Lord. Anyway, all right, never mind. My story's dead because James had to interrupt. Go ahead, James. Tell me how I'm
No,
wrong.
I'm done. 7 chicks left to their own devices. I'm sure they figured shit out.
So, listen, one thing you need to know about a gathering woman, it's either a fucking baby shower or it's witchcraft. Take your pick.
Take your pick. Why not both?
Well, that's called a Tupperware party.
Yeah, women. I mean, in my experience, women. There's usually not a big group of friendly women, like friends, like a large
Exactly.
group.
That's why
Yeah,
if they're
yeah.
all together, it's a shower of some kind or fucking witchcraft. It's a coven. You know what I mean?
Is that right,
They all
Raven?
pretend they like each other, but none of
They
them
hate
actually
each
like
other.
each other.
You got a couple
Yeah.
that's maybe 3 or 4 at the max. I mean, max.
Gentlemen, I am the youngest of 5 children. All 4 olders are sisters. I grew up backstage at the women's show. You understand? I know all their secrets. I know all their bullshit. I know all of it because I got to see it live, happening with no filters.
Good for you, nerds. But
Nerds,
not
I picked
I
really.
don't know.
witchcraft.
My
Witchcraft is
sister-
wrong.
Nerds, we know what you picked, nerds. You've already told us.
Oh yeah.
Well, I mean, technically, what Nerds is doing is just heterosexuality with extra steps.
See, there you go.
I mean, I guarantee you there is a penis involved, whether it's plastic or not.
I had a buddy who was a comedian. He had this.
Turn the
great line.
lights off.
He said lesbians
Yeah.
should not be allowed to
I
use
agree.
penis-shaped vibrators and dildos. You made your choice.
Yeah, you made your choice. No penis for you.
A penis for you.
You guys sound like Roma's Army.
Roma, you
Well,
watch Roma's
no,
Army?
Fuck yeah.
I can't. Ever since she went to fucking Patreon, I don't deal with her anymore. Like all of her shit. Like, and she became a record producer. It was like, oh Jesus Christ! Like Knight
Who?
Rider City.
Who?
She's a Canadian men's rights activist, but she's kind of like also a hood rat. You know what I mean?
She's gone through a lot, and she's funny, and she seems genuine. But once you
No,
get to a
like,
certain point, you
Restate the name.
Roma's
I was
Army.
just quoting Chasing Amy, guys.
Yeah, exactly. Roma's Army. She had an OnlyFans for a while, and she was very proud of her stretch marks and stuff like that. She was very woman, but she's covered in tattoos, which is a real turnoff for me.
Which, yeah,
And-
I mean,
And she's a huge hip hop music producer. Is her whole thing now. She's really into producing indie hip hop, and it's like, yeah, I've dealt with way too many Knight Riders in my life. I can't stand them. Fuck,
Knight Riders.
white girls who think they're black.
we got another name for that,
Yeah.
but I won't say it.
Please don't.
Yeah, she's funny.
You
but I
know
can only
what's
take so
funny
much
though? You only use that
of her.
insult on girls that do it, but my brother slept with like a ton of black chicks, and no one ever called him a
I don't think he was riding them. I think they were riding him, so they become snowboarders. I think.
God, I hope not, because the one that came to the house looking for him was big as Aunt Jemima.
There's a question for
He
you,
had to be a
nerds.
quick 400 pounds.
Are you celebrating Beltane? Well, spell it right. Beltane. What the fuck is Beltane?
Beltane, isn't that some pagan-
Beltane?
Grammar
I got energy to spare tonight, and I chose violence.
Yeah.
Yeah, here's
Raging.
fair.
Table breakers will do that to you, man.
No, I think I just rubbed
actually,
off
you know
wrong
what?
on Bear. He used to be really nice, then he started hanging out with me.
Yeah.
And
Take
then he
credit.
just
Take
got
credit for my
crankier and
bullshit, bro,
crankier.
please. Please take credit for my bullshit. I invite you to.
I do, because the first couple times you were ever on a stream with me, you were so kind and gentle. And just over time, you were just got like angrier and freaking
He beat me up.
more bitter.
First time I went to
So
one of
much
Bear's shows.
negativity.
First time I went to Bear's YouTube channel to watch it, and I said hi. His first response was, "I don't have to put up with your bullshit." That's why I thought he didn't like me.
Justin came on my show, and he opened his mouth, and he was about to do some Justin level bullshit. I'm
No.
like,
I was just in the audience.
We all know.
I
what
was
you
just in
mean,
the
too.
audience.
Yeah, you all know what I'm referring to, and I was just like, I am
Yes.
shutting this shit down now. Like, I have to tell certain people when you show up on my show and in my community, we have people of all ethnicities, all religions, all sexual orientations, all gender identities. You don't get to use your fucking crazy white guy retro redneck bullshit here.
I don't hate
Just-
anybody except for Zionists and lizard
Just-
people,
Just for the record,
which I think are the same.
Dungeon
people.
Brush, we're all friends here. If you guys are hanging out with us,
Oh yeah. We listen. We're a bunch of old men. We pick on each other and we bust each other's chops.
Yeah,
That's
this
the
is
point.
Gen X, guys.
Listen, we-
This is how Gen X rolls.
We're
If
grown
we
men who paint and play with little army men
Yeah.
Right.
and play pretend.
Yeah,
You
if
gotta
you
I've-
didn't
I've-
do the
I've-
shit-
somehow.
Let me put it this way. If I was in the same place as any one of you and you needed food, you needed a shirt,
Oh, of
you needed
course.
shoes,
Oh, I
got
know
you.
that.
You know what I mean?
I think I need
Got
a
you.
shirt.
If I was in the same place, I will never set foot in your shitty city. No, I gotta
But
go to
if I
Toronto.
came
And I
to
go
your
to
house crying because of a woman breaking up with me, you'd call me a bitch.
no.
Well,
I would
maybe by
do this.
mid-year.
I would do the following. I'd say beer or joint. You tell me which one you need. All right, get it all out. Next day, if you're still whining about her, you're a fucking pussy.
Right.
No, you just
Every
go out
man
and get
gets
another
one day. Every man gets one day to write his ballad, to write his poetry, to
I-
excise the darkness from his soul. Day 2, put on some fucking pants and go build something.
now
Yeah.
I'm gonna say this: if you write a
Get the
ballad and
dinner.
it sucks, I'm gonna laugh at you extra hard for it.
Oh yeah.
It
If it
better
comes
be a
out
good
sounding
ballad.
like
I ain't
if
writing
it comes
no
out
ballads.
sounding
I'm
like the
just
Meow
saying, I
Mix
know
theme
how it works.
song, you're never going to hear the end of it.
You guys remember Say Anything? The girl
yeah.
who's written all the songs about that one guy, Joe. It's like, she's written 38 songs about you this year. Yeah,
Say
I know.
anything. Wasn't that with Cusack?
Yeah, with John Cusack. Where he's, that one girl, she's the musician, but she broke up with Joe, so she's written like 38 songs about Joe. And they're all like, Joe lies when he cries. And Joe's really happy she's written all these songs about him. It's
So she's Taylor
fucking
Swift.
hilarious. Proto Swift, yeah, there you go. Proto Swift.
Yeah, but
I
it's
was
never the same guy.
referencing. You guys remember that episode of Malcolm in the Middle where he wrote this song, this heartbreak song, and his youngest little brother, the one who always stole the show, says,
Huey.
and he starts singing the same song to the Meow Mix theme song from the commercial, and it was the same song.
Oh wow, I haven't seen that. I've seen like 5 episodes of that show.
Oh,
Yeah.
that show was pretty funny.
I used to watch it, but I don't remember anything about it.
I
Besides, my
remember
brother was
when
in
the young
military
kid
school.
beat the dad at basketball and then was like, the future is now, old man. That shit was funny.
The funniest was when
I remember when the dad started cooking meth in his RV with the.
That's a different show. But
the
Thank
best
God.
one. The best one was Bryan Cranston let everybody know about his roller skating disco skills.
No, it was his power walking. Never even power walk.
He also had the roller
Oh,
disco
okay.
skating skills that were, there,
Legendary.
existed, which is pretty freaking embarrassing.
I fucking love disco, man.
do you know what's
I
crazy?
need a fucking soundboard for these channels so I can just be like, what? You know,
Yeah.
What's crazy, Shadow, is like rollerblading happened and then it went away.
You ever hear Bill Burr's line
no
on
one
that?
ever mentioned it again.
You ever hear Bill Burr's line on that? He says
No.
he goes, this is how it got destroyed. This one joke killed rollerblading. What's the hardest part about rollerblading? Coming out to your parents.
Ooh, shit.
And he's like, does that joke hit the circuit? And then suddenly rollerblading was dead. It's like, yep.
See, I
remember
never
that.
heard that joke, but it's true.
That's pretty
It was
messed
like,
up.
there was like that period of a couple of years where everybody was rollerblading around, and then all of a sudden it's like nobody had a rollerblade anywhere. Like, and you'd be like, I remember you used to go rollerblade. That wasn't me.
That wasn't me. I ain't gay.
which is kind of funny if you think about it, because putting wheels on your feet is kind of genius. If you got to get somewhere in a hurry or something.
No, roller skating was awesome. Rollerblading was annoying and obnoxious. Like most everything else that happened in the 90s.
What was the inline one?
Inline was rollerblading.
Okay.
Yeah.
I remember it all the way
Remember
back when you actually
wheelies?
had to have a skate key. Anybody remember skate keys?
Yeah. I got a brand new pair of roller skates. You got a brand new key. Remember that song?
Oh yeah.
She died last year.
My daughter had those hillies you're talking about, Justin.
Yeah.
It was nuts. We'd be like walking around through the mall or something, and she'd just be like freaking spinning and pirouetting.
Those are cool, man.
Yeah,
They still make them, and in adult sizes now.
And I was just
I've
like,
been looking at them.
Bear will
It's
probably
like
appreciate this.
250 bucks a
Dazzler
piece.
was a great character.
I'm willing to bet
And-
I
and
would
I was
break
like-
my hip.
Why aren't more people doing that shit?
I'm sorry, what was that? I
missed
missed you over the crosstalk. What were you saying I'd know about?
Dazzler.
The mutant?
Yeah.
Yeah, the failed attempt by Marvel to create a pop star.
I remember I have the
Wasn't
first
great
issue,
at all.
the first appearance with Spider-Man, I think it was, and I'm like, this is genius. You know, Disco.
It was
the
too
whole thing.
late for Disco, dude. Disco was dead by the time Dazzler hit the scene, and that was the big mistake. New
Yeah.
Wave was in, Disco was the fuck out. But
But no one.
Claremont put her on the X-Men towards later and did a great job with it. She was really good when Claremont had her on the X-Men.
Right.
Anything
But there's
Claremont
no
touched
one
was
who doesn't bump their head along when frickin' Casey and the Sunshine Band hits.
Celebrate good times. Come on.
Now that or Wild Cherry or whatever. Play that funky music, white boy. Hell
Yeah,
yeah.
exactly.
That's a good song.
Or Ram Jam, Black
Oh,
Betty.
Ram Jam, Black Betty.
Anything
Oh,
by
Black
Earth, Wind,
Betty,
and Fire.
Ram Jam, oh. Right. She really
I mean,
drives
come
me
on, guys.
wild.
I listened to Blue Oyster Cult. That is the marriage of disco and heavy metal.
No one cares about Blue Oyster Cult except you. You'll die lonely.
Oh God.
You may be right about the first part, but as long as I got friends like you who needs enemies, right?
Aw, baby, I'll be there at your deathbed. I'll be a mummy, but I'll be there when you eventually die.
Yeah. He'll only be there because you stuffed
What I'll
him
do,
and wrapped him
Stratos,
in
I'll
toilet
put it in my
paper.
will that when I die, I'm to be
Call-
cremated,
call for-
put it in a sealed urn, and shipped to you so you can keep me on the bookshelf for when you die. I'll be nearby.
Aw, nerds. That's beautiful.
It's called
Well-
it's called a cult for a reason.
Shadow, when you're on your deathbed, if you see me and I'm standing at the foot of the bed, it means that you'll probably live through whatever you're doing. But if I'm at the head of the bed, you're definitely going to die.
Is you gonna take the pillow and smother me with it?
No, that's an old Russian thing where if you got really sick, if you looked through a certain glass, you could see death. And if death was at the foot of the bed, it meant you would live.
Wasn't that the pillow, like the pillow
You're
lady?
not deaf, bro.
When there's some weird thing about the pillow woman would come and smother those that were really sick or some shit like that.
But then, according to the story, the Russian soldier told Death to get into his bag, and the bag was enchanted so that anything he told to get into the bag had to. And then he tied Death up in the bag and he took him to the top of a tree and left him there.
So that's an Irish folktale about Lucky Jack and Satan.
And then he didn't let him out so no one could die. So then people came to his house begging to die because they didn't want to live anymore.
That's interesting.
Because they kept aging, but they couldn't die. So he eventually went and let Death out. But then Death was so terrified of him that Death refused to ever come and get him.
So this is not the same, but similar to the story of Lucky Jack and the Jack-o'-lantern, right? You know this story?
I do not.
So Lucky Jack was an Irish prick who basically was renowned for screwing people over, robbing people, and he robbed this town, and he ran off into the woods, and he had all their money in a bag. And as he's hiding in the woods, as the townsfolk are coming to kill him, Satan shows up and says, "I got you now, Lucky Jack, because they're going to kill you, and your soul is mine because you're such an evil piece of shit." And Jack goes, "Yeah, no, awesome. You get one soul. That's great. But how about this? How about you turn yourself into a coin? I'll throw you in the bag, give them back their money, and then tonight you pop out, take the money, and disappear. The next morning they'll blame each other for it, kill each other in a big orgy of violence, and you'll have all those souls." And the devil's like, "Fucking rights, man. That's a great deal." Turns into a coin, hops in. Jack throws his crucifix in the bag on top of the coin. Devil's stuck in the bag. Devil's like, "Jack, fuck, let me out. Come on, man. I can't stay like this." And Jack's like, "Listen, I'll make you a deal. I'll let you out. I'll take the crucifix off. But you can never take my soul." And the devil's like, "Fine. Fuck it, Burns. You got the deal." So Jack takes the crucifix out. Devil pops back out and says, "Now you're fucked, Jack, because you can never go to hell. But because you made a deal with me, you can never go to heaven. So you're going to have to walk this world forever, never dying. And night, I'm going to send demons after you in the dark to fucking torment you and rip you and tear you for all eternity." So Jack got a big turnip, carved a face in it, put a candle in it, and that's where the first jack-o'-lantern comes from Lucky Jack wandering around at night in the woods, keeping the devil's demons away from him.
Scaring the demons away.
And that's the story of how Elizabeth Warren came into existence.
And
So
that's the story
basically
of
that's
Christmas.
Samhain, right?
That's part of Samhain, yeah.
I'm surprised nobody attributed that to my origin story. Just saying.
Well, because we attribute yours to the cunt Saint Germain, like always, sir. I mean, Count.
Fair enough.
Sorry.
Yeah, vampire of some sort.
Yeah.
Or some other supernatural being.
You guys see me in broad daylight? Come on.
Well,
The
I've seen you
idea
in
that vampires
California
could travel
broad
out in the
daylight.
sunlight is relatively modern thing.
we've seen you in front of a green screen.
You have to
Also,
remember, in
we
Slavic
all know that Mount
mythology, there's
Shasta
like
is the
100
great
types
protecting
of vampires.
umbrella. Mount Shasta puts out beams of radiation that protect the vampires from the sun in California. We all know that.
Or
Yeah.
he, like I implied earlier, is just one of the great old ones. He could be Nyarlathotep, maybe.
He is
Well,
not.
There's so many different kinds of fucking vampires across the planet. Some aren't affected
Yeah.
by any of that shit.
That's not true.
It's
All
true.
those other types of vampires are misinformation created by Shadow.
It's all,
Coco, you're 100%
it's all
right.
fake news.
And that story is an actual story.
That's what they were originally
Russian
called.
folktale from a long time ago.
I never saw that show. Was it any good, Jim Henson?
The first one was actually really good.
Right
The
on,
one
Cal.
about Fear Not, which they set in Ireland for some reason, was also a Russian folktale, but they set it in Ireland for some reason.
Well, never forget that the Russians are Vikings, and the Vikings had extensive contact with the Celts, so it's very possible those stories migrated.
Also true. Also true. But in the story of Fear Not, he goes to the pond and he sees the beautiful women in the pond, and he plays the violin to them, and they invite him in, and he swims with them, and then he meets their father, which is a voiding Naya, and the voiding Naya asks how to make the sound. Well, they say the guy's in Ireland, right? But those were Rusalka. And Rusalka are a Slavic thing.
Yeah, but
Female
couldn't that be like a
spirits that live
silky?
in the water and try and lure you in to drown you, and then their father eats you. And their father looks like a giant big toad monster thing with googly eyes.
A big toad monster thing down here in the holler.
Yeah, for real. No shit.
That's one of the things I liked about American Gods was the idea that because these people came to America, they brought their mythology with them, and their monsters came
Like
too.
Chernobog,
They Chernobyl.
that big freaking hammer. Plus,
Man,
that actor
that
is
show
just
was such a fucking letdown.
The TV show wasn't that great, but the book is so good.
They're great. The show, yeah,
It didn't have. It
So you
had,
know what? What's her name? Gillian Anderson
yeah.
was
That
fucking
was cool,
amazing in that
was
show.
awesome.
And I did like the
Was she-
Easter, that Easter where all the
Technology, is
Jesuses
that
were
what she
there.
was?
yeah.
Was she
All the
technology
Jesus were there.
Yeah, she was technology. But I love when they went to the Easter house and all the Jesuses were there. So every fucking denomination of Christianity's Jesus was represented. That was fucking tight, man. I was like, that's
Well, I mean, they said they were going to go see the most powerful God, and it was like 50 Jesuses hanging
Yeah.
out. They're like, okay, here he is. My favorite scene from the TV show was when, what's his name, the spider convinced the slaves in the Dutch ship
Yeah.
to burn that shit to the ground, and it was Orlando. What is
Orlando
his
Bloom.
name?
Orlando
Not
Jones.
Orlando Bloom.
Orlando Jones.
Black Orlando.
Orlando Jones.
Jones.
I worked with him on a show called
Yeah.
Saved, which was about about cops. No, it was on the what was the name of that fucking show? I worked on a show with him. I did one episode, and to be honest, he was kind of an asshole. But what are you gonna do?
Wasn't he on Mad TV?
Yeah, he was at one point. Yeah.
You remember the skit he did about peeing in the microwave?
Don't do that.
You don't remember that one? He comes to this house with a couple of girls, and he says he has to use the restroom, and he instead of using the restroom, because he's so drunk, he pees in the microwave. Just look it up. It's freaking hysterical.
Not only that, as a skit, I had a roommate who did that to the TV. He got up in the middle of the night drunk, was going to the bathroom, walked into the living room, and pissed on the television. And we're all like, fucking, like, what the fuck are you doing?
Yeah, we've all been there.
Now I'm saying Emily Browning is fucking hot.
Who?
I don't know who Emily Browning is.
The Moon, the chick
Oh,
in America. Laura
Oh,
Moon.
his girlfriend?
Yeah. Laura Moon. In,
Oh, yeah.
You know what?
Guts.
I couldn't remember if she was that big a bitch in the book or not.
She wasn't in the book, I don't think. Was she?
Yeah, I know. The girlfriend was in the book. Yeah. But like, man, oh man, was she a bitch on that show.
Oh my God.
The character was such a, like, she was a good actress. She played it really well.
Yeah.
But Jesus, that character was a complete bitch in the movie.
I should actually watch this fucking thing. I still haven't done that. Oh.
Freaking Orlando Jones down there talking that shit, and the one guy's looking, he's like, this one gets it. This one's starting to get it. He's feeling mad.
What's the other one?
He's break these chains, go up there and cut every one of those
Like
Dutch
Hellblazer or
backs.
Creature. That was pretty good. The
I
Boys
heard
is
that's
a
why
good
he
show.
actually got kicked
You
off.
watch The Boys?
I don't know if that's
Bear?
true.
Oh,
I just use-
Yeah, I love the boys. I hate the comic, but I love the show.
Yeah, the shit is
Mm.
great.
I just don't like the
Look,
the
it's got Carl Urban in it, so shut up.
Yeah,
the
that guy-
interpretation of
The
Stormfront
Evidence.
there.
The name of the show I was on with him was called The Evidence. It only lasted.
The Evidence.
It only lasted one season. 8
That's all
episodes,
you need
but
to
I was
know,
there.
Justin. Carl Urban is in it.
Yeah, Carl. Urban
You guys
is
think
good.
I'd like the boys?
The
Oh,
boys?
yes,
Yeah, you'd like the
dude.
boys.
I think you would.
Well, okay. Are you going to do your prissy prudy bullshit, or are you going to just sit back and enjoy it for what it is?
What are you
'Cause
talking about?
You sometimes get prissy about
Yeah.
some stuff. You get a little prissy about it sometimes.
Yeah, about
I don't
about
think we
visual
needed that
media.
much of
Only when
this.
the
or that
boys
much of that.
around.
Like, you get a little old matey.
It's you know,
I
dad
don't watch it
stuff.
with the
You know.
boy. Don't watch it with the kid.
Yeah, it's like
He's
Berserk.
already seen it.
Okay, well, it's very good. I like it.
It's
and
like
I hate
Berserk
it.
and Goblin Slayer. Don't watch them with the kid. They're not for kids.
Ian McShane was really good as Odin in American
Gods, yeah. Was he when he's Zeus or Odin?
He was Odin.
Odin.
Oh, we're back
You-
to American Gods again? Because I
Yeah.
totally got
He made Deadwood for me. Like, I mean,
Oh,
I
dude,
know there was a
Deadwood.
lot of tons of great characters on Deadwood, but Swearingen, oh my God, was he good.
I'm glad they did that movie. That was a good movie. Kind of an end all.
It tied all up, yeah.
That was pretty good.
Yeah.
Is Sandman worth watching?
I thought it
I
was
haven't seen
okay.
it.
Pretty good.
I thought
I
it was
haven't
okay.
seen it, but I didn't care for the comics. There's only one short story I ever liked in the comic, which was The Dream of a Thousand Cats. That was a great fucking.
I never read the comics.
I only read the first like 10 Sandman.
Oh,
I
I
think
have.
So Justin, Dream of a Thousand Cats is the story about a kitten talking with older cats, and they're explaining that if they can get 1,000 cats together and dream the same dream, they can change reality. And it's a really great traveling story of these cats going through the alleys and going to this meeting of 1,000 cats. But at the very end, it pulls out essentially to show you that the kitten is dreaming on the floor and his leg is twitching, and the humans are like, oh, he must be chasing mice in his sleep. No, he's dreaming about removing you as the primal creature on this planet is what he's dreaming about. It's really good story.
Basically, Neil
Oh.
Gaiman ripping H.P. Lovecraft off.
To a certain extent. You ever see Stardust? You guys ever see Stardust, the movie?
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
pretty fucking good.
Pretty good.
He says the movie's better than the book.
I was really,
For
really
Stardust? I
surprised
Yeah.
believe it.
at how flat-chested the main actress was. It caught me off
Oh,
guard.
Claire Danes.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Claire
itty bitty
Danes.
kitty committee, brother.
it really caught me off guard because she's wearing her little dress, running around. I'm like,
I had the biggest
literally
crush
has
on
no
her
boobies.
on My So-Called Life. Oh my fuck. You know, Justin was into Gilmore Girls. I was into My So-Called Life the way Justin was into Gilmore Girls.
Yeah. Very
you know
reasonable.
what I was into back then? Reruns of MASH and All in the Family and The Jeffersons.
I still prefer the MASH movie.
Hey, so I found this new sci-fi show, guys. It's a 70s parody show called Quark.
I've heard of
Yeah.
Oh
it.
yeah.
Yeah,
God,
it's
yeah.
all on YouTube.
Yeah.
that-
I'm watching
Yeah.
it. It's not bad. I mean, I have never
You're
even
only
fucking
been
heard
for
of
like-
it.
No, Brian, your fucking recommendations are suspect for me after Rocktopus.
There's only 6 episodes.
Rocktopus.
It's funny. It's funny. It's worth watching. I watched it all.
Rocktopus sounds like it really should be a porn movie.
Yeah.
Yeah,
there ain't no
yeah.
titties
Kinda
in it either.
Yeah.
Not one single titty.
Yeah, there is.
No, there isn't. I
There
watched that whole
is.
fucking movie.
Those flashback scenes where she's like a fucking Egyptian, whatever the fuck. She's naked in that. You
Okay,
guys
then-
didn't watch the whole movie.
Egyptians.
I'll take your word for it.
Yeah,
yeah,
Assuming
I'm not gonna
you'll
watch it
it
again to
another
find
night.
out if I missed a scene because it's
The Mummy is
it's
in
not
the
very-
top 10 of all, relatively modern movies of all time. The first
You
one with
what?
Brandon Fraser. That is an amazing movie.
With the Mummy?
Yep.
Yeah, it's great. It's fantastic.
That is a fantastic movie.
It is. I agree.
We're going back to me ranting again how they can't make good movies anymore for some reason.
Yeah, there are a few.
You know what I rewatched again recently for
They're
the
indie
for like the
houses.
first time in a lot of years?
What's that, bro?
Porky's.
Oh, fuck yeah. Those are great.
Such a
Canada's
good fucking
entry into
movie.
raunchy high school bullshit.
Canada kicked off the raunchy high school bullshit
Yeah, you
craze.
did.
Canada did a hell of a slasher flick my
Christmas.
Valentine's Day.
My
Woo!
Valentine, yeah.
That was
Black
epic.
Christmas
That's a
was
great
good. Black
fucking
Christmas.
movie.
Wasn't that the one with the guy that was a miner that was running
Yeah.
around killing people
Yeah,
to death
yeah,
with a big
yeah,
freaking
yeah.
hydraulic drill thing?
What you
That was
guys?
a great,
Oh,
great movie.
yeah.
The most recent scary movie I watched that I thought was really cool, and I've watched it like 4 times now, was Hereditary.
I heard that was really good. I haven't seen
Oh,
that yet.
where the head comes off on the lamp, the street post and stuff.
Right, because
Yeah.
the more you watch it, the more you realize shit you didn't see the first time you watched it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I
There's
like that
Easter
whole
eggs all over
run.
that movie. It's really weird.
That whole run of horror. So Midsummer, Hereditary, and there's another one. I just they didn't click.
I
for
didn't
me.
like Midsummer. I thought it was stupid.
That's what I thought about Hereditary. I was like, okay, I get what you're doing with the whole Paimon the demon and all that stuff. I get where you're going, and they did a lot of great visual references to it and all that beautiful stuff. Well done.
It's
But just
Hey, the
I
devil is
hate
true.
that fucking actress that plays the mother, Frances
Yeah.
McDormand. I can't stand her.
Yeah,
It's
Every time I
A24,
see her in
right?
something, I'm just like, ugh.
She was in like Sixth Sense or some shit like that. Was she the
Yep.
mom in Sixth
Yep.
Sense? Yeah.
and also to pay the devil is due. Paimon is actually the 7th president of hell and the most loyal of all of Satan's followers, and also the demon that watches over the Northwest.
I will say there's one movie I like her in. Bart.
And actually really appears in the Lesser and Greater Key of Solomon, or the Goetta.
in the middle of someone's sentence, bro.
He started.
We had some
I'm
witches,
waiting for it
some
now.
people talking about I don't know.
Oh, she's not the one in Hereditary.
Uh,
What is the name of that actor?
You ever seen The
Collette.
Witch? That's fucking
That's it.
the
Tony
witch,
Collette.
yeah, the witch, the witch.
fucking
The
good.
Vitch is a good fucking movie.
That's great.
The Vitch was like, wow. Like I watched that movie and I was like, God damn.
I think that was the last good, like really good horror movie I seen.
I like the one where they got trapped in the woods in
And
Scandinavia and the giant moose monsters started.
Oh yeah,
that's the son of Thor. What the fuck is that? Or the son of Loki.
the ritual or
He was
something like
the
that.
Yes,
Yogi
the
or
ritual. The
something.
ritual,
The
yeah.
Ritual. That was pretty
okay.
good.
It was okay.
That's a good
I'm trying
visual.
to think the last good horror film I saw. Oh,
The
I've
Taking
downloaded
of
all
Deborah Logan will scare the shit out of you.
What is it?
The Taking of Deborah Logan.
well,
That sounds familiar. Oh, I can't.
if
It's about college students watching a woman going through Alzheimer's, and then I'll drop it there because
Oh yeah, they're doing a documentary of her,
right.
and then that was pretty good. That was good. That was good.
And my favorite part was the one dude in the van. He's like, "F this, I'm leaving," and they're trying to beg him not to leave, and he puts that shit in D, and he's gone, and you never see him again.
Yeah,
He's
yeah.
just freaking- he's like, "Nope, out." And I was like, "That would have been me."
well, whenever I want to watch some horror and I can't find anything good, I just rewatch Masters of Horror.
I did one of those.
Yeah, and
Okay.
you can see Bear in one of those.
Yes, you
Really?
Really?
can. Yes, you
Damn.
can.
Which
And I got
one?
to work with,
Air
and I got
one?
to work with, and I got to work with Peter Medic, the director of The Changeling, which is my favorite horror film of all time. And there was
It's a good
nothing
movie.
greater in my career of being able to shake that man's hand and tell him how much I love that fucking movie.
The Changeling, is that the one where the little kid goes down the hole
No.
No.
and
It's
then
one where George C.
Oh,
Scott,
no, that's
parents,
Pat.
wife and daughter gets killed, and then he goes
Yeah.
and lives in this house, and the ghost communicates with him.
So
It is the scariest fucking movie I've
what
ever
one
seen.
am I thinking about? It was like in Ireland, and the little kid goes down like a freaking hole in the ground, but then the thing that comes back out is like a changeling,
No idea.
and the mom kind of starts figuring out what's going on, and she ends up having to go down into the hole to get her kid back from the elves. or the fairies that are living down there, and they're like
Tooth Fairy was
horror-looking monsters and shit.
was
There was a
the
recent
mother
movie like
played
that.
by Katie Holmes?
Yeah, it was very recent. It was relatively.
It was
new.
like, but they were Hispanic. They were like in Mexico, and they went in some like the kids went like vanished into this pit or something. They came back different. I think that's called The Children or The Kids or some shit like that. That one was pretty good.
There was one like that.
I've downloaded all the VHS films. I'm going to do a VHS marathon because I didn't realize there were. I only thought there were 3, but there's like 5 VHS movies.
Oh yeah,
Oh, yeah.
I've only seen
yeah.
the first
Yeah.
first one. I think. I love the one where the girl goes with those guys to the hotel room.
Yeah, she's a fucking succubus. Yeah,
She's
yeah,
like,
yeah.
and then at the end, he's like flying off.
Yeah, and she keeps telling him, "I like you," even if she's killing his buddy.
Yeah, that was a good one.
I might have to stop in on that.
I've only seen the first 2. I think I'm going to start watching them on my Discord on Saturday nights.
I
What
think
is
I
it?
remember something about them going to this place, and it was a bunch of Asian people. Like a
That's the
cult or
3rd one, I think,
something.
where they have the cult of the weird.
Oh,
Asian-
yeah, it's like the end of
Like
the
a
world.
little goat.
I thought that was the
thing
ABCs of
comes out.
death. Maybe that was VHS.
I think it's VHS.
Those ABCs of death are pretty fun. There's
But
some
the
good-
last one that just came out, VHS 99, has a Medusa sequence in it. I want to fucking see that. I like anthology horror. I'm a big fan of anthology horror. I find the problem with most horror films is they overstay their welcome. You know what I mean? They do 2
you
hours. And by the end of the 2
probably
hours, I'm like, fuck off. You know?
Did you watch Del Toro's The Cabinet?
No,
I heard
but
that
I'm
was
a
pretty
huge
good.
Creep Show and Tales from
yeah.
the Dark Side, the movie fan.
It wasn't bad. It wasn't bad.
I'm actually a fan of Nightmares. You guys ever see the horror anthology Nightmares, which has the Emilio Estevez, isn't it, in one episode about a guy who gets sucked into a video game?
I have seen that.
Yeah,
No.
that's a fun one.
Well, I mean, of course, Creep Show too. And my favorite story from Creep Show was when they went swimming in the pond.
No,
That's
that's the
Creep Show,
second
too.
one.
Yeah, yeah.
That's
I'm just
Raft.
saying of all of them, I like that one, and I like the one with the wooden Indian.
Now,
Yeah,
my
that's
favorite
Creep
Creep Show
Show, too.
story is always and forever. Where's my cake, Bedelia?
Father's Day, yeah. That's great.
You called me a
Oh, the
bitch.
Crate is a fun one though too. That,
Crate is
Now,
awesome.
Adrian
Adrian
Barbeau.
Barbeau deserved an Oscar.
Hal
for that.
Hofbretter, man, Hal Hofbretter is fucking awesome. There's
What
so
was-
many fantastic character actors in that movie, man.
What was the Stephen King one where he was playing the farmer in the
Meteor
That's a meteor shit.
yeah, but
Dirty Daryl.
blatant rip off of a Colors from Space or whatever. It was
It's
like,
Dirty Daryl.
yeah,
There's
That was
Dirty
funny, though.
Daryl look.
that was
Hey.
What? No, it was it Creep Show
Yeah.
where it starts out
Changeling
with
has
the
a
super
scene. Okay,
hot
if you
blonde
have,
in
if you
the
have not
bathtub?
seen the Changeling, there's a scene in it that will fuck you up, and I'm getting goosebumps thinking about it, and I will tell it to you.
The wheelchair.
Daughter had a ball, just a rubber ball, right? And at one point in time, we established a scene where the rubber ball is up. Okay. Later, he's ignoring the ghost. He's like, I don't want any more fucking shit to do with you. I'm not going to help you. Fuck you. And the ball comes bouncing into the room. And he gets mad and he picks it up and he goes out. He gets in his car. He drives out onto a fucking bridge and he throws the ball off the bridge. He goes back to the house. He opens the door and the ball comes bouncing down the stairs and it's wet. And I'm telling you, like right now, my skin's all just like fucking goose pimple because it's just like, oh, if that happened to you in real life, fuck, nope, the fuck out, nope. You know what I mean? Come on.
I mean, George C. Scott, when he was in Exorcist 3, holy shit, that was
That's a
epic.
great movie.
Fucking
Exorcist 3
epic.
is a fantastic movie.
Okay, question. Was it Demon Knight that started out with the hot big booby chick in the tub that was bragging about killing John Larroquette?
Yes, that's
Yeah.
Demon Knight. Yeah,
Demon Knight.
Okay, I love that movie.
I love
Big
Demon
fan.
Knight just for the you go down well. Then
Oh, down, show down,
motherfuckers.
motherfucker.
Whatever happened to him, John Larroquette?
He's still famous. Whatever happened to Billy Zane, I don't know.
Hell, he was in Titanic after
Zoolander.
that, wasn't
He
he?
was in Titanic, but
He was
Titanic
great in
was like
Zoolander,
30 years
man.
ago.
He was fucking amazing in Zoolander.
He was the Phantom too. That was
Yeah.
a
He was the
I
Phantom,
worked with
but
that
that's
director,
30
Simon
years ago.
Windsor. I worked with that director. Really nice guy. He told me stories about that. He said the first day that Catherine Zeta-Jones showed up on set, they had her riding on a horse, so they brought her to set on the horse. He said every fucking man on
What the
set
fuck?
stopped and just turned and said nothing as she rode by, because that's how fucking beautiful Catherine Zeta-Jones is.
She's pretty
Absolutely.
amazing.
Amazing.
Um,
Oh, Sniper. I remember the Behringer.
In the first Sniper movie, even though I didn't believe it since he was trying to brag on a 1,000-yard hit with an M16
In a
Get
helicopter.
out of here. You ain't hitting shit at 1,000 yards with a 223.
I liked him in Soul Survivor by Dean Koontz.
I haven't seen that
I
one.
haven't seen that.
It's like a.
I love him in Zoolander. I'm just sorry.
Yeah.
He's the best because he leads to one of the best fucking lines that fucking what's his name Owen Wilson has, which is, "You should listen to your friend Billy Zane. He's a good guy. He's just trying to help you." Fuck, I love that line.
That is like a true statement to everyone on the planet.
There was one moment when we were sandwiched between a Maori tribesman and a Finnish gnome, and I thought I could love her. That movie is so good. The second Zoolander sucked dick, but the first Zoolander is still one of the funniest fucking movies, man.
Yeah.
Demon Knight was amazing.
Demon Knight is the best.
It's fun. It's fun. Oh yeah, out of
I
the
especially
Tales
love
of
the
the
one
Crypt
part
stuff.
where he. Sorry, I was just saying the part where he's trying to tempt Jada Pinkett, and it's got that cool bass line going on. And it's like, hey,
He's
you can
dancing
do
with
it.
her.
Yeah, get in here,
all that
Raven.
shit. All you gotta do is let me in.
I like when he tempts the old drunk.
Oh yeah.
He walks into the
Oh
fucking
yeah,
attic and
take
it's
a
all
drink of
fucking,
my stuff.
it's guaranteed to fuck you up.
Yeah, this never.
I think the scariest movie I ever saw was Henry, Portrait of a Serial Killer. My God, that shit was so real.
Have you seen Man Bites Dog?
No.
Okay.
Citizen
Right
Adler.
around the time Henry, Portrait of a Serial Killer was out, there was a fucking Belgian film. I think it's Belgian, called Man Bites Dog, which is about a fucking documentary crew accompanying a serial killer on his rounds. Okay. It makes Henry, Portrait of a Serial Killer look like a fucking Disney film.
Damn.
It's insane.
I can't watch that movie again, man. It was just a one view, scar me forever movie.
There is a weird moment where they run across another documentary crew with another serial killer and they get into a big fight. It's actually kind of fucking weird. But Man Bites Dog.
I have to check that out. Yeah.
But get it in the original language with subtitles, bro. Don't.
Yeah, I like subtitle stuff.
Yeah.
Have you seen Don't Be Afraid of the Dark?
Yeah.
I've seen the original.
What happened to James?
You sick of your shit. He was out. He's like, I'm out.
Said,
You're
"Fuck
welcome to come
that
back
shadow."
in. Hey, Bear, I sent you something. Take a
Oh.
look at it because I just saw it. You take a look at it later. Not right now.
I'm
It's,
looking at it right now. Can't stop.
Oh,
and I saw it because I was seeing where Raven was, and I'm like, you got to be fucking kidding me. The title alone just pisses me off.
what?
Harvey Weinstein rape conviction overturned by New York appellate court.
Oh yeah. I saw that.
Of course.
Hey, I'm sure he's got some secrets that a lot of those people don't want known.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Well, okay, so here's the weird thing. Technically, he traded stardom for sex.
Yeah.
They wanted to be stars. He wanted to fuck them. They made a deal, and it happened for all involved.
There were other cases besides just the star
Yeah, I think
stuff.
it wasn't just
Were
that.
there?
kind of
I just
situation.
remember
Yeah,
hearing about the
there-
famous people.
There was a couple of like hotel maid comes into room, he corners her kind of stuff going on.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, then that's different.
Yeah, because I mean, listen,
Hello, Raven figured out
Welcome
the
to the
internet.
show, Raven.
if that's the arrangement, I mean that's not right. Don't get me
Well,
wrong.
and-
But the
and
thing
there
is, if you're willing to do that,
There was also a lot of like, you'll do this for me, or I'll make sure you don't work anywhere in town, kind of stuff. You know.
Yeah, that's
yeah, I
And-
wasn't there, so
okay.
I don't know. But I'm sure. I mean, I'm sure some were complicit because it was an easy way to get into it all.
Yeah, well,
I've
most
worked in the industry. Shadow's worked in the industry. I can assure you, there are plenty who are willing to do whatever it takes to get.
Is
to the
that James trying to come back in? James, If you said goodbye, I missed it.
He didn't say goodbye. Let him back in. He just bounced out by accident.
No,
Yeah.
he's
He
not.
pulled an omen on us.
I come home, I'm looking at ESPN. All the lights turn dim, the TV turns off. And
Oh,
It
man.
says they will need to connect their cam mic before they can add themselves to the stream.
Yeah, until you do that.
No, it's technical shit. You're screwed, James.
No, he's got to do it on his end.
Oh,
not
he's
me.
got to do it. Okay.
Yeah.
Welcome to the show, Raven. How you doing?
Hey,
Hi,
Raven.
how you doing?
Raven.
Uh,
Hey, Raven, we were
You know
talking
what,
about-
Raven? Raven, as a female in the conversation, let's ask you that question. Do you think
Okay.
it's right that a woman makes a deal between trading sex for career options and then 20 years later decides that she's now going to say she was sexually assaulted, even though she made the deal?
No, that
gave
is
the sex-
dishonorable.
That's very dishonorable, right?
Not
Okay.
good.
I could agree with that, but if it's
That-
you'll do sexual favors, so I'll make sure you never work again.
It's still
Then they have a
consensual.
choice. They can
I mean,
walk out
that's
the door and never
blackmail
work
added
again.
into it, but it's consensual. She
Yeah.
willingly said, "Okay, I'll trade you then for
Yeah.
favors for favors, right?"
So
that's
I had a buddy of
consensual.
mine. I had a buddy of mine who was a Montreal actor. He went down to LA to shoot pilot season. This producer brought him down, who I will not mention the name of. And he one night said, "Okay, you're going to come. We're going for dinner over at this place." My buddy showed up late because he didn't understand LA traffic, and this producer was so mad, he was chewing him out. And he's like, "Well, look, man, I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to do it. Like, let's just chill and put this in the basket." He goes, "No. I think if you're going to fucking make amends, you better suck my dick." And my buddy went, "All right, fuck you, good night," and went back to the hotel, packed his bags, went to the airport, got on the next plane back to Montreal, and was done. And never
Yeah.
went back. He did theater for the rest of his life, and he was happy as an actor doing theater. You understand?
Good for
It is
him.
not about the art. You'll never work in this town again. That's about your fucking ego and your stardom. It's
Yeah.
a different beast.
Yeah.
It's a very different beast.
Yeah.
I'm so fucking repugnant. I can't even put it into words.
Seriously,
Man.
like you guys don't know because you've not been there, but both Shadow and I have been there and seen what these people are like. They are the fucking devil's stepchildren, some of these people.
I've heard it's bad. The guy that produces my radio show, he's worked in Hollywood, at Paramount
You have a
Studios.
radio show? What's your radio show?
Raven's Rabbit Hole on 1-2 Radio.
Don't know what that
Comes
is, but
internet.
what's the show about?
Paranormal, weird things,
Cool.
aliens,
You
UFO
have guests
news.
on and shit, or you just talk yourself and that's it? Cool.
Yeah.
I want to listen.
This-
Send me a link.
Okay, I will. It's on
I miss Art
Wednesday.
Bell every fucking day.
I used to listen to
I
Art Bell
loved-
back in the
oh,
day.
God, yes, I loved Art Bell.
I just
this
want to say
guy-
one thing. One thing, Raven. Fuck George Norrie.
Yeah,
Fuck
Norrie's
George
a
Norrie.
bitch.
I've got my picture taken with George Norrie. I got to meet him, and it was the most bizarre meeting ever. He was so weird. He was really weird.
Who was the
Anyway,
guy that was one of the other guest hosts? They used to refer to it as he was the captain of the starship. And he was very right wing, very Christian.
John B. Wells.
John B. Wells. I loved his voice.
I loved his voice. Yes, he's got his own show now on YouTube. It's called Caravan to Midnight.
Yeah, but he was getting a little too Christian towards the end for me. Like, it's like, I get it, you're a Christian, but I'd like to not hear about that every night on the paranormal show, please.
Yeah.
They let him go.
You can
because
never
he
be
was-
too Christian.
Thank you,
He was
James. I
starting
knew
to
there was
talk
going to be a comment. Sorry, go ahead,
I
Raven.
have to concur.
He was starting to talk about the government and some of the things that
Oh, yeah.
things, as things were starting to decline. He called it out early on,
Yeah.
and that's why they asked him to leave. But he was right. He was right about everything
Absolutely.
he said.
No. What was the? Maybe you would know. There was a show out of Niagara that used to come on after Art Bell.
That must have been
Oh,
local for you guys. 'Cause
yeah.
for us.
Yeah, must have been
Yeah.
local. We didn't get it.
Yeah.
Hey, Raven.
Raven's
Yeah.
a Canadian also?
No.
No.
Oh.
Pardon me?
You're
Uh,
from like St. Louis or something, right?
Yeah, I live right outside of St. Louis.
You're a Midwesterner by heart, or you moved there?
No, I was born in Indianapolis, Indiana. No, I'm
Yeah, you're a
Midwest.
Midwesterner. Okay. But you don't look like you only eat corn for a living. What's going on, lady?
No, my neck is not
She
red.
only eats cake.
My buddy went to school at Bloomington. He studied journalism at Bloomington.
Oh, okay.
And
yes,
when he
my
came back for
friend-
Christmas
you.
that year, I said, "What's it like then?" He goes, "No, it's really nice. It's really pretty. It's very rural." I said, "Oh, what are the women like?" He goes, Fat, corn-fed blondes as far as the eye can see.
Well, who needs any more than that?
James is
Good
in.
stuff right
Well,
there.
I need a third of that.
Hey, sister, get my keys.
Holy shit, it's cold out here.
Oh, please. How
Yeah.
cold
Hey, Raven,
is
hey,
it?
Raven, real quick.
California.
Some of the folks here might get a kick out of it. Tell me what you told me about the Grand Canyon this morning.
Oh, yeah. There was an interview. Joe Rogan had some guy on. I don't know who he was. I didn't catch it. I didn't catch his name, but they were talking about the fact there is an actual city in those caves
Yes.
in the Grand Canyon.
Yes.
And there are two guys that went and explored it.
Yes.
I want to say back in the 1900s.
Yes.
And they silenced
Okay.
them, and a bunch of stuff went to the Smithsonian Institute and disappeared.
Yes.
And they were talking
Okay.
about reasons why that might happen, and not only because of they would have to change all the history books, it would rewrite history and that whole narrative, and there's careers that would be ruined over it in academia. But they also think that some of those artifacts are of a technological nature, and they wanted to keep that suppressed. Of course, they don't want anything to rock the boat for big
No.
pharma or for the oil industry. Of
My
course.
hand is up, Justin.
Bear and I are both just sitting here being like, yes.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
So, Raven, not only that, the guys that explored the caves found Mayan and Buddhist and Egyptian symbology on the walls,
Yeah.
and they found the graves, or not the graves, but like the funerary internment place of giants inside there as
giant.
well.
Yes.
Yeah, I saw like
Yeah.
they had like a giant finger. They found like a giant finger or something
Now-
like that.
I'm telling you, it's all a hoax, and we know
No.
that because that guy perpetrated it. And the detail is not because, like, he half-assed it. He spent like 300 years digging the hole out to build the city.
Anyway, you're not allowed to enter those caves.
Nope.
They fucking fly helicopters to prevent people from going into them to this day, and people have gone on YouTube and tried, and they've been fucking buzzed by the helicopters. They're white. It's really weird. Not black helicopters, they're white.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, it's not X-Files, man.
They actually.
You're all like cutting out, Bear.
You're cutting out. Barely
Sorry.
can hear
It's the
you.
government. They hear what you're talking about.
Yeah,
You-
it's against the law
guys
for
do.
any American to go into those caves.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Like, you're not allowed.
They're,
That's such utter bullshit. What
They
better way
called.
to
No,
say-
hang on. It gets better. This guy who was doing research on it called the Smithsonian to ask about the Grand Canyon giants, and the girl who took the call for the Smithsonian's like group, whatever department they reached, he said she sounded so fucking tired of answering the question. She's like, "You need to talk to the American government about that. The Smithsonian does not have any of this material. Thank you." Like, she was like, so like she must get this call 50 times a fucking week. You know what I mean?
yeah.
It's
There was
interesting.
There's a whistleblower that allegedly witnessed the Smithsonian taking out a lot of the bones of the giants out to sea and dumping them overboard.
No, okay.
You heard that too?
You're now playing in a field James and I have been in many times talking about this stuff, the red-haired giants. The red-haired giants are known globally, and it is disturbing the amount of reports of them. Even the one from Kandahar with the Kandahar giant. You guys
Yeah.
know that story, right?
Yeah.
Hey, Nerds Nerd, you still here in the chat? What do you think about the Kandahar giant stuff, you know? Two sets of teeth, you know, shit like
Yeah,
that.
the-
Like,
So okay,
How
me
about
being the
Cave?
skeptic because I don't believe any of this shit. But again, I wasn't there. I haven't seen anything. So why would the government hide it?
let me ask you a question, sir.
I'm just asking.
Let me ask you a question. Very simple question. If the government were to reveal that all of the history that they have made sure is taught in school was suddenly invalid, and all
Yeah.
the science that they said was 100% accurate, and all the people they gave money to, would the general population therefore believe the government about anything ever again, ever? No. It's the same reason why they can't admit that there are UFOs flying around our fucking skies, because then they have to justify why we spend so much fucking money on SAC NORAD, but we can't control access to our own airspace. This is the point. It's not whether or not you're a rational human being. It's about whether or not buttfuck
Ooh.
Billy in Indiana is a rational human being. You understand?
I
There
got
are
you.
tons of people out there that are just fucking sheep, and you have to keep them. if you were to reveal extraterrestrial life tomorrow, how do you think fundamentalist religious people who believe that they are created in the image of God are going to handle that revelation that there's now a big fucking headed, black-eyed being walking around with white skin and spindly arms? That doesn't look like me. Who created that? And then they start questioning things in their heads.
I can tell you how.
See an initial
I
shock.
knew James was going to have an answer.
He's a religious guy.
Well, you wanted the answer of how would a fundamentalist Christian say? They would say they're demons.
Exactly. And then they would
There is
freak the
evidence of
fuck out.
giants, so-
And if you think the Middle East people get a little titchy about shit now, how do you think they're going to get titchy when they find out that there are demons walking around, right?
I don't know. I think
I
the
mean,
Middle
I
Eastern
speak
folk
as
is
a little
better.
bit.
I got a simple
understand as an
solution.
Expert on Christianity.
Mormons
And,
think aliens are kosher.
Yeah, they would think they were demons.
Yeah,
I
maybe.
don't think they use the word kosher though.
That's the humor. Simple answer.
Oh wait, they're gonna eat them.
A simple answer. If it bleeds, I can kill it.
Okay, thank you, Arnold. So
the giants
you got
are-
time to duck? But
I
think
like
about
to
this.
think of the giants a lot more, though.
There's
Hmm.
2 skulls that were retrieved out of Lovelock Cave in
Yeah.
Nevada. And
Yep.
they are, at first, you don't really notice a difference until you put it next to a normal human skull. And then
I've
you
seen
see
that
how
stuff.
large they are and how wide the jawbone is, the 2 rows of teeth, the eye sockets are bigger.
Mhm.
You
And,
think you wouldn't notice the 2 rows of teeth off? But now I'm just saying.
There's also some that
Somehow
still have
Shadow
the red
did this,
hair
we know.
stuck to it.
I'm just saying. If Mars attacks aliens were real, do you think their ray guns would work on Shadow?
So then there's the extended skulls from South America,
Oh,
the ones
yes.
that have
From
the
Caracas.
fucking
They just
natural form,
Yep.
like like that shit's
And they're
fucked
not
up.
human because they do not have the same parietal plates.
They don't have the
We have
split.
3 sections.
Yeah.
This comes like up here, 1 and
Yeah.
2, and it has a double holes back here where
Yep.
an artery or something goes at the base of the skull. It's
Yeah,
not
And these are
crazy.
one-piece skulls. You know what I mean? Like that doesn't happen in humans.
Depending on when
Doesn't
you're
happen
talking
in any
about,
animal.
there were multiple species of hominids roaming about the earth, whacking each other.
So how many of them had
Standard,
extended
this
skulls
could
like
just be
fucking
one of those.
Egyptian? Yeah, but
Were
look at the
they-
Egyptian paintings of like the fucking whoop skulls.
Well,
and then you're
isn't
you're
there
finding that shit in Peru.
Isn't there a phenomenon where societies throughout history have
Yes,
like
it's head
kind of
binding.
leapt at the same time, but they're geographically isolated?
It's potentially possible, but then you're getting into Younger Dryas conspiracy theory, and then it gets real fucking weird. Okay,
Well, you
and that's
think
where
what
we're
you're
going.
talking about isn't also a conspiracy theory?
Well, no, because you can physically
evidence.
see the evidence of these things.
There is
Yeah, like they're
evidence,
there.
and there's
The
DNA
term
evidence.
There's a
conspiracy
cave
theory-
opening.
No.
Yeah,
There
I'm
is a
a-
flight
I'm a-
path.
Theory.
Like, I'm a nerd. It's like
Skulls from Peru that do not have the fucking seams of human skulls, which is
Right.
they also have the head-binded skulls where they wrap their heads to make them do that, and you find
Yeah.
the seams. These ones don't have the seams. They have larger eye sockets. They have smaller nasal sections, things like that. They're another fucking species.
There are no other species
Nah.
altogether. Yeah.
mutation,
Yeah, little-
child.
It's not a
Yeah.
mutation when you find this many of them, dude. Mutations are rare.
Yeah.
It
very
could be
rare.
lizard people.
Could be.
Flea stack, man. Fucking
Like,
flea stack.
I was going to say flea
Fucking
stack
flea
type thing.
stack. Nice.
I
Nice.
don't,
Look,
I don't
could
know
be
about the lizard
demons.
people.
Could be demons for all we fucking know. The
Well,
point is,
no, because
it's
demons are
something.
spiritual creatures, so they wouldn't leave behind skeletons.
they could take physical form through possession, maybe use their spiritual
Which
power
just
to
means
alter the
they're
form
going
of
to
that body.
look like the human they take.
And
it
they could
takes
also
a lot
alter the
of
form of that
It's funny
body,
you
right?
mention that.
You
Tucker
can't just
Carlson.
roll in and possess a human. It takes a
Yes.
while.
But
Stay-
if you know the 7 keys of Solomon, right?
Yep.
well, the lesser and greater key, the Goetia, yeah.
Well, if you if you read any of this angel shit and this demon shit, you know that the transmutation is one of the powers that higher level demons can have, and they can physically change the appearance of a being, according
Well,
to the
in theory,
mythology.
yes. In theory, yes.
So
Shit.
No, I'd rather believe that there may be some kind of reptilian hominid that
I
survived.
mean, all this
from,
stuff is fun to think about. I mean, it's cool.
like,
It's a good
dinosaur
way
age
to
or
talk
something.
about, whatever. But I don't know. I this whole, and Bear, I understand what you're saying, but I don't know. Maybe I'm naive thinking that when humanity is confronted with the truth of something big, everybody's default is like, oh, everyone's gonna go ape shit and they're fucking, and, blah, everybody's gonna freak the fuck out. But maybe they won't.
Boxer Revolution. All you need is the Boxer Revolution.
Well,
It's
all
like
they'll
what
do
humanity
is
does
they'll
when they
have
freak
to
out.
make a check, and if they fail the check, they will lose one
But
die.
you can't equate the Boxer Revolution to the 21st century because people have evolved into like
Yes,
you know,
and
no, people don't evolve,
when the
bro.
Boxer Revolution was happening, the intellectuals are sitting around talking about how people have evolved in science and in society. We are 1 hour away from complete savagery at all moments in human existence.
Yeah, that's
Three
true.
meals.
Three meals.
Yeah.
So 1 day.
Yeah.
We're 1 day away
3
from complete
Yeah.
fucking savagery.
we
at any
quote
point in time.
all these great sayings and shit, but me personally, I've been in the catastrophe and I've been living off nothing for 4 or 5 days, and it sucked. But from when the tornado that I was in, it was my experience that
You
everybody
are
came
one
together.
person.
I know, but I'm just saying my personal experience.
This city went through an ice storm in the 90s that shut down the majority of the city for over a week. Okay? And yes, there were communities that came together and helped each other out. And then there were also assholes beating the shit out of each other in the grocery store over a bag of rice.
Of course.
Okay?
Well,
that's over food and an ice storm that we know is going to end. We know that ice storm is going to end, and people were still acting like savages. Look at the COVID panic buying that went on just a couple of years ago.
Exactly.
Okay?
Yeah.
Humans do very well with a little bit of adversity to overcome. We rise to the challenge, we rise to that adversity, and we defeat that adversity. If we get too comfortable, we become fucking shit. If we have too many soft, if we're too soft, we become shit. We're not good at soft. And if we get overwhelmed, we revert to savagery. This is proven throughout history. Right? So now you've invested your entire life in believing that there is one true God. He created man in his image. He created all life. And then a bunch of green scaly dudes show up on the fucking White House lawn. They don't look like you, therefore they don't look like God, and you have to rationalize how they exist. So demons is what James is saying is the option. Well, as a good Christian, what do you do to demons?
Well, you whack them.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I mean,
Does it say in the Bible? I don't know. I'm not a Christian.
Yeah.
I'm not a Christian. In the Bible, it says, if you see a demon, go kill it.
Yeah.
Or banish it.
Banish it.
Is that what it says? I don't know.
It doesn't say play patty cakes with the fucker.
But it doesn't say go and destroy
But
them.
remember, Christianity is more than the
saying-
Bible. Christianity is more than the Bible. Suffer
No,
not
I
a
know,
witch, sir.
no, I get it.
Suffer
I
not a
get it.
witch.
I get it.
Also,
But, you guys are
Orthodoxy
making
as a church
statements
existed
that
400
that's what they would
years
do,
before
but
the
would
Bible
they?
was compiled.
Where is it said that? I don't know.
Raven, I want to be on your radio show, damn it.
Like
It's
Okay.
my church wrote
it's
the
an
Bible.
internet radio show, not like a regular radio
Now,
show.
Nerd, real quick, guys.
But I've been
Nerd
on
brings
it,
up
it's
a
fun.
great. Nerd brings up a great topic. There's so much money and like fame to be had
Yeah.
with exposing all this.
Okay.
I mean,
Look
that's
into the
that
history
right. Human greed itself, right there, would be a driving force to show that shit.
And yet, look into the history of people who have been the people that have done that, and look at their lives have been destroyed
Yes.
by the
Destroyed,
powers
yeah.
that be that do not want this stuff out there, and they fucking destroy these people's
Like what?
lives.
Like
Suddenly
David
they
Icke.
get cancer and they die. Suddenly they commit suicide with a shotgun to the back of their fucking head. This happens, dude.
I know of a
It's
story.
documented.
One guy who was a whistleblower, so to speak, and suddenly he's got a certain kind of videos on his computer, and he never saw the light of day again. I don't want to go down like that.
There is, whether you like it or not, and this was exposed in the American fucking government in the 80s, there is a shadow government that runs this fucking Western civilization. They have their own Navy, their own Air Force, their own Army, their own judges, their own everything. And they do not get elected. And the fucking one that we deal with that you guys love to rail against is for show. Just like the
Yep.
one in Canada is for show. Just like
Yep.
the one in the UK is for show and is there to give us, the unwashed masses, the illusion of choice.
Why are you being such a downer? I know everything you're saying is true, but damn.
Hey, I got.
Let us live with our happy illusion. A
All
little
right,
bit,
fine.
right?
I'm
Come
sorry.
on.
It's all bullshit.
I'm over
Brian's
here
right.
trying to paint
It's
my
fun.
Goblin
No,
Slayer
listen, it's fun to
miniature,
think about.
and you're freaking
again,
telling me all this shit, which I
I
know
don't
is
know.
true, but I don't want to think about it.
There's a silver lining, guys.
And also,
I've noticed this
Bigfoot
since
is
I was
way
a
too
kid.
smart to just be caught by anybody.
First
I've
of
been
all, you gotta
noticing
look
this
for a
since I
creature
was
with
a
only
little
one
kid.
foot.
Because I had a UFO experience way before I knew hardly anything about sci-fi and stuff like that. And I didn't know how to explain it. And I remember when Travis Walton was on the radio when it was like happening. Um, and I started noticing back, with Star Trek and things like that, that it appeared to me that they were like sort of pushing sci-fi and aliens and Close Encounters and all that stuff. The movie that is that they were like trying to acclimate us to that one day where we would be able to handle such information. Have you guys ever thought
Do I
about that?
need to
Yeah.
reiterate the
So,
fact
Yeah,
that
that's a
people
cars that
conspiracy
run on
theory.
water.
reach
Wild
another
House just
star?
did an episode on it. Go watch it. These unnamed people have names and histories and death certificates. It's you go watch it. It's there, nerd. Do the research. I'm just sorry.
I
It's
mean,
very
shit,
easy
look
to
at all
call
the
things.
people who got killed in the Whitewater freaking
Oh
incident.
fuck, dude. The amount of
You
people.
could literally, without much work, tie 90-something bodies to the Clintons.
I don't know what you're talking about. The Clintons are wonderful people who do great
Yeah.
humanitarian work
Exactly. I
all
love
around the
them. I'd
world.
vote for. I'd vote for them again.
Absolutely,
I
absolutely
voted
no
for Hillary
ability.
twice, and I'm Canadian. What?
Yeah,
Just
right?
twice?
You voted for it 3 times.
I love it when
Just
people are
twice?
skeptic, but it's like some
I
of this
said-
shit you just know,
I send the Clintons half my paycheck every month.
and it's
Okay,
like
yeah, okay.
here's the problem too:
Fair
the
enough.
smarter some people are, the harder they are to convince of the shit everyone else knows,
There's some shit that
like reality. You know what I mean? Because they're
I didn't.
too
I
that's
didn't
totally-
believe. I didn't believe the water cars and the electrolysis cars and all that bullshit too. And I was like nerd about it. And then I started researching it, and I found out these people are not unnamed. These people exist. There are actual engineers who investigated their machines and said, "Yep, it works." There were tests done on all this kind of shit, and then those people fucking either sold out and shut up, or didn't sell out and miraculously died in home invasions and car accidents and heart attacks. And don't forget, the CIA testified in front of Congress that they, in the 70s, that they have a gun that can shoot an ice dart into someone that causes a heart attack. And that was
Yeah,
testified
what there's
in
something
Congress.
like 8 years ago that owned like a newspaper or something, and he was walking down the street. He's 40-something years old, and then he sat down on a bench and died of a massive heart attack.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Look
What
at
was
John
his
Mack. Look at
name?
how John
He was
Mack
like a
died.
super popular dude for a little while.
Look
They
how
have
John Mack
scalar
died.
weapons, and they also have these. They cause that. What's it called? Havana syndrome. It's an actual device that they would aim at somebody's apartment or somebody's house, and just drive them absolutely crazy.
Oh yeah, the Sonic, the like.
Yeah, MRADs and LRADs.
Well, that's happening in Cuba. What they call the Cuba
They call it the
Havana
syndrome.
syndrome
Yeah.
or some shit like that.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the thing, and it's all very.
That
easy
was
to
just
say
rock
it's
and
a
roll.
conspiracy theory, and that is what the media
Rock and
tells us.
roll.
The media tells us it's a conspiracy theory, and it teaches us to dismiss it as woo. Problem
Well,
is,
It's not.
there's woo woo. There's definite woo woo out there. There are definite fucking
There's
freak
woo-woo.
shows. Phil Schneider is a perfect example of someone who was a complete full of shit, and probably died from
Oh.
autoerotic
Uh-uh.
asphyxiation. He was full of shit, guys. You can trace his fucking stories where he stole them from, how he developed them. He was full of shit, but there are the people who aren't full of shit, and there
Yeah,
are
I
the
don't
people
know
who
who that
tell or
is,
not.
but
Fucking
I'll
what's her
take your
name?
word on it.
Dr. Carla Turner, the one who's her whole family. She was documenting fucking alien abductions, and then she was tying it to the military, and then suddenly she had the fastest fucking acting form of cancer known to man and was dead in a
yes,
year.
I know who you're talking about
And
now.
then-
Yes.
Dr. Carla Turner. There's
Yeah.
and this happens more often than not, and there are names, and there are death certificates, and there are medical records, and what's really fucked up is when the person dies from one thing and their death certificate from the coroner
another.
says something completely fucking different.
Yes.
Well,
And
let's
exactly
be
what they
honest.
did with JFK too, by the way, just in case you.
All you need is just a little bit of polonium and
and
a
then
little bit of tea,
there's
and that'll
times
take care of you. We
and
know
then
that.
there's times where someone gets on a track of something that's possible, and then they start being full of shit. Case
Yes.
in point, Alex Jones.
Alex Jones has been right more than he's been wrong.
No, he
Yeah.
hasn't. And,
Yeah.
and the second he tried to stop being a bullshit artist, they fucking took everything away from him.
Who was they? The same people who stole your bike?
Yes, definitely.
David Icke is another one that's been right.
The
Yeah.
lizard man
You were
guy.
talking about David Icke earlier, Raven. You missed it. And
Yeah,
my
the
statement of
lizard
David
man
Icke is
guy.
always the same thing. I watch David Icke speak and I go, yes, yes, yes. And then he goes, shape-shifting aliens from the 8th dimension. I go, why?
No, I'm just
David?
saying the
Why?
people that
Why do we have to go there?
the people that stole my bike say David Icke's talking about them.
They do say
Yeah,
that because
do
they
say that.
rioted in Canada about it.
Well, they didn't riot. What they did was a group of law students and wannabe anti-defamation leaguers basically got him banned from speaking. They even fucking did a news broadcast about how proud.
So
And these assholes literally sat around at a table toasting each other, going, "Gentlemen, to evil!" Like they were so funny and clever. Yeah.
so I'm taking that as a confession. I'm taking that as a confession.
Well, when you say you did a thing, yeah.
That's a good question, George. What came first?
Uh,
David Icke or They Live?
ooh, I think They Live, because David Icke is the 90s. And They Live is the late 80s.
80s.
And They Live can be viewed as allegory, 100%.
Well, yeah, that was Carpenter even said that. I mean, his whole allegory was the Reaganomics of the
Yeah.
80s. That's what
Well,
Yeah,
it's
that
also
might be
based
what
on
he
a
said.
comic. So Carpenter took that from a comic that had come out previously in the early 80s, which I can't remember the name of, but the character's name is John Nada, and it's all about him seeing this stuff and everything. The comic's a little different, but it's the same basic story.
Right.
Is it the stranger in the White House story?
No. It's about a guy who wakes up one day and can see aliens, and his girlfriend's one, and he goes on a rampage killing them.
Oh, I don't know that one.
It's an
And even
independent
in
comic.
They Live, remember the homeless dude?
Yeah.
He saw
Oh,
him, so he sold out, and now he's
Buck
Bill
Flower.
Clinton.
Hell yeah. One of the greatest character actors ever.
Right up there with what's his name? Jesus, what's that
Nick-
guy's name? Fuck. He's in the armory guy in
Yeah.
Night of the Creeps, and
Yeah,
he's the janitor in Shopping
shit.
Mall.
I have his autograph.
Nick Smith, yeah.
No, shit. What is it? It's not Nick Smith. It's
No. Dick Miller.
Nick Miller. That's it. Nick
There
Miller.
we go. Yeah.
Yeah.
Great act.
I've met him. He's fucking cool as shit.
Isn't he dead now?
Yeah. He passed away a few years ago.
Yeah.
Buck
I mean,
Flower's
yeah,
gone
you think
too.
about They Live. Basically, though, it's just about a foreign group of people who have come to the United States and fools everybody into becoming consumerist pricks while they run everything and profit greatly. And there's an inner cabal of them. And if you find out about it, you can sell out. Otherwise, they wipe you out.
Oh, sounds very
I did
familiar.
a piece on Monsanto.
Yeah, I'm
was
looking at
me,
Justin. I'm like, is he going to take it? Is he going to take it? I threw it out there. That was a softball, Justin.
This is why I like the Y-Files. And the reason I like the Y-Files is because he presents the entire conspiracy or the entire story, and then he goes through the debunking process of what can be debunked and what can't be debunked. And that's what makes him interesting to watch on that show, because he doesn't pick a side, and he'll even be like, I really want this one to be true, but, and then he'll explain the stuff that's not true. But he's also had ones where he goes, and there's no explanation for this one. You know, it exists. And he did the water card.
As far as I can throw him.
I know, because you think he's CIA, but you think everybody's CIA because you're in California and you're a weirdo.
I like the one that had the
I
guy.
mean, I love you,
Right
but
there.
you know,
Whoa,
Like,
whoa,
you
whoa,
swore in,
whoa,
and
whoa,
at the end
whoa,
he'd be
whoa!
like,
One
"Is this
minute
true?"
there.
No.
Bear thinks everybody isn't CIA. Bear,
No,
man,
I do.
everybody is CIA. Shadows
Okay.
right on it. Everybody. You're
Okay.
CIA.
I am.
Raven CIA.
When do I get my fucking
Yeah.
check and gun?
Fucking
Well, I've got the gun.
You got to
I
go on a
just-
couple of missions first.
WW2 over here. Brian, he's in training program. He's never going to graduate, though.
I'm in the OSS, you know, since I'm weird World War II. Or the SEI or whatever.
Listen.
I think
I'm in
it
the
was
League of
OSS,
Ungentlemanly
the
Conduct in
Office
Warfare.
of Special something.
OSS. Office of
Special students.
Services or something.
Yeah, Special Service or something like that. It was the beginning of the CIA, basically.
Well, I do live in an MK Ultra city, so Justin may have a point.
There you go, nerds.
That's right. There
Yeah.
you go.
We're all
sleeper agents.
super agents. Yeah, that would be called the game Paranoia, where everyone's out to kill communists and mutants, but everyone's
That was a great
members of
game.
secret organizations and mutants. And then someone gets chosen to be the happiness officer, and he has to make sure everyone's happy. Otherwise, he has to kill
Well,
them
that's
for
going to be
cheating.
Bear.
Why the fuck do I have to be the happiness?
Yeah, I want to be the hygiene
Because it's
officer. I'm
so
going to check
funny
to make
if you
sure
think
you all
about it.
brush your teeth. Otherwise, you commit
Picturing Bear as
treason
the
and I'll
happiness
shoot you.
officer.
Hygiene officer.
It'd be your toughest role ever, man.
Right there,
That's
baby.
like literally in the Paranoia
No,
role-playing
this
game,
is
Raven,
true.
that is literally a thing.
I saw.
Everyone makes characters, and then they each get the badge of what their job is: happiness, hygiene, whatever.
Yeah, we heard you the first.
And they're all mutants, but you have to kill all the mutants you find. And they're all members of secret societies, but you're supposed to kill anyone you find in a secret society.
Yeah.
And then you're in a big group serving the computer that runs Alpha 1, which is supposedly the last human city.
Okay.
Okay, I've got a question for the whole panel, and we'll go around the panel and answer the question. Do you believe in coincidence? Is there such a thing as coincidence?
Yes.
Yes,
Yeah,
Absolutely.
absolutely.
To an extent, but I also believe everything happens for a reason. That reason's a higher power. So
That higher power being.
I don't think
Taco Bell.
coincidence happens as often as the mundanes want it to be to make their world seem like it makes sense. It's getting to a little bit of witchcraft at that point where it's like coincidence. Well, that's about as fucking out there as me saying aliens. You know what I mean? Like it's the same level at that buy-in. But I do believe there are instances of coincidence. Absolutely.
I mean, coincidence as in like things happen, like
Sometimes
Yeah.
shit just aligns
that
in a
just
weird
weird
way.
shit might happen,
Yeah.
like like
Yeah.
some kind of
One
yeah.
one out of a million times you're gonna throw a card up in the air and it's gonna land on its edge.
sure. Like you roll a penny like down the road, like it goes for like a block before falling over or some shit.
Okay, guys,
it's getting close to midnight for me, so I gotta go to bed.
I don't believe in coincidence. I believe in causality.
thanks for
Thank you.
playing along, Bear.
Oh,
And in
I'll
case
get-
you don't know who that is, that's Void from Berserk. He is
Okay.
the leader
Hand.
of the God Hand.
Anyway, thanks
Bear,
guys.
I'd
It was a
love
lot
to
of
have you on
fun.
my
Yeah,
show.
Bear,
I'll
good to
see
see
you,
you.
Bear. We'll
Love to
get you a
do some
link
Raven.
for.
I used to do radio back in the day, and I actually miss it sometimes. So I would love to go do a little radio.
We'll get you a
I'd love
link
to
and
have
get
you
you
on.
on the show.
And
Beautiful.
what'd you say, Raven? Because if you were
Stay
saying
weird,
you'd love
Bear.
to have one of these, I will send you one. My
Okay, I don't know what
Saturn,
the hell's going
my,
on,
my,
but I'm
my
gonna go.
Saturn 3 cranks
See you,
out
See you
stuff
tomorrow,
like
man.
you would believe.
Brian,
Party
the world
on,
is
Bear.
stranger than you believe, sir.
Oh
As
man,
Shakespeare
it's
said.
definitely weird. That's for sure.
There are more things in heaven than in your understanding, Horatio.
It's true. That's why I ask a lot of questions.
Well, heaven and earth.
I might seem like a fool,
Yeah, okay, James.
but I always
misquoted
ask
it. Thank
questions
you.
because I don't know everything.
Dick,
Bear,
go
you
back
know
to
I
your
love you.
holler.
Come on,
Go back to
man.
your holler, you fucking holler crawler. Bad boy.
I am a holler crawler. Like you're gonna make me ashamed of that. Shit.
Never, never.
I feel proud that I come from the hollers.
mm,
But yeah, I mean, if any of you guys that live in the United States ever wanted something 3D printed, I got no problem with doing that.
Oh, cool.
For bros, not just for anybody, but
And
for the
sisters.
bros.
Oh,
that
yeah.
includes that
Now
includes you. Raven.
Mort from
Nice.
Oh, yeah. It's only half the model. You need the ramp.
Yeah.
I need the
The ramp and the flying
Nothing.
saucer.
Just the ramp.
Justin can't be happy with anything.
Klaatu Ferrata.
That's not true.
That was called a joke, bro.
Klaatu, Verada. I said your words.
Maybe I didn't say every single one exactly right, but they got the gist.
Yeah, they got the
nice,
joke.
Cal. Nice.
But anyway, going back to Nerd's Nerd, I 100% believe Bigfoot is a thing. And I 100%
Singular foot.
believe that people have probably seen him. But if you're walking around in the middle of the freaking woods hunting or something and you see one at a distance and it runs off, and then you come back and tell all your friends, yeah, I saw Bigfoot. And they're going to be like, were you drinking?
Well,
I mean, what the hell's wrong with you?
Just
here?
a little bit.
Raven has a big thing about Bigfoot, saying that they're like
Yeah.
a technologically advanced, like superior kind of race. That's why they're able to keep keep hidden.
They have telepathy.
There you go.
They can
See-
also raise and lower their frequency. Everybody has a frequency,
They can
and
phase out.
they can raise and lower theirs at will, and that's why you'll see footprints in the snow, and then they just stop, and there's like nothing, or they'll be there 1 minute and gone the next. We have a very, very small range of visual light spectrum that the human eye
Right.
can detect.
Very tiny.
So they just raise their frequency up to where they're freaking invisible, but they're standing right there.
See, me and Raven are on the exact opposite end of the spectrum here. I just believe that they're creatures that are really good at hiding. Maybe they live in
Hiding
caves and
champion.
burrows and things like that. They've probably been around for thousands upon thousands of years.
They were here before we were, and there's some people that are in contact with them. And there's a guy in Ontario. It's called Sasquatch Ontario.
That's
He's got a
Canada.
YouTube channel.
Yeah.
And he has been working with a family of them for over 10 years. He has recordings of them talking. They can speak. And he's been teaching them English. And it's really wild to hear it. But they can talk.
See, that's funny
They're
because
not-
I remember reading a story about this guy. He was a Native American who their villages kept getting attacked and the people hauled off and stuff. So they eventually went out and they found like a family of them, and they had killed and ate all the children and the women. So then they got into this big fight with them, and they ended up killing all of them. There was like 4 of them. But the leader of the hunting party, he got beheaded. They ripped his head off when he charged him with the saber, but they couldn't live through the 56 caliber muskets too well.
Right.
So
They, some of them are known to have been kidnapping Indian women, but they would, and oftentimes it would just be for breeding. And then in 2 years' time, they would bring them back and return them to their village. There's many, many stories about that.
You know what they say?
In the Pacific
Once you go
Northwest.
Bigfoot, you don't go back.
You don't go back.
I mean that.
well,
if,
if they're
that- if
anything
that's
like
true,
great apes, their penis is very, very small compared to their actual body size.
here's the thing: if a group of humans was absconding with women folk and doing those things, we would scour the motherfucking earth for them, and we would freaking lay waste to them. If something does that, it's a monster. It needs to be removed from the face of the earth.
No.
Well, this
it has
Indian chief
human
agrees
DNA.
with you, Shadow.
It's got mitochondrial human DNA. It means the mother side. The
So
father
what?
Here's the
side,
thing:
unknown.
but if
So
they're
it's
doing
at
that,
least half human.
if they're kidnapping people and raping them, they need to die.
They don't do that so much anymore. I'm talking about the Native Americans talk about this happening frequently to them.
I mean,
Yeah.
that's. I mean, listen. Maybe there's an agreement between these tribes that they trade the women. I mean, to you just to execute them because that's what you hear they do. Maybe there's some sort of agreement between these cultures.
Yeah, but we don't. But that's still against the law in most civilized worlds.
Well,
you don't treat your kids or
no,
your
So
family.
I
you're
don't
going to
think
equate the
Native Americans
Bigfoot's
are worried about
existence
that.
to your law.
Now,
Well, we rule
you
the
have to
world,
understand there
therefore
are
we get to do that.
there are
But
different types
Reagan, the
of.
story I was telling was about it was a Native American chief, and that was what was going on with them. And I think they lived in Indiana or something like that. And they even named the town after the chief that died killing these things. But they said they were big and incredibly stinky and super strong, and that they actually had ate the people they had absconded with.
There are different types of Bigfoot, just like there are races. I'll say they're all like under the heading of Sasquatch, but there's different.
Oh,
races.
now
Just
we
like
got
humans-
Bigfoot racism going on.
No.
Fucking
Just
a
like
nerd's
you have
just gonna
different
love this.
races of humans, you have different races of Bigfoot. Some of them are aggressive, and there is a type I have heard that is cannibalistic, but the majority of them in the United States are not cannibalistic and are just want to stay away from humans, and they're relatively docile. But the ones in Russia they think are the ones that injured those students that were out.
Fucking Russian Bigfoot.
I know the
jerk.
Dyatlov Pass or whatever,
Yeah,
where all
yeah,
of
yeah,
the
yeah, that's
hikers vanish
Man,
Yeah, downtown Pass.
fuck.
and
Don't
their
tell
tents were ripped to shit.
Because they've got a that one girl had notes in her diary about this thing that was following them. And it would hide behind the trees and kind of peek out. And there's actually some pictures that were on her camera. And you see him, there's a tree and there's like half of a head and shoulder and an arm and a leg peeking out from around that
Denisovian?
tree. Pardon me?
A Denisovian?
No, a Bigfoot.
Yeah, but what if a Bigfoot is a Denisovian?
What's
That
a
could be. You're right.
Denisovian?
Yeah.
Denisovians are basically the Neanderthals of the East.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I mean, Bigfoot could just be a Neanderthal. I mean, science is starting to come around to the fact that Neanderthals did not look like goofy humans. They were apex predators that lived in the worst freaking climate that you can imagine. Their diet was 99.9% meat.
All I'm saying,
and they were nocturnal.
All I'm saying is, don't tell the Russians that they can fucking recruit Bigfoot. The Ukrainians are having enough
Bigfoot
problem with the
core. Shit.
Russians
All
right
we
now.
need is a bunch of Bigfoot on the front,
Don't even get me
fucking front
started
line.
on that thing, Justin. I watched my channels today. Russia is basically collapsed the Ukrainian line. They're in full fight.
That's what I'm saying. The Ukrainians are having enough problems.
I always love it when you see the idiots on TikTok with the Ukraine flag in their profile, and it's like, you guys are dumb.
You mean like Congress?
I'm totally pro-Ukrainian, man. Fuck Russia.
No,
Like,
you're on the
well,
wrong
we can
side
still
of
be
it.
friends.
You want, but they're not going to win.
And they're not the good guys in this country.
Yeah, and they're not the good guys either.
Yeah.
I mean,
Okay, so
it
I guess I'm gonna
made
tell you one last
opposing
thing about
political
that.
parties illegal. They are oppressing the Ukrainian Orthodox Church. They
This
tried
guy-
to outlaw Russian, which is the largest spoken language in Ukraine. They created a state religion. I mean, where to go with this? They're
spent the last
absolute dictator.
They spent the last decade shelling their own citizens.
They spent 10 years shelling their own citizens in the Donbass region for
And
not
it's a
being
major
super
hub
on board
of
with
the
the Maidan
children
coup.
that are kidnapped.
And the Azov Battalion are literally Banderist neo-Nazis.
Well, Banderas wasn't a neo-Nazi, so
Well, they wear swastikas.
yeah. Well,
Close enough. Come on.
no,
They fought for the Germans in World War II.
No, they didn't.
The Banderas did. Didn't your asshole congressman or some shit up in Canada have one of those idiots stand up so you could cheer him?
He wasn't a Banderas, though.
The
He was a
Ukrainian that
draftee.
fought the Germans in World War II. As soon as I heard that, I was like, huh.
He fought
Like,
the Germans. He wasn't a German.
He was Ukrainian.
Yes.
Yeah. Who fought against the Germans.
He was a
in World War II.
Banderas.
Oh, no,
Special
fought against
birthday
the
wish.
Russians.
No. Oh,
Yeah,
then
Bigfoot.
he wasn't a Banderas.
Do that again, Raven.
The Banderas fought against both sides. So
Anyway, it doesn't matter. Ukraine aren't the good guys.
Bandero tried.
Special
Bandero.
birthday wish.
This is Bigfoot singing "Happy Birthday."
Yeah.
Hey, you know, Bigfoot leads.
Can't hear it over the train.
Here comes the train. Sorry, guys.
Ukraine never banned the Russian language. You're wrong, nerds. Stop being wrong. I know
Yeah.
you're a Marine and you paid a bunch of whacks, but you're wrong. They tried to ban the Russian language.
They banned it and several other languages at the same
Yeah,
time, but the other
so you're just
languages were
wrong.
just as a cover.
Google it right now. You Google it right now.
Yeah.
They tried to do it. It's a damn fact.
And they arrested a bunch of school teachers that were teaching Russian too.
And they arrested something like all of the Ukrainian Orthodox Church, even though they're pro-Ukraine.
Yeah.
And they're being run by a oligarch billionaire that's telling Zelensky what to do. Zelensky is not president of Ukraine. He's still an actor.
Wow.
So,
I had not heard that one. Folks,
he was an
we're-
actor before they made him the president. He still is an actor. He's not running shit. Most of the money we recently sent over to them, a lot of it is going to pay the pensions of the government employees of the Ukrainian government.
Yeah.
Now ask yourself, why are we paying for someone other country's pensions?
Don't know.
You know, that makes no sense.
Nope.
Well, it makes a lot of sense when you realize how much money that is and how many millions are going right
I'd
back
rather
into
talk
the
about Bigfoot,
accounts
honestly.
when they're
I'm
all
not,
that
I'm
money
not
is
like
going right
Raven,
back into
though.
the
I
hands
don't
of
think they're
Congress and Senate.
spiritual, high-tech
They're taking
creatures,
a
but I do
kickback like
think
you
they
would not
exist.
believe.
One at a time.
One at a time. I can't listen.
Yeah,
Go ahead,
sorry,
James.
Shadow. I walked right over you. I know I'm horrible for
I
that.
was just
I
saying,
apologize.
it all makes sense when you think about how much $1 billion is and how many millions are going right back into the pockets of Congress and the Senate, for their offshore accounts, whatever you want to call it. Try to convince me otherwise. I'm like, why? There's no benefit to putting ourselves deeper and deeper in debt and to vote on such things unless you're getting a kickback. It's so much money that it's easily millions per person voting on it. Would you say no if you were in that position? Most
And
of us would
also,
probably say
now you're just being pedantic. Because, like I said, the primary
Yeah,
language
okay,
of Ukraine is Russian.
We listen.
Literally
We're
90% of the
we're
country
look.
speaks Russian.
This is a topic that we've all talked about before, and we have strong divergent views on this.
Not divergent. I want the war to end because Orthodox people are dying.
Okay, so are Ukrainians.
They're Orthodox
No,
and Slavs.
But I get it. Who runs the Orthodox Church? Who runs it? An
Nobody.
ex-KGB motherfucker. What's his name?
Nobody runs the
Ex-KGB.
Orthodox Church.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
showing your ignorance. The
Oh,
bishops.
okay,
There's no
okay.
pope of the Orthodox Church, homie.
What?
There's no pope.
No, I didn't
Every
say
bishop
pope.
is independent. So
Okay,
that
okay.
KGB guy
My
you're talking about,
mistake,
he's
my
only in
mistake,
charge of
my
his diocese.
My
He has no control over the Ukrainian church. None.
Okay. Okay.
And just like you don't have any control of Constantinople or Antioch or any other fucking place.
Okay.
Say, don't challenge me on my own
I'm not
religion.
challenging you, dude. I'm just talking about.
Then I'm happy to have
you're
been able
being
to
tough.
educate you.
Well,
We're not
thank
the
you
Roman
for-
Catholic Church. We don't have a pope.
I didn't say that it was a pope.
Yeah, there's many Orthodox churches, many with different traditions, different
Sure.
languages,
Sure.
the whole 9 yards. The Ukrainian Orthodox Church has nothing to do with Kirill. You're talking about Bishop Kirill.
Correct.
Nothing to do with that dude at
Okay.
all.
Okay.
Zelensky and his government are oppressing them simply for being Orthodox Christian
Gotcha.
because they have their own religion. People don't seem to understand that Ukraine is Russian in the east, and the further west you get, it becomes Polish.
Oh,
At one point, I mean,
Okay,
the west
sure.
of Ukraine was part of the Polish-Lithuanian Empire.
Well, I mean, yeah, you could go back further than that, and then who are they part of again?
Russia.
And then you go back further then.
Russia.
Okay, then go back further then.
Russia.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
No, seriously, the Russians were the first people to
Literally the
inhabit.
capital of the Russian Empire before they moved it to Moscow.
No, I got it.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I get it.
It was literally barren land before the Russians.
Yeah, it was nothing.
colonized.
Ukraine was never a country that actually existed. The name Ukrainsky means barren land or wilderness. It's not even a thing. I mean, if you don't believe me, read the history.
so
The
I
only
got a
reason
question.
Ukraine exists now is because freaking Khrushchev made it a socialist Soviet state and then gave Crimea to Ukraine instead of to the state where Moscow is, the oblast where Moscow is. Crimea was never part of Ukraine. In
It was Tartar.
the 1,000 years that Crimea was part of the Russian Empire, it was never part of Ukraine because Ukraine never existed. This is just world history.
Raven's got a question.
I got a question. So
Yes, ma'am.
with the, explain to me how the Orthodox and the Roman Catholic, how did that happen?
In
Did one split?
1154, the Roman Catholics declared the Bishop of Rome to be in charge of all the Christians, and the other four bishops in Antioch, Constantinople, Moscow, and Jerusalem said, no, F you. So there
Okay.
was a schism within the church, and everybody excommunicated everyone else, right? In Orthodoxy, there is no higher authority than a bishop. And in order for anything in the doctrine to change, you have to have a holy synod. All the bishops and priests have to show up and unanimously agree that the doctrinal change is correct. So the Orthodox Church has remained unchanged since 34 AD. But the Roman
What's up,
Catholic
Reverend
Church, the
GXO?
Pope can say anything he wants, and that becomes the rule. Right?
So the Emperor Justinian, when you had like Rome was kind of split into two.
Right.
At that
The
point,
East
were
and
they
West.
already Orthodox then?
Yes. Before
Okay.
1154, Christianity was just one church, Orthodox.
Okay.
And then it split, unfortunately. Well, actually, not just one church. I'm lying to you. There were the Arianists, Arianism, Gnostic Christians. I mean, there were a bunch of little subsets, but they eventually got straightened out. I mean, there's a story where like St. Nicholas goes upside Arius's head for his heresies against the Virgin Mary, who
Oh,
we
that's
don't believe stayed ever virgin. We believe that after she was a virgin, and then after Jesus was born, she had many children with Joseph, because
Right.
James is the brother of Christ.
Right. Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, the problem with Americans in general is most of them have no idea about the Eastern Church at all. No idea. Like, we don't eat little wafer crackers. We don't do that bullshit. We don't do grape juice. We weren't involved in the satanic panic, because guess what? My priest says I can play all the D&D I want as long as I'm handling my business.
Yeah.
I mean,
Right.
it's a totally different thing, because it's all about you. And see, what I've just done now by kind of getting heated is I've committed a great sin now. I never should have got heated with World War II. That was not right of me.
Nobody should ever get heated with World War II.
He don't understand. I should.
Justin.
What I'm learning is I need to be more patient, because I am a member of a religion that's actually very much a minority in the West.
Well, you're zodiac. You're Aries all over the place. I mean, you're fire.
Yeah.
Didn't you say you're triple Aries, Sun, Moon, and Rising?
No, Aries double Leo.
Double Leo. Well, it's all fire.
So
Aries
it's all
and
fire,
Leo,
though,
both
yeah.
fire signs. So yeah.
Hey, I'm paying the Leo.
Yeah.
Well, that makes sense.
Orthodox priests don't care if you listen to Iron Maiden. They don't care if you frickin' like all of this shit that people are like the satanic panic. It's like it's the evangelicals, who we consider to be heretical anyway.
Everyone's
but not
true.
that we're going to be mean to them, but I mean doctrinally they're just not correct.
Well,
There's
No,
no
there's
three
different
heavens. God did not come from a place near Kobol. Jesus was not Saint Michael. Yeah, all that crazy shit people believe. It's just not in the Bible.
So doesn't the Orthodox have some different books in their Bible than the Roman
We have
Catholic
many more
one?
books.
Okay, that's what I thought. So check this out. There's a documentary on
And if
Guy.
you get the Ethiopian Bible, oh my God.
Oh yeah.
Them dudes add another 8. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And they are technically Orthodox,
Okay.
but there's a little bit of argument over like some doctrinal stuff. But the Ethiopian Christian Church is technically
Hey, what's up, Anonymous?
just like the Egyptian Coptics are also
Man, what's up,
technically
dude?
in there, but
Okay.
not the Armenians kind of.
Then the Ethiopians claim they have the Ark, or
I
is it
believe them.
Yeah.
the Holy
One
Grail?
of them.
I believe them.
Yeah, there's several.
Yeah, it's the Ark.
The Ark.
Yeah, I
There's
believe
more
them.
than one.
Now that the Ethiopians were who I was trying to think of earlier with that restaurant up the street that.
Ethiopian food is too spicy, and it's all just stuff you dip bread in.
Yeah.
So it's like,
The Knights Templar met with some of these Orthodox bishops prior to taking off and going over here to the New World, to America, to North America.
There are certain places where they say they have found Knights Templar iconography carved in the stones dating back to like a long, long time ago.
Mm-hmm.
I
But they got
mean,
their information from some of the Orthodox bishops. They went east. Some of the what's his name?
Well, that's good because that prevented the King of France from framing them for devil worship and burning them all.
oh, that's what happened right
Yeah,
shortly thereafter.
because
But
the King of France had borrowed so much money from the Templars that he
Yeah.
knew he could never pay it back, so he just framed them all for devil worship and burned them
yep,
with the blessing
of
of the
them.
Pope, because
because the King of France and the Pope both had the same nurse, wet nurse, and they
Right.
grew up together. They
right.
were friends. But somebody
So
tipped them off because the treasure and all that was moved. He didn't get the treasure like he had hoped. And those ships
well, there
sailed.
are rumors that behind the Welling Wall in Jerusalem right now there is a Templar dungeon, for lack of a better word, that might have a bunch of old, stuff in it. I'm not saying
read that.
necessarily treasure, but maybe clay jars full of papyruses and writings and stuff.
Yeah.
But they'll never allow anybody to excavate any part of the Welling Wall. I mean,
No.
one,
Well.
the Jews like to worship at it, and two, on top of it is the Dome of the Rock. So I mean, it's completely like a no-go zone for anybody doing anything.
And it's so crazy because the whole temple compound there actually was rumored to be
Stable.
well. That was a nice.
It was never part of the temple. It was part of a Roman fort.
Yeah.
No, it was older than that. It was Sumerian.
Nope.
I believe it could have been. Enoch was interesting, but the wizard duels in St. Peter take the cake. Well, I mean, Moses got into wizard duels too with the Egyptians.
Yeah.
When they were turning staves to snakes and all that kind of stuff.
Right.
Which is why the spell staff to snakes exists in AT&T.
Mm-hmm. And the snake staff.
Sticks to snakes. That's Gary Gygax, who some people think was a Jehovah's Witness. He was not, but he did admire them. He was actually born and raised an Episcopalian.
Mm-hmm.
That was
so worse.
Well, that's America's religion, Episcopalian.
Yeah.
This is from the Church of England.
That's the snake.
Yeah,
When Henry
back
VIII
in the 70s was not as wackadoo as it is now.
It's now called, I think, the Church of England, and before that it was Episcopalian, and it was from Henry VIII getting pissed off at the Pope because he wouldn't grant him the divorce so he could marry Anne Boleyn, and he broke away, and they created the Church of England.
Because Catherine didn't bear him a son, right?
Right. Mm-hmm.
But if he'd been not a douchebag, he would have stayed with Catherine.
Well, and she was betrothed to his older brother who died.
Right.
Yeah.
And she was also like in with the King of Spain.
You're never
Yeah,
gonna get
she was King Ferdinand and Isabella's daughter.
Actually done it.
Right. And Ferdinand and Isabella are the ones that led the Reconquista that drove the Muslims out of the Iberian Peninsula.
And they funded Christopher Columbus.
Look at this. We're having a whole history thing here.
Yeah.
But back to Bigfoots, I just think they're really smart creatures that have been around a very, very long time. They live very far away from human civilization. And they're like, look, if a deer don't want you to see it in the woods, you're not going to see it. I mean, they're sneaky as shit. I've been in Alaska and had moose walk right up on me. You wouldn't think something that weighs that much could sneak up on you until they do.
Okay.
Yeah,
Justin backed me up. Well, I don't know if Justin's ever been out in the woods, but a freaking moose can walk through the woods and not make a sound. You won't hear shit. And then you'll be fishing and you'll look over and there'll be a moose standing there. And it's like, ooh, shit.
I've walked into a moose before. They're fucking like as big as a truck. They're
and scarier than a bear. Because
so you got a small one.
Moose, and she's got a baby. Violence on 11. They just will stomp the death out of you to ask questions later.
Mm-hmm.
If ever.
You don't want to mess with these moose. But
so the
lack of bones and feces. Some people say there are feces, nerd. I don't know. And lack of bones. Well, if they are a somewhat primitive tribe of something, they might be burying their dead.
They have hair samples, and their hair is really different.
Moose are Canadian ninjas.
Yep.
Well, I lived in Alaska near Eagle River, so Alaskan.
Yeah, Annan's Canadian too, guys.
Yeah. Yeah, Alaskan ninjas too. You can be on the river fishing, minding your own business, never hear a thing, and turn around and a big freaking bull moose be
Oh,
not
God.
even 20 feet from you.
He'll be
Just saying.
standing there, and there'll be a flying squirrel right next to him.
Rocky and Bullwinkle.
Rocky
Look at you,
Bullwinkle.
man. Justin, I have to admit, I am impressed. Because that cartoon predates you by about 50 years. Dun, 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 dun. My favorite was
It was a
actually Tracks and
cartoon. I
Fairy
thought it
Tales,
was a
but
movie starring Brendan Fraser.
anyway, I've been dominating the conversation too long, so I'm going to let other people.
No, you won't. Don't lie.
Hey, I'm going to try, though.
That's all we can ask of you, James.
Yeah, I mean, I was answering Raven's questions. Raven and I both believe the same thing, but she takes it like alien technology way, and I think they're just really smart, ancient creatures that are probably hominids, so some kind of maybe even surviving Neanderthals for all we know.
There's some kind of
And
connection,
they have
though,
learned
James.
over thousands of years not to F around with the pale-skinned apes because we got the boomsticks and shit.
The boomstick.
So when they
Unfortunately, I think the bears
All were
mixed without
smaller.
right.
I
And
think
then
the
what
bears
about
mixed
this,
without
though? Speaking to Raven, though, what do you think about dogmen?
I've seen one.
They're all over Kentucky.
They're
Up
scary
in the
as
mountains in the
hell.
Appalachian, them bastards are all over.
I tell you what, I had such a visceral reaction to this thing. When I got out of my Jeep, I collapsed. I collapsed on the driveway because I couldn't hold I was shaking, and I'm not a shaker, but I was trembling, and I couldn't even speak. I was so
James, you're a big mouth.
scared out of my freaking mind. I couldn't even talk.
Cal, you're not wrong. Yeah, a lot of people, you see them, and at first you think they're just a big wolf or a dog, but then they stand up.
Well, this thing had the eyes. It was weird because, okay, I'm on a country road that's real hilly, a lot of curves. Barely two cars can even pass each other. One of those types of roads, way out. And on my way to my friend's house, and there was something in this field over here, and the eyes were looking the same direction that I'm driving, and it was an unnatural yellow light, and it was like a piece of technology. And I thought, what the hell is that? And I'm looking at it, and it's turned and then looked at me, and I just kind of froze, and then it went down and started to run directly at me, and I sped off. Now, this was not an issue of my headlights hitting eyes and to doing the eye bright thing like you can with a cat or a raccoon or something like that. This thing that was going the same direction as me, and then when it turned and looked at me, then I could see the outline of it. It was just unnatural. The eyes, they were a yellow, like a stoplight. You know, your red, yellow, green. It was yellow.
And this is why when I talk about where I lived in Kentucky, I always say, some of you have heard it a billion times, we never go into the woods alone and never unarmed. Because you get in there, you may not come back.
Yeah. This thing was so, I could sense, and I don't know how, but there was like it saw me, I saw it. There was that moment of connection, and I could tell this thing was powerful. It had a presence.
Now the question is it a natural animal or some other thing? It's not a werewolf.
It's not a werewolf.
It's not like Anthrope.
I think it's an interdimensional. That's what I think it is.
Yeah.
There's some guys that were camping, and they said that a Bigfoot actually saved them right before this dog man was ready to rip their arms and legs off, you know, and they were able to get away.
Yeah, a lot of times dog men travel in 2s and 3s. Mm-hmm. If you're out in the woods, say with your bro or something, walking down a holler, you'll hear something on one side and then you'll hear something on the other side. It's because they're paralleling you.
That's scary. Mm-hmm. These were cornfields that had already been plowed.
No, I was way out in the middle of freaking eastern Kentucky. And I didn't see anything, but I heard something. And I you know that feeling you get in your spine when you know you're being watched?
Yep. Yep.
But at the time, you know, I had my AK on me, so if they'd want to have some issues, I wouldn't have went out like a bitch.
I have to
But-
say, hunting at night, that's the scariest thing is hearing this shit. Hearing something big moving through the wood,
yeah.
not being able to see it.
Yeah.
That is frightening.
And I own 30 acres out in the middle of nowhere. And you go out in there and it's all mountainside and there's an abandoned coal mine on the property.
Oh, did you ever see
Oh, yeah.
Hellier?
Not near Hellier. I know about them goblins, though.
Yeah. Okay. I was just gonna say. Yeah.
Not near Hellier, but kind of close, nearer to London, between
Mhm.
Hellier and London.
Yeah.
So,
There's a coal mine not far from me on the other hill right across the road. And there's coal in my driveway, little pieces of it. And it looks like little black diamonds after it rains. And when I saw Hellier, I couldn't sleep right for a week.
well,
Wondering
and you
what
know,
those
some
little-
of the paperwork was talking about how they sent special forces dudes from like the Vietnam era down in those caves and they got into gunfights with shit that was living deep down in the caves and
Yeah.
everybody blows it off. But I've been caving. I don't know. There could be some shit in there. I don't know.
Yeah, there could be. There really could be.
Some of those caves go for states.
Yes.
Like
they do.
Mammoth Cave, literally,
Cave,
you can drive a truck to it, like
Yeah.
all the way across Kentucky almost.
Yeah.
So-
And they showed in Hellier that whole cave system there.
hmm
Uh,
So think about if Bigfoot was just a Neanderthal, but he's smart enough to know not to F around with the pale apes, right? So then he hides in the caves. And if
Yeah.
he knows the caves, and especially since they believe Neanderthals had really good night vision, right? How would you ever catch that?
you can't. They know you're coming.
Yeah,
They're-
they're going to smell you a mile away because you're wearing cologne or perfume or underarm.
and if they're
you know?
as telepathic as what they're said to be, they know before you know that you're gonna go there.
See, I'm not even saying telepathic because to me, I don't know how I feel about psychic stuff. I'm saying as an animal, if
As
you
an
go
animal,
out there and you're
yeah.
wearing like, some body stick, maybe you showered up with your Old Spice, whatever, that dude is going, if you are upwind of him, that dude is going to smell you half a mile away.
Oh God, yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
anyone who's ever been hunting knows if when you know you're going to go hunting, don't shower for a couple days, and don't put any deodorant on and everything because you
Right.
don't want that perfume.
Don't clean
'cause
your
Neil will smell it.
gun.
Right.
Right. See,
So-
you know what I'm talking
Whales
about.
on you. Yeah, you don't want nothing on you.
So I think Bigfoots are less supernatural and more a natural phenomenon. But I do agree with you that they're out there.
They're out there.
Just when you say different dimensions and psychic abilities and stuff, that's where I'm like, no, I think they're probably just Neanderthals or something that's still hanging on. Or Gigantopithecus. I mean, that dude existed. We don't know they all died.
Well, yeah, that's true. There's some kind of connection, though, at least with some of the Bigfoot, with the UFOs. They're seen together, and there are hunters that have witnessed them coming out of the craft.
They trade with them.
So there's a guy by the name of Sunbow. He resides somewhere up there in the Pacific Northwest. His great-great-grandmother was kidnapped. He's Native American. His great-great-grandmother was kidnapped by a Sasquatch and then returned, and he's of that lineage, and he's got literally Sasquatch some DNA. He's able to communicate with them telepathically, and they asked him to write a book for the rest of us.
See, the
they have a
skeptic in me trips over the whole telepathy thing. I'm sorry. I just keep tripping over that part. But the
Okay,
fact that a Neanderthal had sex with a human woman, well, I mean, shit, that's how we even came to exist because Neanderthals were having sex with primitive man.
Okay, so have you ever heard the phone ring and you knew who it was before you answered it? Surely
I
you've
get
had
what
that
you're
happen.
saying, that like sixth sense where you kind of
Okay,
like,
so and do you have dogs or cats?
I have a dog.
Haven't you kind of been able to at times look at your dog and know what your dog needs something, wants something, what he's saying, how he's feeling?
Well, yeah, I can
Anything
look
like
at my
that?
dog's little face and know when he wants a treat or to go out and poo or something. I mean, you know.
Mhm.
Guys, I'm gonna bow out. It's time for bed for me.
Well,
Okay.
But
No worries.
W
Brian,
So am I.
see you
forgive
soon.
me for being overly
no,
zealous.
man. Hey, look at passions run high when passions are high. It's cool, man.
Yeah, but it's not cool, and I should
It's
never do
nothing
that.
personal, man. I consider you a buddy.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you're
it's all
still my
good, guys.
bro, and
all
all.
good,
I
dude.
just want to make sure you understand. I am
Hey, I get you.
very remorseful for that.
No, you are forgiven. How's that? You are
Thank
forgiven.
you so much. That means the world.
All right, brothers and sisters. You guys
Okay.
keep
See ya.
it weird.
Keep it
Keep it
weird.
Take
weird.
care, Brian. It was
Oh,
good
we
having you
are.
on.
All right, guys.
Sorry,
I mean, I could sit here and talk to Raven all night about this shit. Not even gonna
Don't
lie.
be a
I mean,
stranger, Brian.
this
Welcome
is
here
right.
anytime.
This is right in my belly whack when you want to talk about like all this stuff
Yeah,
because I believe in it. You know,
I'm gonna head out
I'm
as
just
well.
not sure I believe exactly
All
what
right,
you
Justin, I will
believe,
see you in the
but
morning,
I
man.
still believe.
Tomorrow at noon, everyone.
On Justin's channel. Be there, be
Justin's
Wrong
square.
way,
tomorrow
bro.
noon.
But
Good night.
Good night, Justin. I agree. I have a single shot break action shotgun. I feel sorry for you because you're Canadian. When I go out, I take an AK or something bigger. Semi-auto 30-6 comes to mind. Because if I hit it, I want it to lay down. And you are right, though. I do want to agree with you, Anon, about the freaking between getting caught out by a brown bear and a bull moose during rutting season. I prefer the brown bear because that bull moose is a lot more likely to end your ass. And people don't even think that because they're deer.
Yeah.
But they'll
I
take
have a
you right
friend that
off the
lives in
census in
Idaho.
a second, man.
Yeah, and she said, because they come into town sometimes up there, and
270
all
and
the locals
357,
know just to leave them alone and not,
Yeah, when they come into our town, like it was like the little town I lived in had an ordinance where you weren't allowed to lock your doors on your car in case a moose come after somebody and they needed to duck into your car to
Oh yeah,
get
I've
away.
heard about that. She was telling me about that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
'cause a moose comes running down there. I mean, these things weigh thousands of pounds, and they just boom, 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 boom,
Yeah, they're huge.
and you're just jelly.
Yeah.
Jelly.
Oh,
Also, polar bears in the dead of winter will come down that south. The White Death.
the White Death. Yeah, I've heard they're
Yeah, because polar bears are natural man eaters. When they kill and eat people, they mean to.
Oh,
They
wow.
see you as food. When a polar bear sees you, it thinks, "Oh, look, something I can eat."
Wow.
So yeah, if you got to duck into a car to get away from one of them,
That's a real unsettling realization that you're not the top of the food chain anymore.
oh no, you're not top the food chain. Polar bears
Woo.
probably top the food chain.
Yeah.
But Teddy
I-
Roosevelt had the bull moose party. Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Herbivores are most dangerous. I agree. The number one creature that puts people in the hospital in zoos is zebras. And the deadliest animal in Africa is a
The
hippopotamus.
hippo. Yeah.
Yeah, you would think the 27-foot crocodiles would be the
You-
thing, but apparently it's the
you would think.
hippo. So yeah.
Hippos are dangerous.
Oh, 500 people a year on average. They
And
remove
ornery.
from the census. That's on average, and that's reported because we're talking Africa. So
Yeah.
it's not like they got,
That's weird.
newspapers they can just call into.
That's
It's like what's his name? That big crocodile that's always killing them all. They think 350 so far, but
Oh
it
yeah.
could be triple that because I mean, how would you know?
Yeah.
What's his name? Starts with a G.
Your daughter's a little hippo.
This crocodile eats hippos,
Yeah.
but it also loves humans, and it lives in this lake river system, so it travels a lot. So it'll take a human out, then it'll travel for like 2 weeks, 3 weeks, not eating anything, and then it'll get another human, and then it'll do the same thing back and forth, up and down through 2 different countries. So it's like they're like, how do you? I mean, you never know where he is
Yeah.
because they only got to eat a human, then they'll be good for a couple weeks.
Mm.
But anyway, yeah.
God,
Other than the
yeah.
telepathy part, I think that they're probably part of nature. I mean, think about this too. I mean, I know you've probably read a lot about, but like in Kentucky, if you go into the Daniel Boone National Forest, which is basically 2/3 of the state, there are places in there no white man has ever stepped a foot. You know what I mean?
Wow. Cool.
And then you get up on those mountains and stuff. I mean, it gets weird really quick. Like the Hellier, Kentucky thing, not necessarily 100% off. Like there's towns there when you drive into that town and everybody stares at you
Mm-hmm.
because they're all part of some little thing and you're not part of the thing. And yeah, Appalachia in general is just a weird place.
Yeah. Yes. There's all kinds of different. There was a Halloween special we did at the radio station about
They go after lunch.
Different kind of like superstitions and customs and things that they would do to like offset evil. Um, I'm trying to think of some just different things they would do. You know, like some people will throw salt over their shoulder for whatever. They won't walk under a ladder. They'll turn around if a black cat crosses their path. So they have their own unique set of superstitions through the Appalachians that are really
Well,
interesting.
yeah, the area I lived in, and this used to piss me off, and I actually got into a fist fight a couple times over this, is some of our local brethren, not necessarily related to me, but lived in the same area, they would kill cats because I guess they had been taught, like for generations, that cats were just evil.
Oh,
But we always had tons of barn cats. So, you know, if I caught any of these guys trying to mess with one of my cats, you know, I'd smack him up the side of the head with a rock or something, you know. This is when I was very young.
That's
But
all left over from the witch trials and the whole bit. They
you think?
yeah.
I never
They
understood why, but they hated cats.
Yeah, they were rumored to be familiar with a witch. And so a lot of cats were burned right along with the women. And then suddenly we had
And
the
then the
bubonic
plague came and got everybody. Right?
There's no one there to kill the rats.
Right. And now you get the plague. And a huge portion of Europe just drops dead.
Yep.
Good job, guys.
Yep.
But these people are the same way with snakes too. It's like, see me, I'm not a herpa whatever, you know. I'm indifferent to a snake unless I think it's gonna hurt me.
Mm-hmm.
But these people will actively kill like any snake, like a garter snake, a green snake, a grass snake. It doesn't matter. It's like it's a snake, it gets killed. And I'm always like, you know, why? You know, I could understand if it's like, you know, a pine rattler or something or a copperhead. You know, you take that out, but
no, see, I feel that way about spiders. Any spider that's in my house, it goes up the shop vac. I suck them up the shop vac.
I let them out or I name them. And then my wife gets mad at me because I tell her if I name it, it's a pet. So she's not allowed to mess with it.
Oh, God.
I'm a huge fan of spiders, though.
I had a couple brown recluses the other night, and it just gave me the heebie-jeebies so bad. I went after one of them, and I missed.
I agree with you. They suck, but...
And I had one that was this big. He was right by my foot.
But they're working so hard to protect us from all the other bugs.
Yeah, but they bite, and they can kill you. A brown recluse can kill you.
If the bite is not treated, you can definitely have issues, yes.
And it's nasty. And they're just nasty. They're just...
nerd.
What'd she say?
She used a Nerf gun. Me, if I can catch it like a wolf spray or something, I'll just put it out. And if it's one of the little ones, I'll just name it and let it stay out on the sunroom, you know. And I'm the same way with the lizards down here too. You know, if I see one,
Lizards
I'll just
are cool.
name it.
Lizards
and
are cool.
It's practically a pet, right?
You have the ones that you grab them by the tail and their tail will fall off and then twitch by itself. Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. I had those. I lived in Orlando for a little while, and oh my god, it was so funny. We had a cat.
That's where I
that just-
live.
Okay, yeah, I know
Yep.
what you're talking about. Those little goofy things. And isn't that wild? Their tails can grow back.
Yeah, right. It'd be nice if our stuff worked that way.
Yeah. Well, they're studying them.
Well, Cal,
Okay.
here's the thing with recluses. They're generally in certain areas, but they like to catch rides on tractor trailers, especially with produce. So you'll find recluses all over the United States, even in places they shouldn't be. And
Mhm.
usually they'll just go ahead and die after a little while if they're in places they shouldn't be. But they're still there for a while. Because, like I said, they like to, it's like fire ants, you know, they like to catch rides. And
And
then,
tarantulas back in the day.
Yeah. I the brown recluse. I don't know why they call them brown recluses. Mine are blonde.
yeah, their venom actually causes necrosis.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
And
pretty
if you
nasty.
don't treat it, they'll have to go ahead and cut a divot out of you.
Yep. I've seen it.
Yeah, yeah,
And they're awful. They're just nasty. They're just
yep.
straight from hell. They've come straight from hell, and they need
But
to
they're
go
not
back.
native to Florida. I think they're mostly like a Mississippi, Alabama thing.
And up here in the Midwest.
And then they travel around because, you know, like I just said, tractor trailers driving by, recluse jumps on it, away he goes.
Yep. Yep.
And, you know,
I wasn't really fond of the scorpions either. I lived in Phoenix for a while, and every morning there would be a dead bark scorpion floating in the water dish for the dogs. Ugh. I had a whole collection of them. I kept them in a jar for show and tell.
yeah, we had scorpion issues in Iraq. It's the little ones you got to watch out for.
Yeah, they're the most poisonous.
Yeah.
The bigger
Like
they get, the
And
weaker
yet
they
you
get.
black
check your
emperor
bedding.
scorpions, you can pick them up and mess with them. People keep those things for pets, but the little green ones, the vinegaroons, them things hit you and you will be very sick for a very long time. So I slept on the back of the Bradley.
What did you want to say there, Anon?
Yeah, Anon. I wasn't going to say anything because it's your show. Kinda, technically. You know I love you.
Absolutely. We're all friends
Al
here.
is a pro pest removal guy. Yeah, rattlesnake bites cause necrosis too. It's pretty bad. It's really bad. Yeah, Cal. They get around usually by people, cars. And then if they go to a place that's too cold or too hot, they'll die. But for that little period of time, they're still running about doing their thing. We had scorpion fighting pits in Kandahar, spiders, lizards, etc. I believe that. That sounds definitely like something a bunch of Marines would do.
I had a snake in my kitchen. The cats drug it in last year.
We got lots of snakes around here, but usually they're just like garter snakes or you ever see those glass snakes? They're not really snakes, but they kind of look like snakes. They're legless skinks, really. Like you can break them in half and the back half will flop and the front half will dig into the ground. Yeah, we got a lot of those around here. You know, I don't mess with anything.
I took movies when we first moved to Florida of the little newt lizard things, and the cat got a hold of it, and then it detached its tail and it ran off, and the tail just sat there and twitched, and I was absolutely horrified but completely fascinated, and I could not tear myself away.
Yeah, you got to watch out for that down here because we've got such a thing as a blue-tailed skink, which is, of course, a lizard, but it's in the skink family.
It's in a bright
And they
blue.
will cause your pet to die. If a
Are
cat
they like-
bites one of these things, it'll break its tail off and run away. And if the cat eats that tail, it'll poison them and they'll get retarded and drool and a lot of times die.
Is it a really bright blue?
Yeah, it's a really bright metallic blue.
Yes, I had one of those in the driveway. I took
Yeah,
pictures
you don't
of it
want
last
your pet
year.
eating that thing. They're incredibly toxic.
And I had a cat drop dead and couldn't figure out what happened.
Any spider bite can be infectious and cause necrosis. Good to know, Kyle. I mean, I used to catch those big jumping spiders, like the fox colored ones. And I would catch them and carry them around and put them in a jar and keep them as pets and stuff.
God.
I loved them. I thought they were the best.
You're making
Oh, because their fangs are filthy. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Mm.
Yeah.
Okay,
Well, I'll tell you what, nerds, nerd, and I assume you know about these little bastards. Everybody thinks they're spiders, but they're not. Camel spiders. And they get
No, those are
big.
straight from freaking some other planet.
They are like I've heard of people fighting camel spiders versus scorpions, and camel spiders just disassemble them, and they get big. I've seen a camel spider, legs outstretched, yay big.
Mm-hmm.
They are truly terrifying monsters. And late at night, when you're laying on the back of the Bradley in your little sleeping bag, and you can hear them on the sand down below, scuttling.
I would never sleep. I would never
take your
sleep.
flashlight and you flash it out, and you see all the freaking little pin pricks.
Wow, really, nerds.
Like that metallic green light
Shooting those
reflecting back.
fuckers. Wow.
Oh yeah, man, those things are bastards.
Oh,
we had permission to fire on those bastards. Yeah, people don't. And what they do is, if you sleep on the ground and they find some like flesh, they numb you, and then they'll eat a hole into you. So you'll wake up and there'll be a nice round hole into you where they just ate right in.
Okay.
And then when they got full, they wandered off.
I don't think I could do this.
Rumors were they spit would numb you and they'd eat a chunk out of you. That's what I just said while you're asleep. Yep, 100%. That's not a rumor.
Fuck that. I'd never sleep.
I slept on top of the Brad.
Me neither.
And I zipped my sleeping bag up. Zoop. I never saw one climb on top of a Brad.
I'd never sleep again. Oh God.
Yeah. We had things where we take like containers and put them on the bottom of the legs of our cots when we were in an area where you could have a cot, and you put water in there so that if they try to climb up, they'd fall into the water and drown instead of being able to get up on the cot with you.
Mm-hmm. That's good.
Fire is the biblical cleanser. It does cleanse everything.
Yeah. I torch spiders quite often if they are around my
Cleansing
desk.
fire the cardinal. Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we got to stop talking about arachnids.
Yeah, okay, we can drop the arachnid thing. Camel spiders aren't even spiders. They're actually part of the scorpion family, but they don't have a scorpion tail. They're just weird, kind of between the two freaking monsters. They aren't as big as we say. I think they got about 6 inches. Yeah, they're about yay big is the biggest one I ever saw. And if it's sun out and there's a camel spider around, it will run and sit in your shadow.
Oh.
And then if you move, it'll run and sit in your shadow again because they don't want to be in the direct sunlight. So they'll literally follow you around trying to stay in your shadow.
Oh God.
It's pedipalps.
I can't even pronounce that Anon, but that sounds hysterical. Get a flammer.
Flammenwerfer is a flamethrower.
Yeah, I know that.
Have nightmares.
German. He's speaking German. Flammenwerfer.
Well, the only reason I know that is once again another.
To work on your Flammen. I don't know. That doesn't make sense grammatically in German, but yeah, Flammenwerfer.
No, it's the only reason I know that flamethrowers from Mutant Chronicles because there were a lot of flamethrowers in Mutant Chronicles. Just saying.
Well, the German army in World War II used Panzer IIs mounted with flamethrowers. They called the Flamingo variant. So it basically had a flamethrower that would shoot out of the barrel of what used to be the main gun. So if you needed to burn down Russian farms or any other war crimes, you could just run your Flamingo up and...
It's called the Flamingo.
Yeah, they literally call it the
Flamingo. Same thing. And on California, Canada, same thing. No. Okay,
they chase shadows. Yeah.
Nerd says we all know they chase shadows by the time I got over there, but apparently the first few months people were terrified and convinced the spiders were chasing them to eat them.
Well, as we're seeing live live on film right now, some people are just terrified of things with 8 legs or
Yeah.
so.
Yeah.
So it's understandable. There were probably Marines who were big badasses that would whip the shit out of anything, but a spider gave them the chills, you know? They're like, oh, God. I mean, we all have stuff. For me, it's sharks. I never go into the ocean, ever.
Yeah. After Jaws, as a little kid, you know,
Yeah.
I used to surf all the freaking time, and after that, it's like I'm done.
Yep.
Done.
I
Jaws
swear to
scared
God,
me
I
so
Jordan.
bad, I
got
refuse to
the Jordan
bathe.
from that movie.
I will only take showers.
Okay.
Now, you want to talk about like pure trauma.
Yeah. Yeah.
That movie was
Like,
brutal.
you fill a tub of water for me, I ain't getting in it. I take a shower. I will only swim in a swimming pool if I can stand at the end and see every corner.
And see every corner. Yeah. Yeah.
Otherwise, I ain't getting in that shit.
Yeah.
Expect me to jump in some muddy lake or something? Nope.
Mm-mm.
I know great whites aren't in it, but I still ain't getting in it either.
I mean, there was this fishing show that used to be on the History Channel, and they had a catfish, and that thing was like this big around.
Mhm.
You could put your whole head in his mouth, and I'm like,
Well,
I ain't getting in any river. And I used to canoe all the time, but they were called river monsters. It was the name of the show.
there are people. Are you familiar with I think Shadow will know about this, but it's called noodling.
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 No, what is
Noodling
that?
is when you swim around the rocks and you fill in between the rocks, see if you can fill catfish.
Oh, God.
And if
hell
you
no,
can
I
fill
wouldn't
him,
tip my
you
arm.
grab him, usually by the inside of its mouth, and you pull him out.
Oh, hell
And
no.
now you've got a catfish. And some of these things can be pretty good sized, right? The rule in Kentucky, especially if you're in Cumberland River, which, I mean, it goes out and then drops straight down like a couple 100 feet. Never put your head under the water when you're noodling, because people have dove down to noodle and reached into the catfish, and the catfish is, 5 feet, 120 pounds. And guess what? You just get to sit there till you drown.
Oh,
With your head inside a fish.
oh,
Your hand in a fish, and the fish is in a cave in the side of an under river cliff, all spread out. You're not getting that guy out there. He outweighs you. You know what I mean? And they say that they've seen him 8-9 feet.
oh, hell no. Oh, hell
Yeah.
no.
So if you're
Okay.
swimming down there, you keep your head above the water.
I know one person who's not sleeping tonight.
Well, I didn't mean to scare you, but that's the thing in Kentucky, Catfish get really big, and we've got another thing called a
Good to know.
spoonfish.
Thanks.
But spoonfish are vegetarians, and you're only allowed to go after them once a year. And they're actually more closely related, I think, to a shark than they are to anything else. They got
Really?
like this big spoon duckbill. They live down at the bottom of in the deep lakes and stuff, and apparently they're delicacies. So, like for like a week, a year, I think you're allowed to catch them. And a lot of my relatives go out and catch them and sell them.
I've
they're
never had
vegetarian
catfish.
though, so you got to actually like get them with like a tribble hook or something.
I saw a video the other day.
They get massive too.
I don't know where it was, but there were these dogs on the side of the water, and there was a freaking shark in the water, and the dog freaking jumped in. It's like, no.
They've caught bull sharks up the Mississippi River,
Yeah,
almost to freaking Ohio.
And
Yeah.
Cal says Raven should know we might talk about all kinds of stuff. Yeah. She knew the job was
the
dangerous.
bull shark's got an organ where they can be in salt water and then go in fresh water and hit that organ, and they're good.
Mm-hmm.
They're also the most aggressive shark of all the sharks. A lot of
It was right
attacks
after,
people blame on other sharks or bull sharks.
What was that oil spill in the Gulf? Was that not the
Oh,
Exxon
the one that
Valdez or-
Exxon did a while back?
Yeah,
Exxon
Exxon
Valdez
Valdez, I
was
think.
up in towards Alaska, but whatever the one in the Gulf, it was just
Oh,
hemorrhaging
where
all
the
that.
pilot of that oil ship ran it aground and dumped all the oil.
No, it was an oil rig, wasn't it? It was a
I thought the
tunnel
oil rig was in the Gulf of Florida or Gulf of Mexico. I'm sorry for all of the Mexican people watching. And then the one in Alaska, I thought was an actual oil tanker that the guy like ran aground and
He
broke
did.
up or something.
He did. And this was
And that was the Valdez. or
I'll see
something
if
like
I can
that?
find it.
Huh?
anyway. You remember when that
The
happened? That's when
dogs
those
going after the
sharks
sharks.
started to go up the Mississippi
hmm
to
Yeah,
escape
bull
all that.
sharks can swim in fresh water like nobody's business.
Mm-hmm.
Don't even bother them. And a bull shark can get 14 feet. It'll eat you just as soon as look at you too. I mean,
I know.
the water. It's funny too because in Celtic mythology, the ocean was basically their hell. You know what I mean? It was where all the worst shit was. You know, it's so wild. You know, I mean, even the Vikings had this still where before they would set off the sail, they would do a sacrifice.
Yeah.
To the Queen of the Sea, which they sometimes refer to as the bitch goddess.
Yes.
And it was either jewelry, but a lot of times they would take a monk and hand him a golden ringlet and then chuck his ass overboard. And the hope was that when he drowned, he would find his way to her hall and then she would give them good weather.
Yeah. There was also the snake, the
Ouroboros.
Midgard serpent.
Midgard serpent. Yep.
The snake that circumvents the whole world, which might be based on the Judaic Sumerian Leviathan, or might have been the basis of. Because it's kind of hard to tell who took notes from who when you get way back there, you know. But yeah.
Isn't it
females will ovulate to it.
All the connections to those mythologies and so forth, and how you have the same reoccurring, same gods, the same symbols, the same, with slight variations.
Well, you probably know this because you seem knowledgeable on all the weird shit that I study on too. You know, the 3 wise kings that visited Christ in the manger were Zoroastrists.
Yeah, Zoroastrian.
They weren't even Christian or even Jewish. Yeah. They had traveled from Iran and Persia, and they worshipped the sacred fire that
and on it was YouTube. I was just watching funny dog and pet videos on YouTube, and it was just one of those like 8-second clips with within a minute of funny dogs and cat videos.
Down here, you got to keep your pets away from any water at all. And it's not just alligators. Alligators do love to eat dogs, though. It's like their favorite thing. But otters, if your dog or cat gets too near the water, a group of otters will pull his ass in and drown him.
Oh, that's horrible.
Won't even think about it. They'll get his ass. Otters are like straight up thugs. And they run in gangs. You know what I mean? If you see one otter, there's like 7 of them somewhere. And they always choose violence.
I know, they're right. They're like cute as hell.
Yeah.
Cute as hell. Just for fun, one day, go on Google and type in otter attacks.
Okay.
It will just be endless accounts from everywhere. You know, you go on YouTube and type in otter accounts. There's like hour-long videos of people literally with their phone out as the otter charges out of the river and starts eating their ass up. And they're running around screaming and shit. These otters are just oh, look for otter versus monkeys. Yep. When the monkey in the Bronx Zoo got into the otter enclosure, and the otters tricked him and pulled him into the water and drowned him.
Oh my God. Who knew?
Well, I mean, they're really smart and murderous. And murderous.
And I didn't know they were so murderous. I mean, they're so.
There are otters down in South America that get 6 feet long and run fades on jaguars and freaking black caiman.
Oh my God.
Like straight up, a jaguar will attack one of these things and they will mob it. And the jaguar will be like, nope. And they're just vicious.
Yeah.
They're what's that one guy say? I watch all of his videos. They have that Black Air Force energy. Like, the Nike Black Air Forces. It basically means they're incredibly violent and aggressive. And yeah, otters, definitely Black Air Force. They can be cute and adorable. They will eat you up in a second.
That's shocking. I never had.
Yeah, if you see them, you just kind of hang back. hang back a distance, give them their space. They'll swim around and be cute. But if
Mm-hmm.
you run up on them thinking, oh, I'm going to take a picture, yeah, you're going to get a picture of yourself in the hospital because they'll light you up. They just don't care.
Wow. Wow. Oh
They
my
are
God.
more aggressive than alligators by like a multitude of 100.
Oh
I
my
mean,
goodness.
I've been on the side of a shore fishing with a 9-foot alligator laying 20 feet away, 30 feet away, and it's laying there sunning. I'm doing my thing. It ain't going to mess with me, right? But if I'm fishing, I see a bunch of otters starting to ease my way across the lake, I'm packing up and moving on somewhere else because they'll come out of that water for you.
Wow,
know.
that's shocking.
Yeah,
Wow.
man. Nature does not care about your feelings. Anon, you are 100% correct. Does not give any F's about any of that
Yeah.
shit.
True. True.
You know. And it's so funny. Animals, it's like the animals people are the most afraid of are the ones that you're least likely to be taken out by.
Yeah.
And then the ones that you're the least afraid of, those are the ones that are going to get you.
Yeah.
Like no one ever thinks a deer will kill you. But guess what? Deer will kill you.
My
A big ass
grandfather.
white-tailed buck in rutting season will kill your ass if you cross him, like out in the middle of the woods. Not even a joke. Moose are considered deer. They will kill you. As a matter of
And that's
fact, in
just
North
wild.
America, the number one killer of humans is deer
Really.
for animals. People are afraid of wolves and shit, cougars. Watch that deer.
It's them wily deers, man. They will just run into your truck on the highway. Next thing you know, you're at pearly gates.
Well, not even just that, though. I mean, you got your Periton model, which I'm absolutely in love with, right? Well, imagine that just without the eagle part hitting you out of nowhere in the middle of the woods because it's rutting and it's so crazy full of testosterone and whatever that it just attacks anything that moves. And now you've basically been stabbed with something that has like 9 spear points on it.
Yeah. Yeah. I had one run into my truck as I was driving down the road delivering newspapers early in the morning, and it almost totaled the truck. Put a huge dent in it, and the horn antlers punctured right through the metal of the bed of the truck.
And Nerdster, you make a great point there. You make a great point there. People flee the scary ones, but they think they can just walk up on a deer and give it a pet. And if that thing is in rut, it's going to put holes in you. Count on it.
Yep.
Hold on a second. I'll show you something else real quick, too.
Now, an animal you can run up on and just grab right up off the ground and throw across your arm and it won't do anything? Freaking possum. Yep. You can run up on a possum, snatch him up by the tail, throw him across your arm. It'll grab your arm and hiss at you.
Yeah. I used to have a possum that would come here every
toddlers too. Yeah. Yeah. That. Except maybe not that big, but you get the picture.
Well,
but
hey, James.
Comes after you in the middle of the woods. You're out there hunting and you don't see it, and it decides to stick some of those horns in you. You're going to be You're going to have issues, man.
You're going to bleed to death.
That's cool.
What is that?
This box here, right here. Oh shit, my battery's
Lasers
dying.
and Dungeons.
Dungeons and Lasers.
I'm sorry.
It's got. It not only does it have the Periton, it's got the white stag, and some other things. Send me a mailing address. I'll hook you up.
Well, you don't gotta do that, bro. I'm the one hooking you up with a bunch of Donald Trump Space Marine heads.
Hey, speaking of which, is there any way you can find one with holding the American flag or a flag doing the
all I found in my search was the heads that plug in the Space Marine bodies.
Okay.
But I thought that's what you're looking for. That's why I specifically.
Well, yeah, I wanted the Space Marine, but I wanted him like holding the flag, so that way, because I know this
Space Marine holding the flagpole and then painting an American flag on it. You'll be fine.
Because I have this friend who's a friend of Donald Trump, and I was gonna get I was trying to get what the hell's his name? Squidmar. He was offering to paint up Space Marines, and I asked him, hey, if I pay it, because he was offered to do this for money, if I pay you, I can get one of these Space Marines with a Donald Trump Space Marines onto the Resolute desk. Okay,
that would be amazing.
And he's like, not for $1 billion.
Oh,
And I will never watch his videos again. I would offer him like $200, easy. Just paint it up, send it back to me. I'll pay the shipping, the whole bit. How epic would that have been? Even, I wouldn't be there, but I would know that somewhere, there'd be a little freaking space marine, on the presidential desk. Wouldn't do it for freaking love or money. And he was a dick about it.
Possums and raccoons were 100% off the menu for my family growing up. We didn't kill them and we didn't eat them. Pretty much everything else, though. And raccoons, if abandoned, we've raised multiple litters of raccoons whose mamas got killed by dogs. And they always do the same thing. They're super fun and cuddly and cute and amazing. But once they get about a little bit before a year old, they just want to go out. And then
not
we
only
always
that,
just
though,
open the door and they go out.
Aren't they
might,
riddled with diseases? Aren't they riddled with diseases?
They are carriers of rabies.
I heard that their scratches and stuff could be like really infectious.
Well, if you have them as pets, you wash them.
Really?
Yeah, of course you bathe them. They're cats.
Shit, that's what's wrong with my dog.
Raccoons, they were like that.
That's
big.
what's wrong with my dog.
They were adorable. But like I said, once they got to adulthood, they were ready to move out. And we opened the door. And for a while, they hung out in the front yard and they would eat the cat food we put out for them. And just over time, they eventually vanished into the woods.
Mm-hmm.
And every now and then you might see a raccoon down by the canal and think, I wonder if that's one of the babies.
Yeah.
Or the baby of the babies,
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, up in Canada and Toronto, a lot of raccoons die of diabetes because they keep breaking into freaking dumpsters and eating all the donuts and shit.
Yeah.
Ours lived outside ours stayed inside for a long time. And one time we pissed them off and they tore all of the labels off of all the canned food in the pantry. So we were having a lot of mystery. Is this green beans or is this like soup? Who knows? But they were so cute though. Like we had to put child stuff on the cabinets because they would pull the pots and pans out and just bang them together and carry on.
And they
just adorable.
Were in the house. They know how to. They could get my storm door open. And while I'm at Walmart, I come home and I had 3 of them in the house, and they trashed everything in my kitchen and pooped all over the place, and was just having a party, having a gay old time. I had one.
Well, if you make them mad, they're spiteful. They are very spiteful. Like I had to spank one once. So then what it did is it pooped. And then it picked the poop up and it come up behind me and rubbed it right up the back of my leg. I'm like, you little bastard.
Oh, they are.
They are spiteful. I mean, they're really smart.
Yeah.
People don't understand. They're basically our version of monkeys. And they got thumbs. And I got a rule. I don't eat anything with thumbs.
No,
that's a rule. If it's got thumbs, I ain't.
And this is what I use every night. I have to use this because they come in to steal the cat food.
Have you ever seen that video of the guy feeding raccoons hot dogs?
No, I've not seen
There's a YouTube video of a guy feeding raccoons hot dogs, and I swear to God, there's like 50 or 100 raccoons. And he's just sitting there with this big bin full of hot dogs, just handing them out. And raccoons are all running up and grabbing their hot dogs. And there's like just a wave of raccoons just everywhere.
Wow.
But no, like growing up, I would eat like a groundhog. We eat a lot of groundhogs, which are basically like giant guinea pigs. Think about guinea pig, but when it stands up, it's like yay tall.
That's scary, dude. It's only a matter of time before they start fasting.
They're a little greasy, but they're okay. What'd you say, Sean?
How do you make them?
Anand says our feral raccoons could open a storm door. One would push the buttons to the door. The others would open the door at the bottom. And I said it's only a matter of time before they start fashioning weapons and come after us in our sleep. Raccoons have psychic.
I mean, all the people who have had to come up with like crazy contraptions to try and keep raccoons out of garbage cans.
Oh, I give up.
You know, you chain your garbage can up, they get in it anyway. You do this, they'll tip them over, they'll drag them down the street. I mean,
Yeah.
in my neighborhood, we literally have to keep the garbage cans in the garage with the
Yeah,
door.
I can't even do that because I've
Oh.
got one that lives in the drop ceiling of my garage and I can't get the little bastard out.
Oh,
He's been there for a couple months. I mean, he's got life dicked. He's got a nice warm place to sleep and there's food delivered every day.
yeah,
And,
he's got a good gig, right? He's all like
yeah,
moved
and he's
on
up
in.
in the ceiling, so I can't get to him. Yeah.
Raccoons have psychic powers. Well, they are adorable, though. How do you shoot something that looks like that? I mean, they're adorable.
Well, with both hands.
Right. And it's got hands and it's standing up and
I
it's
know.
got still hands. And you're like,
I gotta tell you what I did. I had a
Yeah.
BB air rifle, and one of them came in, and I had enough. They had trashed my studio, and I was
nerd, you're bad.
what?
I don't know
What
if
if,
you see it
what
or
if
not.
Big Feet are shape shifting into raccoons?
Oh God. Well, I took
They're
aim
the
at
same
this one, and
species the whole time.
I missed, and this raccoon was standing in front of my glass storm door, and I shattered the whole entire storm door, 1,000 pieces everywhere, and the little bastards ran off with they stole my shop vac. And I have this on video. And I figured there was probably some cat food in the barrel of it. And I filmed this guy dragging my shop vac across the deck out here. And then there's some steps. There's like 4 steps that go down off the deck. And I have him videoed. He gets up there and his little head's popping around. It's really funny. And he takes the shop vac down there and he had detached the hose already. I figured that was the end of it. He got it down the steps. Surely I'll just get it in the morning. I thought, it was dark, it was night, and I'll be damned if the next morning that shop vac was gone and it's never resurfaced. I went through all the neighbors.
Somewhere out in the woods, there's some
They
raccoons
stole
building
the
some kind of
whole
crazy ass
shop vac.
shit out of shop vac parts.
He's
They
making
got
a
a
space.
motor and
He's
everything.
making a spaceship to go back home.
They're out there making
gone.
some kind of weapon or something.
It's hilarious. I mean, it's hilarious. It's frustrating, but it's hilarious. Yeah, it's gone. I'm like, no way.
The
No
only
way.
time we kill raccoons is sometimes they'll overpopulate the area and then they'll start getting diseased and stuff like that. So they got to be a little bit of a culling. But other than that, why would you? I mean, it's like the thing people kill now up there is coyotes. And
I've got coyotes. When we first moved into this place, driving right into the neighborhood, there's this little tiny stretch of, deserty area. And there were like 2 or 3 coyotes just sitting there like they owned the place. Broad daylight.
They're very timid in Kentucky. So what my uncle did is he bought a night vision scope and he gets them at night with a 270 because they don't see him, but he sees them.
Mm-hmm.
And you got to do something with them because they will eat your sheep and your goats and your
I was taking
family
Jackie to school one
pets.
day.
They'll eat your dog and your cat.
I was taking Jackie to school one day when he was still riding his bike with training wheels. And we were in our neighborhood in the morning, going to school, and it was trash day. So the trash cans were out, and there were 3 coyotes right there in the middle of the street, acting like they owned the place. And I had to, use my bike to shield Jackie to make sure we could get, on our way past them because.
Good night, Cal.
Take care, Cal. We'll see you tomorrow. Speaking of which, folks, I got to call it a night too. We just hit the 5-hour mark. This is one of the best shows we've done in a good long time. Thanks, everybody out there.
Actually, she asks great questions that get my brain just twirling.
You guys are always welcome. We're going to do this again. This
We'll
Saturday
talk
is
about
going to
dogmen and goblins, and we'll talk about Sasquatches and
Sure.
There's all kinds of shit we can talk about. When you get into Native American myths and creatures in Appalachia, it gets wild.
Bye, everybody.
Like Nanahe and all that.
Thanks.
Cool. All right. Well, for a future show, we'll do that.
Yeah. You can go on other people's show, Raven. You're
if you ever see me streaming, just pop in and be like, "Hey,
Okay.
I let anybody on the show."
Okay. Cool.
And
All right,
we
Thanks.
can talk about all that weird shit. We can talk about that buried freaking temple and the underground city over there in Turkey.
Go back to Tepe.
All that shit. We can talk about the valley with the headless men up in Canada. I mean,
What? I don't know about
yeah.
that one.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Let's talk
really?
about that one.
Yeah,
Cool.
yeah. That one's
You need
terrifying.
Bear on for that one. There's a valley where every time people go there to dig gold, they get found headless.
Really?
And
Wow.
is it a tribe of savage Indians? Is it spirits? Is it Neanderthals? No one
Interdimensional?
knows.
There's a lot, I think, that can be written off to interdimensionals. They didn't travel thousands of miles, light years away. They're
I think it's meth dealers out in the woods.
Well, I
Don't
guess
want
if hell is another dimension, I would
Mhm.
agree with you.
Absolutely.
I mean, Earth's like an onion.
Yeah, right. I might go along with you if they're like demons coming from hell to do evil shit. Then I would be like, well, that kind of makes a lot of sense than random, other dimension. But I'm old and my brain's calcified, so.
No, you're fine. Thanks for
I'll
having
talk
me
to you
on,
guys
Jeff.
later.
I will see you guys tomorrow. Make sure you drop by Justin's show at 9 a.m. PST. Otherwise, I will see everybody else Saturday night, where we're going to just have a free-for-all Saturday night instead of it, because it's the last Saturday of the month. So we'll do this again Saturday night. But I'm also really, really psyched because I'm interviewing Miguel from the Red Room tomorrow. Maybe Sylvia will be there. She might still be on vacation, but we're going to talk about the Red Room and all the Wretched games. I got a lot to say, and I hope you guys will see me then tomorrow at noon, California time. Otherwise, everybody have a great evening and a great weekend.
Time? That's like freaking 7 a.m. for me.
No, it's not. It's
you're 3 hours behind me.
I thought it was 2.
9 o'clock.
I'm 2 hours. I'm Central Time, 2 hours to California. He's 3. He's in Florida.
Oh, okay. Well, so it'll be like 3 o'clock your time then, right?
I'll have to watch it afterwards because I don't know about getting up before 9.
No, it's 12 o'clock my time.
Yeah, but 9 o'clock my time.
No, that'd be 3 o'clock your time.
Oh shit! Never mind. Then I'm doing the math wrong.
You're just
it's the other direction. Yeah, you'll be
up. Skip that.
Be fine.
Skip it.
Right.
Okay. Good night, guys.
Yeah, it's gonna be another one-on-one, and I'm looking forward to it. Wish me luck because I'm a little intimidated because they're like big-time famous game makers, So we'll see how that goes.
You got it.
Everybody, I know they're great people. I've been
charming. You're charismatic. You're handsome. You'll be all right.
And they make some great stuff, dude. Where is it?
Well, we'll hear all about it.
Love this, man. I love this book. Wretched Country.
Let me ask you, before you end the stream, what is like elevator pitch? How does Wretched work?
It's pretty much very OSR. It's like a little bit of OSR with a little bit of Traveler mixed in with sins
die
and virtues.
20 to hit an armor class, hit points, etc.
Yeah.
Okay.
Very low hit points per level. Class system with skills. They use sins and virtues instead of alignment, which I think is freaking awesome. I know.
I like
these guys. This is the most endearing love letter to Western RPGs I've ever read.
Aren't those guys from Brazil or something?
I think it's Portugal.
Yeah. Good people, though. I'm friends with both of them on Twitter.
And I can't wait. It's going to be fun. Hopefully you guys will all stick around and, ask them questions that, maybe, percolating in your thinking meat, and we'll have a good time. Nice.
He ain't done, but it's Vash the Stampede.
Hold on.
The anime character. Because sometimes I just...
You mean this guy?
For no reason. Oh, look at you with your Trigun stuff. Well, here he is. I got him with and without glasses. So
I love that cartoon, or that anime.
Hey, you got my Discord, bro. I'm just saying.
I know.
I'm just saying.
Thanks. I know.
Okay.
And you read my comments, so you know where I'm at. Raven, thanks for being here.
Thanks for inviting me.
You definitely classed up the joint for a change. Not that you haven't done that before, but this was a lot of fun. I will see you
Lot of
real
fun.
soon. Everybody out there in TV land, 6 eyeballs that are still sticking around for the gigantic long Minnesota goodbye. Thanks for hanging out with us. We love you guys, and we'll see you tomorrow. Happy trails.